We've beaten every main series Pokemon game how Nintendo intended, so in this video will be a compilation of all of the new Pokemon games beaten how Nintendo intended, excluding the remakes and third versions. Otherwise, the video will be 11 hours long, and I also cut out the intros and outros. Without further ado, leave a like, and I hope you enjoyed the video. Starting off, I name our characters C, name our rival Gary, and then appear in this tiny little town where I was born and raised, known as Pallet Town. I then head into the grass to meet Professor Oak, get taken back to his lab, and get the option to pick one of 3 starter Pokemon. Earlier on in the guide, we detailed how the guide went through each 3 of the starters and what their strengths and weaknesses are, and I decide on picking Squirtle since we're playing blue version, which just seemed to make sense to me, and I named it Subscribe, then battle our rival. After laying waste to his team after he really just spammed Growls a ton of times, we head into Route 1 and learn about the dangers of long grass and the rewards of being friendly by getting this free potion from this random trainer. In Viridian City, we have to stop by the Pokemon Center, then stop by the Pokemart to pick up the parcel for Professor Oak, and the guide makes note about how it's a shame that they're out of potions. The guide also says how Professor Oak's usual delivery boy is sick and we have to deliver the parcel ourselves to him and get the Pokedex in exchange, then visit Gary's sister to get the town map because I don't know, maybe his sister has a crush on you or something. When we return to Viridian City, the guide wants us to go west to Route 22 with some Pokeballs and catch a Pokemon for this upcoming rival fight. I caught a Spearow, which I named Bird, and then get both of our Pokemon to level 9 as the guide recommended for this rival fight, since both of our rivals' Pokemon include a level 9 Pidgey and a level 8 default Pokemon, in this case being Bulbasaur. The guide then mentions the Viridian City gym and the gym leader Giovanni, although we can't battle him just yet since he is the 8th gym leader. People might not realize this or even remember this since these games are so old, but the game never tells you that Giovanni is the gym leader until you go into the gym and actually see him for yourself. And although I don't personally remember experiencing this as a kid, I'm sure it could have been quite the shock for somebody playing this for the first time to see that the head of Team Rocket is actually a gym leader as well. We'll return to fight him much later on, and the guide then shows Route 2, although we can't access most of it until we get the Skill HM for Cut later. So for now, we have to go through the Viridian Forest after defeating our rival in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. The first thing the guide has in Viridian Forest is this Trainer's Talk, which I've noticed at the start of a lot of new sections for this guide, and it says how the forest has a lot of bug types, and to try to use a fire Pokemon like Charmander, or flight Pokemon like Spearow or Pidgey to get the best results. I have never heard of flying type Pokemon referred to as flight Pokemon before. Usually if somebody refers to flying type Pokemon as something else, it's typically bird Pokemon, as apparently they were originally intended to be called that. And at this point I also realized that the guide doesn't have any type matchup chart anywhere like most guides do, and just tell us what Pokemon are super effective against other types when we encounter them. Spearow makes this forest pretty easy though, since the guide does note how flying types are good against bug types. And we do get a bit lucky by finding a Pikachu on our way through, which I caught, and the guide suggested we catch a Pikachu since Pikachu is good against water and flight Pokemon. In Pewter City, there really isn't anything to do here that important until we battle the gym leader Brock. The guide notes how up until now we've only fought tiny bug, bird, and rodent Pokemon, and I'll bet they've been pretty easy to defeat. Well, that's about to change. Brock's gym is devoted to the art of raising rock and ground Pokemon. These chunks of stone and precious gems are hard to defeat unless you have a powerful water or grass Pokemon on your side. It then said out if you chose Charmander as your starter to make sure it's a well-seasoned warrior by now, and accompany it by a bug Pokemon that can help out if assistance is needed. Bug types are still weak to rock, and I guess there really isn't any other options, that's why the guide recommended bug. And since we do have a strong water type Pokemon in our starter Pokemon Squirtle, we're able to hammer away at Brock for the very first gym badge by just spamming Bubble. One thing I did notice at the back of the guide that I quickly want to mention that I do think is important is it does have a section that shows all of the moves, or skills in this case, with a little description about them as well as their accuracy and their hit power. That might seem like it's not that important, but in Red and Blue, it doesn't tell you the accuracy or the power of the moves in-game, so having this is actually quite useful. After that fierce battle with Brock though, it's time to relax in a few friendly bouts with trainers on this road, being Route 3, then head over to Mount Moon and get ready to do some spelunking. On our journey through Route 3, Squirtle evolves into Wartortle, and the guide says how we should catch the rare Pokemon Jigglypuff if you're into magical or mysterious Pokemon. I'm not really sure what's so magical or mysterious about Jigglypuff, but I caught one and named it H-Box, then make it into the Pokemon Center on this route where we meet a gentleman selling Magikarps. This guide says to save our money and not buy the Magikarp, since although he'll make it sound like a good deal, don't be fooled. We can catch a Magikarp later on when we get to Vermilion City and get a fishing rod. For Mount Moon, the guide here has a map for us to follow and mentions how Team Rocket has infiltrated this area to steal some rare fossils that are being excavated at the bottom. It then warns us of some of the trainers' Pokemon around this area, and then tells us a bit about the fossils once we reach them at the end. We get the option to choose one of these fossils, and I choose the Helix fossil because it was just the one right in front of me, and then make it into Route 4. On this route, the guide says to pick up the TM for Whirlwind and scour the grass for our first unique Pokemon, being Sandshrew, which is the blue version exclusive. I caught one and named it Dig Dug after that Namco game that I used to love when I was little, and then make it into Cerulean City. The first thing the guide says to do here is Trader Alert, telling us about this trainer here who will trade us a rare Jinx for a Poliwhirl. We can't get a Poliwhirl just yet, but the guide tells us to file this information away, so I guess I'll do that. And then it wants us to take on Misty's gym. Now I know it would make more sense to go up north and battle the trainers on the Nugget Bridge and the surrounding area to get some extra EXP and levels, but the guide says to do the gym fight first, so I guess we have to do that. For Misty's gym, the guide says, quote, "She's cute, she's bubbly, and she's always wearing a bathing suit. She's Misty, and she raises Pokemon of the water variety." It then suggests a strong electric or grass type Pokemon for this gym, and to be around level 25, which is a bit high since her ace Pokemon is only 21. So I get Pikachu to 25 since it's the recommended type of electric, and all of our other Pokemon to around 20 or so, and get through Misty pretty quickly with our electric Pokemon. We can now go through the Nugget Bridge where we are warned about a level 18 Mankey that some trainer has, and get a Nugget as a reward from this Team Rocket guy who tries to recruit us. I then teach the Bubble Beam TM we got as a reward for beating Misty to Wartortle, since the guide said it would be good against some of the hikers on this route near Bill's house. And finally make it to his house to help him out and get the SS and ticket as a reward. On our way out of the city, we encounter this Team Rocket grunt who is a thief and get the Dig TM for defeating him after he ransacked this house. Kind of weird how we're taking this TM after he blatantly just stole it from somebody. And then we proceed south and pass through the daycare where I drop off Jigglypuff since I'm not really using it, and then go through the underground tunnel and make it to Route 6. The guide warns us about a level 20 Butterfree on this route because it can put us to sleep and to bring awakenings, so I brought some awakenings which do come in clutch since that Butterfree does put us to sleep, and finally make it into Vermilion City. The guide notes how here Pokemon and Pokemaniacs are celebrated by all. If you don't believe me, pay a visit to the Pokemon fan club. The first thing we do here though is get a hand-me-down fishing rod from this fisherman, and the guide notes how this fisherman has two other brothers who also give out rods, then visit the Pokemon fan club to get a bike voucher, and then party on the SS Anne. The gang of trainers on the SS Anne are a motley bunch ranging from distinguished gentlemen and lasses to coarse fishermen and sailors. I'm also noticing the guide tends to like the word motley a lot, but we then have to battle our rival on the SS Anne and beat him easily, and the guide notes how if we beat our rival easily, that we're doing a good job. After that, we get to help the captain with his seasickness and get the skill HM for cut as a reward, so we can now access Lieutenant Surge's gym. The guide says how Lieutenant Surge is the leader of an order of Pokemon trainers dedicated to electric Pokemon, which sounds rather culty to me, and how only ground-type Pokemon have an affinity for electric-type Pokemon. And since we have a Sandshrew that recently evolved into Sandslash, I teach it Dig, which the guide also suggests for this gym, and defeat Lieutenant Surge in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. The guide now mentions the Diglett's Cave after defeating Lieutenant Surge and getting the 3rd gym badge, which would have been pretty helpful to visit before battling Lieutenant Surge, as you can catch a Diglett here, which is a strong ground-type Pokemon. but I just go across Diglett Cave and make it to the other side of Route 2 that we can now access in order to get the HM for Flash, which the guide did mention much earlier on in the guide. The guide then tells us to go to Route 9 and doesn't really say much about it until we reach the entrance to the rock tunnel. It tells us to heal up here because you have no idea what lies inside, making the rock tunnel sound a lot more ominous than it actually is. And since we have the Flash skill HM, I teach it to Pikachu to illuminate the cave. When we exit the cave, we appear in Lavender Town, a place where dead Pokemon are laid to rest, and the guide says how this town is buzzing about some recent hauntings in the town. We can't really do much here right now and have to return a little bit later. So we go on the next route where we see trainers with toxic pollutants like coughing, a rather interesting thing to call a coughing, and then finally arrive in Celadon City. First, we have a rare opportunity to get this free Eevee, a great Pokemon to have. Then we buy a drink at the department store for later to give to one of the guards. Then visit the nearby restaurant where the guide says how we can see the effect the Game Corner has on its citizens, as there's one guy who even gives up his coin purse too after losing everything. I know this game was made at a much different time, and it's really interesting to see how there's a lot of these weird elements for a kids game, as we just exited Lavender Town, a town with dead Pokemon, and then encountered a gambling addict in the span of like 10 minutes. Our next task though is to challenge Erica in her grass type gym to get the 4th gym badge, and the guide says how almost any Pokemon works well against her except for water, electric, and ground types. It specifically recommends Pokemon of the flame variety, which I don't have, and our only Pokemon that fits this bill is Bird, which recently evolved into Fearow and is coincidentally super effective against grass type Pokemon, although the guide didn't say anything about flying types, or should I say flight types, being good here. So I just head in and use Fearow for this battle. I hammer away with some pecks, and after getting paralyzed and poisoned by some of the junior trainers and even Erica herself, we finally defeat Erica to receive the pretty rainbow badge, as the guide puts it. With the 4th gym badge in our badge case, the guide tells us to go into the Game Corner next, which is Team Rocket's secret hideout. The guide has an easy to follow map for this dungeon, then explains these propulsion pads, which are these funny little spinny pads, and tells us, quote, "Don't be afraid of roughing them up," talking about all of the rocket grunts we battle here. It tells us to talk to each rocket after we beat them because one of them ends up dropping the lift key, which we need to progress through this area. And seeing as this is a pretty easy thing to miss if you're not looking for it, it's good to see that the guide is clearing it up. After collecting the lift key, we can access Giovanni's office where we battle his team of mostly rock and ground monsters, as the guide put it. The guide doesn't detail Giovanni's full team, and it also hasn't done that for any of the Giovanni fights so far, and it hasn't done that for any of the rival fights either. But once we defeat Giovanni, we get the Sylph Scope that we can use later on during our return trip to Lavender Town. Before we do that, I take some time to look at the back of the guide to learn more about this Eevee we just got recently, since the guide mentioned earlier how it can evolve through a different method. In the back of the guide in the Pokédex section, it lists the 3 evolutions and says how they evolve with the 3 evolutionary stones in this game, and since I don't have a flame type Pokemon yet, as the guide calls them, I get the Fire Stone to evolve our Eevee into a Flareon. I then check Gyarados back here as well, a flying type Pokemon, to see that it correctly listed as part flying type and not flight type, so I don't know why the guide is using flight type sometimes and flying other times, and then fire type sometimes and flame type sometimes. We then return to Lavender Town, and the guide says how the ghost Pokemon here in the Pokemon Tower will seem difficult until you find out which Pokemon do best against them. I don't know why it doesn't just tell me which Pokemon do well against them and it just has us guess. And it also doesn't tell us anything about the rival battle in this area, so I just go through this area with our Wartortle until it finally evolves into Blastoise. Once we make it to the top and reveal the Marowak with the Sylph Scope we send it to the afterlife, which the guide calls an act of compassion that will send her spirit to rest at last. I thought that was a little bit weird, and after defeating the Rocket Grunts at the top, which the guide also didn't mention for some reason, we meet Mr. Fuji and get the Poke Flute, allowing us to wake up some sleeping Snorlaxes blocking our way. I then decide to check up on that Jigglypuff we left in the daycare and take it out, then return to Saffron City. The next page shows Saffron City, so after handing the guard the drink, we head in, and the guide mentions how Saffron City is nestled in the heart of Pokemon Country. I'm pointing this out because this region was never officially referred to as Kanto in the English versions of Red and Blue, so nobody really knew what to call it, especially at the time. The first task the guide discusses in this city is the Silphco, but says we should explore the city a bit first, so I check out the Splinter Gym, aka the Fighting Dojo, and get a Hitmonchan as our prize, then visit Mr. Psychic for the Psychic TM, and then take on the Silphco, which is infiltrated by Team Rocket. The guide has a full list for this area too, making getting through it pretty easily, and this time it references the rival fight and has a caption of "Didn't I just fight you?" although it didn't mention the previous fight we had with him in Lavender Town. The guide also does list how we can find a Lapras in this building, but doesn't say exactly how to get it. I actually end up losing the first rival fight too, so I level up the team a little bit and teach Blastoise the Ice Beam TM we got from the girl on the Celadon City department store. So when I challenge our rival for a second time, we lay waste to his team, and after the rival fight I just go up to the top of the building to battle Giovanni and save the Silphco president. We get the Master Ball as a reward for defeating Giovanni, and the guide notes how it's best to save the Master Ball for Mewtwo later on in the game. That's pretty much the last of Team Rocket for the game, so now we can focus solely on becoming the champion. Here the guide lists Sabrina as the 5th gym leader, although if you check your trainer card, it shows her as the 6th gym leader. Now you could technically battle her now if you wanted to, although you're supposed to battle her later, and since the guide tells us to battle her now and before Koga, the actual 5th gym leader, I just battle Sabrina 5th. The guide doesn't really say too much about how to beat her, besides that her psychic Pokemon are easily beaten by bugs and their ghostly friends. Since we have neither of those Pokemon types, I just brute force through this fight with our Fearow, since it recently learned Drill Peck, a very strong move, especially in this generation. Now I've played through Red and Blue a ton before in the past, although it has been a little while since I've last played Red and Blue, but I've never used a Fearow before, which is part of the reason why I like doing these type of runs so much. It did directly suggest we catch a Pokemon on a route that happened to be a Spearow, which I also happened to encounter, and I probably would have never done this unless I was following the guide exactly. We are able to defeat Sabrina though, getting the 5th, or maybe 6th, gym badge. After completing the events in Saffron City, the next page shows Route 12, which is the route under Lavender Town, so I head over there where I try to catch the Snorlax blocking our way, but fail. The guide notes how we should use Ultra Balls to catch Snorlax if we made it to Fuchsia City before this, but since the guide didn't tell us to go to Fuchsia City yet, I don't have Ultra Balls yet, so we just have to rely on using Super Balls as the guide puts it, which are the direct Japanese translation for Great Balls. After failing to catch it and getting an upgraded fishing rod on this route, we make it to the gate that leads into Fuchsia City, but the next page details the cycling road, so instead of going right into Fuchsia City, we have to go back to Celadon City to access Cycling Road from the top. It would make more sense to go to Fuchsia City just from Cycling Road in general, but either way, once we make it back to the other side, I pick up the skill HM for Fly near here so we can teach it to Bird, and then the guide says how unfortunately you won't be able to ride fast enough to escape the bikers and cue balls that have staked out spots in the Cycling Road. And out of curiosity, I just wanted to see how many I could avoid, and I was able to avoid all but 2 of them, and then finally make it into the gate leading into Fuchsia City. In the gate, the guide notes how there is a person here that is willing to trade his Lickitung for a lesser Slowbro, which I thought was funny because Slowbro is actually a decent Pokemon. I don't know why the guide called it a lesser Slowbro. And then make it into Fuchsia City, which is at the southernmost part of the main Pokemon continent. The first thing it tells us to do here is challenge Koga, the apparent 6th gym leader in this region, in his gym with invisible walls. It then says how if we have a Super Game Boy, we can see these invisible walls a bit easier, and suggests we use offensive fighters and full heals for Koga's poisonous team. Since we now know that Poison is weak to ground thanks to all of the Rocket Grunts and their Poison-type Pokemon, I use Dig Dug here to spam Dig against Koga's team, and this works out really well, allowing us to defeat Koga and get our 6th gym badge. From here, we have to explore the rest of Fuchsia City, mainly just the Safari Zone. It's home to some rare Pokemon, so I catch a couple along the way, and follow the map in order to get the gold teeth, which we later exchange for the strength HM, and end up getting a prize here, which is the HM for Surf. With the Surf HM at our disposal, we can now surf through and into Cinnabar Island, and the guide has us go through Fuchsia City and through the Seafoam Islands to access it first. The guide has taken us on a slightly different route through Kanto than I would have personally taken if I was just playing this game normally, and when we access the Seafoam Islands, it wants us to go through it to catch the legendary Pokemon Articuno. It suggests we carry at least 50 Ultra Balls to try and catch Articuno, but I only had enough money for 47, so I guess we'll just go through with that, and then I follow the map that leads to Articuno. In the battle against Articuno, I paralyze it and whittle away at its HP, and once it has barely any HP and is paralyzed, I throw Ultra Balls, but they all end up missing. Throwing Pokeballs in this game works a bit differently than modern Pokemon games, and you can miss a lot. And we missed so much, and Articuno broke through paralysis so much that it actually ended up wiping our entire team. This means we can't catch Articuno, unfortunately, and now we have no other choice but to keep going on and going to Cinnabar Island, which is a small island with a few things for us to do. We can revive our fossils at the lab if we want to, then go into the Pokemon house, as the guide puts it, to find the key to enter the 7th gym. The guide has a walkthrough for this too and mentions how the key is in the basement of the Pokemon house, although it's actually called the Pokemon Mansion. I don't know why it's calling it the Pokemon house, but there's no stairs to go to the basement. It then says how the only way down is by jumping from the 2nd floor, so after shattering our ankles, we make it down there to get the key and open up Blaine's gym. For Blaine's flame Pokemon, the guide suggests water, rock, or ground type Pokemon. We have Blastoise and I rely on using it for most of the gym, although the guide doesn't say anything about the gym puzzle here, which is a series of questions we can answer in order to skip the junior trainers. Since it made no mention of this, I just battle all of the junior trainers and then end up battling Blaine, who we defeat rather quickly with Blastoise. And the guide says how defeating him increases your Pokemon's special skills. I don't really know what that means. And how we get the Fire Blast skill TM, which might come in handy for the Elite Four pretty soon. From here we can immediately challenge Giovanni, and we have to flip back about 40 or so pages to see this gym battle in detail, because the guide first detailed Giovanni's gym when we first entered Viridian City very early on in the game. This is really the guide's only real instance of requiring us to flip back and forth, which is nice and a common problem for some other guides that I've seen, as flipping back and forth can get a bit confusing. And even though he is the final gym leader, the guide only has a small paragraph about this fight. It tells us to have our best water, grass, or ice type, so I use Blastoise again here, and it also says to be at about level 50 to match his ace Pokemon, which is also level 50. Blastoise makes this gym very easy, much like it did against Blaine's gym previously, giving us the final gym badge as well as TM27, the awesome skill for Fissure. We have to go through Route 22 now, and not him again, we have another rival fight here, as the guide says. The guide also says this is a good test for the Elite Four, and we beat him first try, so I guess we passed that test, then go through Route 23 and into the Victory Road. There's a map here to help us go through here, but also a legendary Pokemon that we can catch in the Victory Road. The guide shows us how to get to the legendary flame Pokemon named Moltres. I thought that this was a one-time mistake, but it keeps calling Moltres Moltos in this section, except for in the very back Pokedex section where it correctly calls Moltos Moltres. We use the same technique used to battle Articuno to try and catch it, but this time we actually do catch the Moltres, which I of course name Moltos. When we make it out and into the Indigo Plateau, I buy some items for our upcoming fight and teach some TMs to the team. To recap our team, we have our starter Pokemon, Subscribe the Blastoise, then Pikachu, Sandslash, Fearow, Moltos, and a very underleveled Flareon that I've barely used. Our first fight is against the water expert Lorelei, and the guide says how this is probably the easiest. A few of my Pokemon do end up fainting here, although Pikachu works pretty well type trumping her water types, giving us the victory, but it was a little bit harder than I anticipated. Second up is Bruno, and the guide says how his team isn't as intimidating as they think. So I attack them with water and fight skills to make them toast like the guide says, then proceed to fight Agatha. The guide says how fighting ghost types is no fun at all, although her team is mostly grounded poison types as well, so I just rely on using Sandslash with Dig for most of this fight. These fights are all going by pretty quickly, and the guide only has a small paragraph for each, while a lot of other guides tend to detail this a bit more since it is the final fights of the game. Fourth up is Lance and his dragon type team. The guide mentions how dragon types are pretty rare in this game since there's really only one in Red and Blue, and we do luckily have an ice move on Blastoise and Ice Beam like the guide suggested. It also says how any final form Pokemon with the Hyper Beam skill would be good too, but we can't exactly go back to get Hyper Beam right now since we're in the middle of the Elite Four, so I just spam Ice Beams for most of his team, then stall out his Gyarados with Thunder Waves and Flashes from Pikachu because I ran out of Thunderbolt PP. After knocking him out with a few of our other Pokemon, all that's left now is the champion, which is our rival, Gary. It doesn't really say too much here except how he has representatives from all major types and what other Pokemon he will have depending on which of the 3 starters you pick since his team does vary, and how we'll have a troop of Pokemon that can counter them. Luckily, our troop of Pokemon does counter our rival's team pretty well, as Sandslash and Blastoise take out most of his team. Then on his final Pokemon, which is his starter Pokemon Venusaur, I send out Blastoise, which was our starter, to type Trumpet with Ice Beams and have a throwback to our very first rival fight back in Pallet Town where we both only had our starters. We end up 2-shotting with Ice Beam, making us the champion and beating Pokemon Red and Blue how Nintendo intended, except for one small thing we have to do, which is to catch Mewtwo, as the guide details on the following page, and has sort of been building up to ever since we first got the Master Ball. I just go right into the unknown dungeon and go straight to Mewtwo and just chuck the Master Ball at it to make it easier, which the guide recommended. I know this really isn't part of the main game as the credits did roll after we became the champion, but I've always seen catching Mewtwo as kind of the final boss of Red and Blue, so to say, and if I didn't include it here, I'm sure people would have been asking about it, so here it is. Let's load up a brand new save of Pokemon Silver and beat it how Nintendo intended. Your house. Your journey begins here at your house in New Barktown. Your first task is to visit Professor Elm in the building just to the left of your house and talk to him about the new Pokemon. First things first though, head downstairs and talk to your mom. She'll provide you with your Pokegear, in combination wristwatch, telephone, and more. After receiving our Apple Watch, we can head out to Professor Elm's lab and pick our starter Pokemon. The guide gives us a brief description for each starter option, making Totodile and Cyndaquil seem like the superior choice since for Chikorita it mentions how it's a grass-type Pokemon and has a lot of weaknesses, and how if you're going to use Chikorita you'll be switching out a lot. I just picked Totodile and named it Subscribe, then begin our journey towards Mr. Pokemon's house to deliver something that Professor Elm wants us to give him. We have to go through a couple of routes and go to Cherry Grove City to reach Mr. Pokemon's house first, and along the way the guide details which Pokemon we can catch and even tells us which Pokemon are new to Generation 2 and which Pokemon are just old Pokemon from Red and Blue. One of the first new wild Pokemon we encounter is Sentret, however the guide tells us not to evolve it into Furret right away, as Furret doesn't gain another level up move until level 80, although I don't think keeping a Sentret just a Sentret to level 80 is a good idea either. For Cherry Grove City we get a quick tour of the town to learn how Pokemon Centers and Pokemon Marts work, and now we can come back here later once we get Surf to see a bit more. At this point I also noticed it didn't outline Route 46 at all, which is just north of the first route you can access in this game, and you can catch other Pokemon there. You can also access the top part of the route much later, but I typically like to go to the southern part of the route as early as we can to get another Pokemon. Next for Route 30, the guide says to head north to Mr. Pokemon's house and collect items along the way. It details another new Pokemon in Hoothoot, which only appears at night, spelt N-I-T-E, then it shows Rattata, which the guide is much less enthusiastic about, followed by the 2 version exclusives in Spinarak and Lediba. I always forgot that Lediba was a silver version exclusive since I always associated Lediba as the quintessential Gen 2 bug type, at least more so than Spinarak. We eventually reach Mr. Pokemon's house and give him the mystery egg that Elm wanted us to give him, and then get a call from Elm urging us to return to his lab as somebody stole one of his prized Pokemon. On our way back we meet our rival and the guide says, "How odd. The same unnamed young man that was snooping around Professor Elm's lab in New Barktown faces you with a Pokemon from that same lab. If you've been leveling up a bit, you shouldn't have any trouble with this fight. Hit him with your strongest attack, and if you have a berry equipped to your Pokemon along with potions in your pack, he'll go down without much of a fight." When we meet the professor and this police officer, they ask us to name the red-haired boy we just battled since he stole one of Elm's Pokemon. I just name him Rival because he's our rival. Then we receive Pokeballs and can start our journey for real now as we can finally catch Pokemon. Between here and Violet City, the guide shows us all of the trainers we can fight and tells us to collect some Pokemon so I catch a Sentret and then catch a Bellsprout. When we reach Violet City, one of the first things the guide mentions here is how we can get an Onix if we trade away our Bellsprout for it. And since Bellsprout is pretty common, we make the trade. The guide then wants us to do Falconer's Gym next to get our first gym badge before we take on the Sprite Tower and beat the Elder to get the Flash HM, which makes sense because Falconer's levels are a bit lower than the Sprout Tower's levels. However, I typically like to do the Sprout Tower first, help us get our Pokemon leveled up a bit more, although I guess it doesn't really matter too much in Gold and Silver. The guide mentions how Geodude or Onix will be good here, so we use our Onix to resist the flying type attacks. And it also says how if our starter is well trained and a good level, it'll be a decent fighter for this gym. After defeating Falconer getting our first gym badge, the guide tells us how we can pick up the Togepi egg, but if we don't have room for it in our party, not to worry because your team won't be hurt badly without Togepi. It then details Togepi and says how evolving it into Togetic might not be worth it because of the added weaknesses that come with the flying typing, but I think the stat buff from a Togepi to a Togetic is worth taking on the flying weaknesses. Next, the guide wants us to take on the Bellsprout Tower, so I catch a Hoot, collect some items, and go on in. I always thought that this moving center column in the tower was a bit trippy, but the guide doesn't mention much about the tower outside of the Flash HM we can get for beating the Elder. On the next page, the guide briefly mentions the ruins of Alph and how it's optional and lists it in the optional areas in the back of the book, so we continue along to Route 32. There's a ton of trainers to fight here and a couple of new Pokemon like Mareep, which I end up catching and name Floof. The main reason why I got Mareep here was because the guide did say to make it a point to catch one, and if the guide says something like that, then I just have to do it. When we reach the Pokemon Center on Route 32, the guide mentions the 1 million Pokédollar Slowpoke tail we can get, or can't get because it's impossible to get that much money, and how we can go fishing by getting the Old-Rod from this guy. This trainer looks more like a bug catcher than a fisherman to me, and I don't know what he's doing with an Old-Rod, as our next task is to go through the Union Cave. The guide shows which Pokemon we can catch in the Union Cave, like Ekans, which it mistakenly says is only weak to Psychic, although it's also weak to Ground, and it's also listed as being 6 foot 7 inches tall. I never knew Ekans was that tall, or that long, I guess. But the cave connects us up to Route 33. There really isn't much for us to do here and it leads us to Azalea Town. Here we meet Kurt, who much like your mother has a fixation on balls, then rushes to the Slowpoke well to stop Team Rocket from cutting off Slowpoke tails and selling them off for profit. Here we can also catch Slowpokes, which the guide outlines and mistakenly says how Slowbro evolves into Slowking when traded with a King's Rock, which isn't really true as it's really a split evolution and Slowbro doesn't evolve. It details a bit about each Team Rocket grunt here and which Pokemon they have. Once we defeat them, they all run off, allowing us to take on the second gym against Bugsy and his Bug-type Pokemon. The guide then makes another mistake referring to Bugsy as her and how we should use Flying-type attacks so our Hoot works well against him as we defeat him in 2 shakes of a Lamb's Tail for the Hive Badge. While exiting the town, we meet our rival who has a level 12 Ghastly and a stolen starter Pokemon at the second evolution, level 16. Once defeating him, we go to the Elex Forest and go far-fetched hunting to get the Cut HM, and learn that we can catch an Oddish here but only at night. It's another Grass-type Pokemon, which the guide hates by the way, saying how your only danger when using Oddish is the nasty type weaknesses to just about everything under the sun that comes with the Grass typing. We also get the Headbutt HM we can use to bong trees, then exit to Route 34 just before Goldenrod City. Here the guide outlines the daycare center and how it's worth it, so I deposit Mareep here to get a few levels up, and then proceed north and into Goldenrod City. On the map, it looks like it was a Wendy's here, but nope, that's just Whitney's gym, which is equally as terrifying. Our egg then hatches here into Togepi, and I put it right in the daycare with Mareep to get some more levels, although I never end up getting the Togepi back out of the daycare center. Then we go to the bike shop for a bike, see Bill's mom, and check out the underground where Totodile evolves into Croconaw. Next, it details the department store and says how once you're rolling in the cash, we should spend it on the medicine items to improve our Pokemon stats. On the 5th floor, chose a trade we can do to trade a Drowsy for a Machop, so I went back and caught a Drowsy and traded it for this Machop. The next page then shows Whitney's gym, which Machop will be ideal for. Whitney is armed entirely with normal Pokemon. A Clefairy and a Miltank aren't going to put up much of a fight as long as you have a decently leveled up team. If you need them, this is a good place to use one of the attack or defense enhancing items. These items are useful if you know you'll be facing a string of enemies that will be damaged heavily by the use of a single item, and in this case, you do. Whitney isn't exactly the most mature trainer. After you beat her, she'll refuse to give you the badge, talk to a nearby friend, then talk to Whitney again, and she'll give you your rewards. I was a bit surprised to see the guide say how she shouldn't put up much of a fight when Whitney is one of the most infamous trainers in any Pokemon game, but we did have a female Machop which couldn't be attracted by her Pokemon, which did make it pretty easy as it's also a fighting type Pokemon to a normal type Pokemon, super effective. Following the gym, we get the Squirt Bottle, visit the Radio Tower, and then the Game Corner. The guide shows Dratini in the Game Corner, one of the prize Pokemon here, and it becomes amazingly strong when it evolves, so I spend some time at the slot machines grinding up to 2100 coins to pick one up. That's about all we need to do in Goldenrod City for now, so we head up north, get this Spearow named Kenya from the guard, and on Route 35 it says to search in the grass for a while. You never know what you'll run into. I don't really know what this was alluding to since it tells me what Pokemon I can find here anyway, and I didn't find anything special when I was in the grass. What we can do that is special though is go to the national park and do the bug catching contest since it's Tuesday. Well, it's not Tuesday when I'm writing this part of the video, and it's not Tuesday when this video goes up, but it was when I was playing this part of the game, and it might be Tuesday when you're watching for all I know. I don't know. Here we do some bug catching in the contest, and the guide lists out what types are good against bugs, like fighting types, but I got poisoned while doing the bug catching contest and only caught this stupid little Caterpie and lost the contest. As we sulk in our defeat, we read about Sunkern, another new Pokemon we can get here in Gold and Silver, which learns a powerful Drain attack at level 46 if you don't evolve it. Good luck keeping a Sunkern unevolved for that long. I'm just gonna go to Route 36 and pour water on the strange looking tree. It's a bizarre rock tree that I of course catch and name Tree, and continue due north to Ecruteak City. Here we learn about the brand new evolutions, Espeon and Umbreon, the coolest two evolutions by the way, and head into the dojo to fight the Kimono girls with all of their evolutions. It outlines all the trainers here and says they're Kimono girls except for Mickey, who doesn't have the Kimono girl tag next to her name in the guide for some reason, who must be an imposter or something. For doing this we get the Surf HM as a reward, but the guide doesn't say how we can go back to Bill's house now in Goldenrod City to get our own Eevee, so we just don't get to use a cool evolution for ourselves in this playthrough. It would have been nice for Morty's ghost type gym, and the guide recommends the move Bite, which Croconaw has and is perfect for. It also says how pure ghost types oppose you in here, but none of Morty's Pokemon are pure ghost type, and the only pure ghost type that exists in the game right now is Misdreavus, which is a brand new Generation 2 Pokemon that Morty just doesn't have on his team. We just hammer away at Morty with our bites and collect our 4th gym badge. Following the gym, we enter the Burn Tower and have a very quick rival fight. Our Mareep evolves into Flaffy, and we head west to Route 38, which has the best route theme in all of Pokemon, and see some more new Pokemon like Miltank, yet another normal type Pokemon. This one learns a host of useful moves, including Recover and Rollout, if you like cows. It also shows Farfetch, which is extremely average at best, leading us into Olivine City where our Hoothoot evolves to Noctowl. In Olivine City, we do some fishing and fighting, my two favorite things, by getting a better fishing rod and the Strength HM. Next, we can head up to the lighthouse, and the guide suggests electric-type Pokemon for this lighthouse, so we use our Flaffy here, which works really well. Although the best move we have for it right now is just Thunder Punch, which is special, but Thunderbolt, along with Flamethrower and Ice Beam, just don't exist as TMs in this game, which I always found to be pretty strange. When we reach the top, we see Jasmine and Ampharos, and are told to surf over to Mahogany Town to get medicine for the sick Ampharos. Inside, we stop by the pharmacy for the secret potion, and then meet a photographer that requires us to use the Game Boy printer accessory. I never had one of these when I played through Gold and Silver as a kid, and there's quite a few trainers in this game who ask you to use it, and I always wondered what this was about. And I even remember trying to hook up my Game Boy to an actual printer, which of course didn't work. And then the next 4 pages of my guide were just ripped out, so I had to find what they were online, and of course some of the missing pages include the next 2 gym battles. While we're still in Cianwood Town, we can fight Chuck for the 5th gym badge against his fighting type Pokemon, but we get completely stomped by the gym trainer, so I level up a bit and try again. I know the level cap is an issue around this point of the game in Gold and Silver, and mentioning it is like beating a dead horse, but I feel like if I didn't mention it, somebody else would have mentioned it in the comments down below. And to be honest, I don't really think the level gap situation is nearly as bad as people say. People act like it makes Gold and Silver an unplayable game, when in reality it's just a minor annoyance at the middle half of the game. While leveling up our team, we have a few more evolutions, and finally fight Chuck again and defeat him, who only has 2 Pokemon by the way, and get the Fly HM. Now we can fly back to Olivine City to deliver the medicine to the sick Ampharos and fight Jasmine. For Jasmine, the guide suggests fighting in ground types of course, as well as Geodude. That's the 2nd or 3rd time the guide suggested Geodude, but never told me where to catch it or never even outlined it in the guide. It also suggests status attacks, although we can't poison her steel type Pokemon and we can't paralyze her Steelix, so those really aren't that great either. Either way, Machoke and Feraligatr are great for this gym, giving us our 6th gym badge. For Route 42, it says that we can catch a Goldeen here, but that's better suited for the Fishbowl, so I skip it and enter Mahogany Town. When we enter the town, we learn about the Rage Candy Bar. According to the sign near this town's entrance, this is the home of the ninja, apparently celebrating their stealth with a poster announcing their presence. The guide again suggests we explore the grass because we never know what might show up, and of course nothing crazy shows up again, so we go up north to the Lake of Rage and fight the red Gyarados, which the guide also makes no mention of being red or this Gyarados being shiny at all. It didn't make a big deal about the red Gyarados whatsoever, so I just knock it out, then meet Lance, who tells us to meet him in the sketchy Pokemart in town, which is really a Team Rocket hideout. Here we have to clear out a bunch of Team Rocket grunts, and the guide made no mention of how we can turn off the cameras that trigger a lot of grunts to see you and battle you if you just interact with this computer, so we had to fight a ton of grunts without turning that off, leading us all the way to the Rocket Executive, which we also defeat pretty easily. With Team Rocket out of the way, for now at least, we can focus on taking on Pryce's Ice-type gym. The guide doesn't say much about the fight other than how we shouldn't have any problems with it, and how Magneton can handle this team pretty easily. But it also makes no mention of where we could have got a Magneton or Magnemite either. Maybe Magnemite was one of the Pokemon it wanted us to randomly find in the grass when it told us that we never know what we might find, but how was I supposed to know that? When we leave the gym, we get a call saying we have to stop Team Rocket in Goldenrod City, so we rush over there and fight more grunts. We eventually find the imposter, who was pretty sus and I saw him vent, which the guide again suggests we use a Geodude for, but at this point in the game, Geodude should evolve into at least a Graveler, so I don't really understand. I do remember when we did the last Gold and Silver Nintendo Nintendo video, I did use a Geodude and a Graveler, which was amazing for this game, but I don't understand why the guide keeps saying how Geodude is good in the actual fights, but made no mention previously to catch one or even where to find one. It did go out of its way to tell us to catch a Mareep, which I still am using on the team as of right now, but then again, it didn't tell us to use Mareep in any specific battle, so I don't really understand. We do have another rival fight here as well though. We clear out the Team Rocket executives and save the Radio Tower president who is being held hostage. Now we can go back to Mahogany Town, head east into Route 44. Here it says how if you like straight grass, Tangela is one of the better ones of this type, and it shows Lickitung saying, "Trying hard for the weirdness crown, Lickitung is a straight normal type that learns all normal techniques. Its stats are very unremarkable other than good HP, but hey, if you like different, Lickitung is that," which reminds me I should probably call her. This leads us to the ice path, and the guide outlines how to get through each puzzle and which items to pick up. There's no trainers here to fight, but it still takes me a little while to get through, leading us into Blackthorn City. Here we have the move deleter and an awful trade that we can get a Rhyhorn if we trade our Dratini, then Claire's gym. For the gym battle, it says, "Coming at you with a full pack of Dragonair, Claire is pretty tough, but if you come in with a roster of tougher Pokemon, you should be fine. After you defeat her, she'll tell you that you still need to prepare to face the Pokemon League, and that you should go to the Dragon's Den behind the gym to retrieve a Dragon Fang for her. She won't give you the badge until you do, so you don't have much of a choice." The only thing it really told us for this fight was that Claire was tough and we should just be tougher, which is sound advice, and it works for our 8th gym badge, which we then go to the Dragon Den to pick up, and with all 8 Johto badges in our badge case, we make our way towards the Victory Road to fight the Elite Four. The guide details how to get to the Victory Road and all the routes leading up to it, leading to a rival fight that the guide just says he isn't going to be strong enough for us to defeat us, and he shouldn't be too much of a problem. I'm a little surprised at how many battles this guide just completely dismisses, but for now at least we can head into the Pokemon League. We stock up on items so we can't heal at a Pokemon Center in between each fight, and our first battle is against Will. Psychic is represented here on every Pokemon, so any dark attacks you bring along will inflict heavy damage. However, given the rarity of dark attacks, you might not have that option, so you can always go for the alternative types. Xatu will fall easily to Electric, Executor to Fire, Slowbro to Electric, and Jinx to Fire. Second up is Koga, and the guide says, "The comical amount of poison here means any Psychic you've brought will inflict serious harm. If Fortress is giving you some trouble, burn it down with fire attacks." Third up is Bruno. This one can be trickier than you think, thanks to a few odd attacks on some of Bruno's Pokemon, but a single Ghost will be immune to the bulk of its attacks, and you can bring along some water to deal with Onix as well as a flyer to back up against the fighters. Then just for the champion we have Karen. The most difficult of the 4, Karen uses a good mix of strong Pokemon, but you can still take them out nicely with a mix of types. Just don't use any Psychic types against Umbreon or Houndoom and you'll be okay. Fighting or bug attacks will inflict extra damage against Umbreon, Houndoom, and Murkrow. You can deal with Vileplume with Fire and Gengar with Ground or Psychic. Again, some of those types don't exactly line up how the guide says they will, as Houndoom and Murkrow are just neutral to bug. And all that leaves now is the champion Lance, which our Ampharos matches up pretty well against since he has a Gyarados and an Aerodactyl. Then we also have a Dragonair of our own that hits his dragons as well. Overall, it was a pretty simple fight since our team matched up so well against Lance. But we aren't done yet since we still have to go through the Kanto region and fight the Ultimate Trainer Red at the very end. where the credits will roll for a second and final time. The section on Kanto and Red is very short, only spanning about 8 pages, while the main Johto section was about 120 pages. When we reach Kanto, or the land of Red and Blue, we arrive in Vermilion City and have to fight Lieutenant Surge and his Electric-type Pokemon. The guide recommends we use ground types here, but we don't have any on the team, and there aren't any wild Pokemon in the surrounding area that are ground type, and even if there were, they're all really low level. So we just hammer away with what we have for our first Kanto gym badge. Next in Kanto is Sabrina, which the guide says nearly nothing for, and then after defeating her we make our way to Cerulean City to fight Misty. First we need to go to the power plant, but we learn that Team Rocket sold an important machine part at the power plant, so we have to go find it and return it. It turns out that it was in the water in the Cerulean City gym, and I don't know how anybody would figure that out without having a strategy guide of their own to find it. Looking back, I have no idea how I figured this out as a kid. And then after returning to the power plant, we head north to interrupt Misty's date so we can then fight her in the gym for the Cascade badge. It again says nothing for the fight against Misty either, so we go all the way over to Celadon City to fight Erica, which the guide says nothing for, again also says nothing for Celadon City as a whole even. So once we defeat her, we head over to Fuchsia City and fight Janine. This time the guide actually suggested something for the fight in ground or steel type moves, giving us another Kanto badge already. This version of Kanto is very short and can be beaten in only about 2 hours or so, even without rushing. Now we can go over to Lavender Town and visit the new radio tower to then tune our radio so we can then go to the Pokeflute station to wake up the Snorlax near Vermilion City, allowing us to get through it and into Pewter City to fight Brock. The guide has nothing on Brock again, but Feraligatr makes it pretty easy, and then we go to the Seafoam Islands and find Blue, who returns to his gym in Viridian City, then fight Blaine in the nearby Seafoam Islands for the 7th Kanto gym badge. Once defeating him, we head over to Viridian City and fight Blue, and yeah, the guide said pretty much nothing for Blaine or Blue, just leaving the Silver Cave and Red in our way to beat this game for real. When we reach the top of Mount Silver, we meet Red, and the guide says how the first reward for defeating him is satisfaction. It also says, notice any resemblance between Red's Pokemon choices and those of a certain popular cartoon character. Thought so. Which isn't exactly true since Ash's team isn't that similar to Red's team in Gold and Silver, and of course we're facing Red and not Ash at this point in the game. I know it's a common misconception that Ash and Red are the same person, but they're not. When we defeat Red, the credits roll again, meaning we beat Pokemon Gold and Silver how Nintendo intended again. This guide overall was fine, but felt a bit short and had less information than the other Gold and Silver guides we looked at previously. It had a few small mistakes and brushed over a lot of things and felt rather quick, but it was still fun to look at. And since I couldn't find my copy of Pokemon Sapphire, we'll just be playing Pokemon Ruby for this video, and using only this guide to beat Pokemon Ruby the intended way. The first thing I notice in the walkthrough part of the guide is that it's pretty bare bones. It does tell us to take the potion out of the PC and to get our starter Pokemon, but it doesn't tell us reasons to pick each individual starter and just says to choose carefully. I picked Trico because I figured it's a grass-type Pokemon, and earlier on the guide said Hone had a lot of water, and water is weak to grass, so it just made sense. Or should I say, grass mops the floor with water, to say it how the guide put it. I named Trico Subscribe because, well, if you aren't already subscribed, you probably should. And if that subtle 10-second or less subscribe plug upset you in a free video that takes over a week to make, you can just go cry about it. Our next step is Oldale Town, a bustling spot despite its size. There's literally 3 people here and 4 buildings. We do at least get a free potion here and have a quick rival battle up north that just tells us what Pokemon our rival will have. On Route 102, we see berries for the first time and are told to replant them after we take some, so we do. And in case you're wondering, yes, there is a full berry page on the back of the guide that even details where to find each berry, as well as other information like a Pokedex, where to find each item, and what each move does. Petalburg City is the first place you'll encounter a Pokemon gym, and coincidentally, it's your dad's gym. Stock up on supplies at the Pokemon Mart and visit Norman, your dad, inside of the Petalburg City gym. One day, you'll have to battle your powerful dad, but that's a long time off. Oh, and if you didn't know, your dad, Norman, is the gym leader here. The first thing the guide tells us to do here is talk to this person in the Pokemon Center to make our Pokemon trainer profiles and upgrade our trainer card later on. We then have a visit with Dad, Norman, and help Wally catch his very first Pokemon. That's all we can do in Petalburg City for now, but there's a lot to do when we come back here later on, like fight the gym. On Route 104, we catch a Tailo I named Twitter, and you should follow me on Twitter by the way, link in the description, and head into the Petalburg Woods. The guide doesn't detail any trainer items at all or even wild Pokemon, so I've only been catching Pokemon if the guide says I can catch a Pokemon or if a certain type is recommended for a battle and we don't have it. As we make it through the woods, we see the flower shop and our first double battles, and I just wanted to note how playing these games super casually is a lot of fun. Since I stream a lot of Nuzlocke on Twitch, I tend to focus on playing super well and not wanting to lose any of my Pokemon, or make any mistakes, making sure my Pokemon have good natures and stuff like that, and not having to worry about anything like that is pretty nice for once. When we arrive in Rustboro City, we get the Cut HM and then go back to catch a Slakoth to trade for this Makuhita, since the guide suggested fighting type Pokemon for our dad's gym, which we'll need later on. For Roxanne's gym, it says that she uses rock and ground and rock type Pokemon, which is worded kinda strangely, but it just means that the Pokemon she uses are either rock and ground type or just rock type. We have grass type moves on Trico like the guide recommends, and after laying waste to her team with Trico, it evolves into Grovyle. When we exit the gym, a thief is on the loose and we have to chase them down and defeat them to return the stolen goods to the Devon Corporation and get the Pokénav as a reward from Mr. Stone. He then tasks us with taking a letter to his son Steven in Dewford City, which also happens to be the location of the second gym, and we can get there by taking Mr. Briney's boat across 105, which also passes through the Island Cave. Not sure why the guide details the Island Cave now, since that's where you get Regice way later on in the game. Now that we're in Dewford, we can get the Old Rod and fight the gym before heading into the Granite Cave. We have Tailo, and the guide suggests flying types. On top of that, it also suggests the move Wing Attack, with Tailo just learned recently, so we end up defeating Brawly without taking any damage at all. Then we meet Steven in the Granite Cave, catch an Aeron, and set sail again on routes 107 and 108 into Slateport City. There's a ton to do in Slateport City, like check out the Soda Pop shop and see Mr. C. Identity theft is not a joke, Beach Boy. Then we deliver something to the captain and check out the museum that's infested with actual criminals and no one seems to care but us. We can return to Slateport City later on, but for now we go to Route 110 and make a quick stop at the Trick House. We technically don't need to do this, but we get some levels around here by battling the trainers and a rare candy as the reward. This leads us to a rival fight, and all the guide says is that our Pokemon should be a similar level to our rivals, and I guess they were since we won the fight. I also caught a Gulpin. The guide didn't tell us to catch Gulpin here. I actually don't even end up really using Gulpin in this video. And this is not supposed to be some sort of weird joke. Swalot is just my favorite Pokemon if you couldn't tell. People think I'm joking when I say that sometimes, but it's literally in my avatar now. After that, we arrive in the buzzing hub of Mauville City in the center of Hoenn. Here we get a Rock Smash HM and the bike that we can use to cycle back to Slateport City, and get the Harbor Mail in order to trade it for a coin case back in Mauville City so we can go visit the game corner. I also want to show this funny glitch with a trainer near Mauville City that just walks right through this ledge. The guy didn't tell us to do it, I just couldn't resist whenever I get to Mauville City because I always think it's so funny. Then we fight Wally in front of Watson's gym to show him that he isn't ready to take on the gym leader yet. Kind of brutal, but the guide said it and they weren't lying. Wally really isn't ready. For Watson's Electric-type gym, the guide recommends Ground-type Pokemon, but it doesn't say where we can get a Ground-type, and I don't even know how many Ground-types we have access to at this moment in the game. The closest thing we have to it is a Mudslap on Aeron, which is rather weak, although there's a picture in the guide of an Aeron also going for Mudslap here. And I lost the gym on the first attempt, and we ended up actually losing to Watson more than one time. We are a little bit under-leveled, so I just level up a little bit and keep trying, so we can do massive damage and get the Dynamo Badge. The next couple of pages show Route 117 in Verdant Turf, where we meet Wally's family, and can see if our Pokemon like us, then get the Attract TM, which will actually be important later on. Next, we can head on over to Route 111 and take a quick TV interview with these TV reporters. I always liked this feature of the game since it made you feel more immersed in the world, and even though these interviews were all just you saying one word, they were pretty nice. We can also get the Secret Power TM, see this berry girl, my kind of girl, and go into the Fiery Path. This takes us to Route 113 where we have a Ninja Boy ambush and Mackett evolves into Makuhita. There's also this glass shop where they make items out of glass and constantly huff and puff here. I really wonder what type of glass instruments they're making here and what they're using them for. But then in Fall Arbor Town, which is right next to this house, it specifically says how the citizens grow some hardy plants. I'm not sure what Nintendo is trying to imply here, but I'm sure Fall Arbor is a big tourist attraction for these plants. Also in Fall Arbor Town, we meet Lynette, who runs the PC storage system, and on Route 114, we get Dig from the Fossil Maniac's house, and Roar from this guy with his Poochyena. There's even another berry enthusiast here that gives us one different berry per day. Now we can check out the Meteor Falls, where Team Magma and Team Aqua are fighting, and Professor Cosmo is just there watching. There isn't really much we can do here at the moment, so we circle back to Route 115 and back towards Mauville City to go all the way up to Mount Chimney and see Team Magma again. Team Magma and Team Aqua are gathering their forces atop Mount Chimney, each trying to thwart each other's goals. After one of the team makes off with the meteorite from Meteor Falls, the cable car on Route 112 will open up for service again. ride the cable car to Mount Chimney's summit to stop the thieving team from using the meteorite. Here we have a battle for the meteorite against Maxie, and I heard that in older versions of this guide, they accidentally said that both Archie and Maxie have a Camerupt on their team, but Archie has a Sharpedo instead. My version doesn't have that issue, but Bulbapedia documents it as a mistake for this guide. This takes us to the township of Laveridge, where we can relax, get a Pokemon egg, and prepare to fight Flannery in her Fire-type Pokemon gym. The guide recommends water types and the move Water Gun and Bubble Beam specifically, which we don't have either of. So I checked the back of the guide to see what water types and water moves we have access to, and noticed that we ran into Meryl's prior on Route 117, so I go back there to catch one. I tried asking Twitter for a nickname for this Meryl, but none of them were great. But if you notice in Meryl's Dex entry, it says how there's oil in its tail, and somebody responded with this really funny meme that I thought was hilarious. We grind Meryl up to match Flannery's gym, where it evolves into a Zoomerl, then use Bubble Beam against her team. We have to watch out for Torkoal's super powerful fire move Overheat, although she never goes for it, so that's just 4 badges down for us. Next we can travel back to Petalburg City to fight our dad Norman and his normal type team. The guide suggested fighting type Pokemon when we saw it the first time when we were in Petalburg City earlier, which is why we have this Hariyama on the team in the first place. It then suggests moves like Sleep Powder, Sing, and Attract, which I guess kind of work against Truants, so we teach Attract to Swallow to use on his final Slacking. It didn't say anything about what gender his Pokemon were, so I wasn't sure which Pokemon to give Attract to, but then I noticed that in the picture there was a male Slacking that the guide writer was fighting against, so I just assumed all of his Pokemon were male. This Attract strategy does at least work on his final Slacking, allowing us to get badge number 5, and then the Surf HM so we can progress to the second half of the game. Having Surf opens up routes 118 and 119 where we can go fishing like a pro. When the fisherman standing on Route 118's eastern shore asks you if you think the good rod is good, answer yes. We have a fateful encounter with Steven, see some sus trees, and trek up north to the Weather Institute. Here we have to defeat Team Magma in the name of science to free the scientists that are being held captive, and get a cast form as a reward. The Pokemon cast form holds Mystic Water, so you get both items when the professor gives you the cast form. Mystic Water improves one Pokemon's water type moves. I just thought that was a weird way to word it. After the Weather Institute, we fight our rival, although it shows the rival before the Weather Institute in the guide. It again doesn't really say too much about this fight, aside show us what level our rival's Pokemon are. And after the battle, we arrive in Fortree City. Here we can use our Hidden Power by getting the Hidden Power TM, and get the Devon Scope on Route 120 so we can reveal the hidden Kecleons and enter the gym. The Fortree City Pokemon Gym is a haven for flying-type Pokemon and their trainers. You'll need to negotiate a maze of revolving doors to reach the gym's 4 trainers and eventually face Winona. Each trainer uses flying-type Pokemon, some of which are dual types, bringing at least one strong Ice, Electric, or Rock-type Pokemon with corresponding move types to face Winona. Moves like Thunder, Electric type, and Rollout, Rock type, are extremely powerful against Winona's Pokemon. Aron evolved into Lairon here, and we taught it Rock Tomb to help out for the specific gym, and our egg hatched into a Wynaut as well that I just don't end up using. Now we can see the rest of Route 120, including this rare berry girl who gives us a rare berry, the Scorched Slab where we can make it a sunny day with Team 11, and pass by Registeel's Cavern. Route 120 leads us to Route 121 where we see the meddling teams. They rush off for Mount Pyre. They're certainly not heading there to pay their respects. Before that, we go to the Safari Zone that's detailed on the following page, and catch a Pikachu there. I also wanted to note that since the guide came out early in Gen 3's lifespan, a lot of the Gen 1 and 2 Pokemon's artwork, like this Pikachu, have their older Gen 1 or 2 artwork featured since a lot of their arts weren't updated yet at the time that this guide released. After clearing out Mount Pyre and seeing the Red and Blue ores, we make it to Route 123. An optional route full of berries, including the Berry Master's house, which has its own berry patch for you to plant berries in. Truly a berry lover's paradise. There's not much else around here aside from Lily Cove City, one of the largest cities in the Hoenn region. Here we learn that Pokemon trainers have fans too, can shout till we drop, and battle our rival again. For some reason the guide says we should have at least one electric type for this battle. Although electric isn't that good against our rival, depending on which starter you picked especially, as if you started with Torchic, your rival will have 2 ground type Pokemon and only 1 electric weak Pokemon. At least we have Pikachu so we can use in the fight because the guide said to use electric types. After a quick stop in Slateport City, we can go back to Lily Cove City and enter the team's hideout. Here we follow the leader, get the Master Ball, and for some reason the guide has a picture of a level 50 Sableye battling a level 30 Electrode here. I have no idea what the people at Nintendo were doing to get a level 50 Sableye at this point in the game, when my highest level is only about level 35. Now we have a ton of water routes where we head beyond the reef and into Moss Deep City. Tourists and Moss Deep City natives gather along the island shores to watch Wailmer together. I thought I saw a Wailmer when I first got here, but it just turned out to be your mom. Moss Deep City is also home to some new Pokeballs in the Net Ball, which work best on Water-type Pokemon and Bug-type Pokemon. We learn that Super Rods are super, then take on the gym leaders, Tate and Liza. Mysterious psychic powers emanate from the Moss Deep City's Pokemon Gym. The Pokemon Gym trainers inside train with their psychic-type Pokemon. Traveling in the gym can be almost as challenging as defeating the mystical duo that awaits you at the end, gym leaders Tate and Liza. You'll travel along one-way paths to reach each gym trainer and the gym leaders. Levers change the red panel's directions. You must move each lever to reach the gym leaders. Tate and Liza are psychic twins. Their moves are always in sync, and they have many hyper potions during your battle with them. The explanation barely tells us anything about the gym outside of the recommended move types chart. It also doesn't suggest ghost type Pokemon, even though we were just at Mount Pyre, which had a ton of ghost Pokemon we could have captured. Luckily, Azumarill and Sceptile made this fight pretty easy for us, as they only have 2 rock type Pokemon. The next page shows Route 125 Shoal Cave, which is optional, but I check it out anyway. The main reason I did was because in the Icy Slip Inside section, it recommends that we encounter and catch a Snorunt, and the guide very rarely suggests we catch a Pokemon, let alone a specific Pokemon. After that, we have some more water routes and then the Seafloor Cavern. The Seafloor Cavern lies deep beneath Route 128 Dark Waters. Team Magma or Team Aqua is at the cave searching for an ancient legendary Pokemon. The Seafloor Cavern is a tricky maze of doorways that often lead back to the entrance. You'll need a Pokemon that can use Strength and Rock Smash to navigate the cave's obstacles. Here we learn that Team Magma stole the submarine. Never really thought about that, but just the idea of stealing a submarine is bizarre to me. The guide also said nothing about the fight against Maxie at the end here, which was strange. Then Groudon goes berserk and flies away. Then, where is Sootopolis? I remember having a hard time finding Sootopolis when I first played Ruby as a kid, but as an adult with a strategy guide, I can find it no problem now. Here we have some rare berry trees, a doll lover, I hardly know her, and a couple of other small things to check out once the town opens up more. For now, we need to go to the Cave of Origin to meet Wallace, who is also the gym leader of this town, learn the origin of Waterfall by getting the Waterfall HM, and catch Groudon, the cover legendary Pokemon. The guide says it's one of a kind, and we only have one chance to catch it, so this seems like a good time to use our Master Ball. I'm also assuming that since Groudon's on the cover, Nintendo intends for us to use it. Now we can fight Wallace's gym and his water-type foes with our grass-type Sceptile and electric-type Pikachu. This was pretty easy for us since our starter actually did something here. Don't get me wrong, I like Sceptile and all, but it's pretty bad throughout most of the game compared to Torchic or Mudkip, and this at least gives us our 8th and final gym badge in the Hoenn region. The next few pages show a lot about water routes like 129 and 130, and even Mirage Island. I was a bit surprised to see that here since the chances of us seeing it are so low, since if you don't know, Mirage Island only appears on very certain days of the year and it's hard to calculate exactly when that day is. I've actually never even seen it legitimately before, and I remember trying a lot when I was a kid playing Ruby version. Then we have Pacifilog Town, a few more water routes because it's the Hoenn region of course, and then strangely enough the Sealed Chamber. I didn't expect this to be featured here before the champion, but the guide says it's optional and takes a lot to do, so we just skip it in favor of going to Evergrande City. Here we have the Victory Road. To reach the Pokemon League, you must survive Victory Road, which is less of a road than a labyrinth blocked by rock debris. With lots of would-be Pokemon League champions and powerful wild Pokemon crowding the Victory Road, it's easy to lose your way. So close yet so far. The Elite Four will never seem so distant. We have to muscle through here, battle the last of the Winstraight family, then battle Wally right at the exit of Victory Road. It doesn't really say too much for Wally here or even showcase his team, but looking at the picture that the guide shows, it has them using a level 69 Sharpedo against Wally, so they were quite over-leveled, much like that Sableye we saw earlier. Now for the Pokemon League. Here we prepare by getting a ton of items, and the guide says to focus on stab moves for the 1.5 times bonus and make sure all of our Pokemon are at least level 45. There's some recommended types and Pokemon as well, and we ended up having 5 of the 6 recommended types on the team, as well as 3 specific Pokemon the guide suggests, after swapping out our Swellow for Snorunt in the PC. We level it up a bit and evolve into Glalie, giving us a valuable Ice-type Pokemon. I'm really trying this time around to focus as much as I can on doing exactly what the guide says. But I just didn't like the idea of swapping out half of our team at the very end of the game for Pokemon we haven't even used or caught yet. First in the Elite Four is Sydney. Sydney stocks his team with Dark-type Pokemon, so you'll want to strike with Fighting-type attacks. But if you bring Fighting-type Pokemon into battle, pull them out when Sydney's Shiftry and Absol enter the field. They'll obliterate your Fighting types with Extra Sentry and Aerial Ace attacks respectively. When his Grass and Dark-type Pokemon battle, use Bug Strikes to inflict extra damage to them. Such moves will get a dual damage multiplier. Don't use Psychic types. His team will use Dark-type moves to crush them. I noticed a lot of weird wording in the Elite Four section, almost as if somebody else wrote this section independently from whoever wrote the rest of the guide, since it said the word strikes a lot instead of just moves or attacks. For Phoebe, it says to focus on Dark-type moves or Ghost-type moves from non-Ghost-type Pokemon, so I use Glalie with Crunch since it's the best option we have right now. It also makes no mention of the move Curse, which can be really annoying to deal with in this battle, and says nothing about how Sableye has no weaknesses either. Glacia was really straightforward since we had Fighting-type Pokemon in Hariyama and Electric-type Pokemon in Pikachu just as the guide suggested for her Ice and Water-type Pokemon. Then for Drake, the salty member of the Elite Four as the guide put it, we use Ice-type moves from Glalie to down his dragons, especially Flygon. I don't know why the guide singled out Flygon, maybe because he has 2 of them, but I think his Altaria with Dragon Dance and his level 55 Salamence are a bit scarier. Now we have the champion, Steven. Steven's Steel-type Pokemon have few weak spots, and they're mostly covered by Dual-type protections. Use Fighting and Ground-type attacks to hammer Aggron with massive damage. Against the other 2 Steel types, use Fire-type attacks, use those plus Electric moves against Skarmory. I don't know what plus Electric moves means, but okay. Steven's other 3 Pokemon are Dual types too. Blitz them with Water and Fighting-type attacks depending on which Pokemon you're facing. Overall, you'll need to counter Steven's Pokemon one by one. As a team, they're nearly invulnerable. I liked how it said Hammer in the section for Steven, but found it weird that they made no mention of Metagross, his ace Pokemon. After blitzing his Steel types with a lot of help from Groudon, we defeat Steven, making us the champion of the Hoenn region, meaning we beat Pokemon Ruby how Nintendo intended, or the intended way. Overall, this guide was okay since it did tell us how to get through the game, but I was shocked by just how little it detailed enemy teams, didn't tell us very much at all about specific Pokemon to catch or what Pokemon were located on every route while we were going through each route, and didn't show many trainers' teams outside of the rivals and the gym leaders. So let's load up Pokemon Diamond and beat it how Nintendo intended. First, I name ourselves Boy, because on the very first page of the guide, it says the protagonists are boy and girl. Then I name our rival Nintend without the O because it didn't fit with it. And the very first thing the guide says to do is check out the posters in our room. I've never seen a guide tell us to read the posters, but they do give us basic information on the game, so for a newer player, it's definitely worth it. Then we go downstairs, talk to our mom who tells us about our rival, wonder what his dealio is, then go next door to meet our scatterbrained rival. Then step 3 just says, the route. The route. The route is on fire. Just get used to the random song puns every now and then since there's kind of a lot. Once in Lake Verity, we meet Rowan and his assistant Dawn, then steal one of their Pokemon to use as a starter against these Starlies that just attack us. The guide doesn't say much about the starters, so I just picked Turtwig since it was the one that I picked when I first played Diamond and Pearl, and I just think it's cute. Then we can go to Sand Gym Town, name our starter Subscribe, because, well, if you aren't subscribed already, you probably should be. Then, what's in the fridge? Midge, in the back of the Pokemon lab is a refrigerator. Inside are lots of sweets. Does Rowan have a sweet tooth? I hope he brushes daily. The guy then tells us to sign our trainer card and spend all of our money in the mart, so I do just that and buy at least one of everything. We now have to return to Twinleaf Town as the guide makes us flip back a few pages since instead of putting everything in chronological order, it sticks everything in the area you would have first seen it in, even if you have to return at a later point. Here it tells us to check out the PCs and the posters, again, because they're very important. Then our mom gets all up in our fashizzle, and yes, the guide actually said that, so let's just head right to Jubilife City. I'm getting a strong inkling that whoever wrote this guide was a teenager in the early 90s based off all these references and lingo. But before Jubilife, there is a page to outline the version differences, which is neat. Although, fun fact, these statues of Dialga and Palkia are actually just the same statue. They just look like Dialga or Palkia depending on how you look at it. Then a section on routes 219 to 221, which we can barely access. Route 202, where we have some trainer battles and catch a Shinx named Like, because again, if you haven't liked the video, you probably should. Then finally make it to Jubilife City. Here we can go to the school and get our map from Nintended. Then the guide says how we can register our most useful items, including the town map and fishing rods and potions as well. I had to double check to see if we can register potions in our bag, but it turns out you can't. You can only register key items. We can clown around in Jubilee for a bit and get a fishing rod as well as a few other items, then make our way to Oreburgh City, where we can get our first gym badge against Rorik. Before that though, it shows a page on in-game trades as well as Mindy's infamous Haunter trade. It doesn't tell us that it's holding an Everstone and won't evolve when you trade it, so let's see if it says anything about her Haunter when we reach Snowpoint City later on. Now we can rock through the Oreburgh Gate, which takes us to Oreburgh City. We have to find Rorik, and the Wi-Fi Club opens up here as well. The guide then says, forget about it, you gotta be connected. In order for you to truly enjoy the Nintendo Wi-Fi connection, you need a PC with a wireless router or the Nintendo Wi-Fi USB connector, sold separately. I used to have this connector, and yes, I found it just to show it in this video, so I was able to play Diamond and Pearl online back when this game came out, and believe it or not, not all routers back in 2007 had wireless capabilities. Nowadays they all do, and connecting to the internet is just easier than ever. I mean, there's a very good chance if you're watching this video right now, you are connected to the internet. At least that would be weird if you weren't. Next, we can Abra trade Dabra by trading him a chop for this Abra, catch a Zubat and Zubat her up by showing it to this guy for a heal ball, and also adding the Zubat to the team, I guess. Then visit the mines to see Rorik so we can return to his gym. The guide shows us what Pokemon he has, the types and levels, and then suggests which types to use. One of these types is Grass, and we have to start with a Turtwig, which is a Grass-type Pokemon, so this fight wasn't bad for us at all, allowing us to get our first gym badge in our adventure. Now we can flip back a couple of pages to the section on Jubilife City and also travel back over there in-game, punish Team Galactic with the help of Dawn. Then the guide shows us a few of the routes that we can access now, although some are optional and we can't even fully access them until later on, like parts of the Ravage Path that require Surf. Our next big stop is in Floroma Town, where we can do our berry best by harvesting and replanting some berries. Don't use it until you reproduce it. Sounds a lot like your mom. We can also trade some berries for some nice accessories. Then it says to go back to Twinleaf Town. I don't know why it says that, because it tells us about our rival who went to Eterna City, which is the next town over, and there's no reason for us to return to Twinleaf right now. I'm guessing this was a mistake and maybe they meant return to Floroma Town, but we just go to the Valley Windworks instead. Here we fight Galactic Commander Mars, who has a Zubat we can counter-attack with electric moves from our Shinx, then go after Purugly with fighting moves for the victory since we have Rock Smash now. After the battle, our Shinx evolves into Luxio, and we head up north to the Eterna Forest. Here we meet Cheryl, who can help us through the forest and encounter some mystery moss that evolves a mysterious Pokemon. I wonder what that Pokemon could be. Turtwig evolves in the forest, then trees a crowd. We learn about Honeytree encounters, which are very annoying in this game, before making it to Eterna City. Here we learn about the sleepy guy you can encounter between midnight and 4 AM in the condominiums who just speaks gibberish because he's so tired. He doesn't give you anything, I just never knew about this NPC. We meet Cynthia here too and get the Cut HM, then head right for the gym against Gardenia's grass-type Pokemon. We have Zubat, and the guide suggested flying types that worked out really well. Then we catch a Bidoof just to use Cut, naturally. Learn about these bike lots for a bike that we don't have yet. Then head into the nearby and totally not suspicious Team Galactic building to rescue the bike shop manager. Before that though, it says we can get the EXP All, but I think it really means the EXP Share, as the EXP All was in Red and Blue and not in any game after that, or at least until after Diamond and Pearl. And then we head into the building and fight Jupiter and her poison types. That girl is poison, never trust a big butt and a smile, so we bring an antidote and lay waste to her team to clear out Team Galactic for now, and stop them from stealing any more Pokemon. Now that we have a bike, we can cruise down the cycling road, evolve our Zubat into Golbat, and find the odd keystone on Route 208. After Route 208 is Hearthome City, which has a few facilities for us to check out. Then the guide says, if we don't know where these facilities are, ask a man for help, he'll show you around. It doesn't say which man, but there is this other man who gives us an egg. We also learn about Poffins, then get the goods from Mr. Goods. He sometimes gives you rare items, which isn't sketchy at all, so after seeing our mom in the contest hall and battling our rival again, the guide doesn't really say much about the rival fights by the way. We can just go to Route 209 and the Lost Tower. Here we can get a good rod, find the imposter Pikachu, then use the odd keystone to bring out the hollow tower, although nothing else happens. The guide only has a quick section on the Lost Tower which we need to go through in order to get the Strength HM, finally leading us into Silesian Town. There isn't that much for us to do here aside from get some Pokechaps and check out the daycare, so instead we just head on to the next route, buy some milk near these Psyducks, and make it over to Veilstone City. The description for Veilstone says, first step, challenge the gym leader. Then, on the very next page, for step 1, it says to get a Pokechat from the department store. So which is really the first step? I'm kind of confused. We have some other small things to do here, like get the coin case before it finally shows us the section on Maylene's fighting type gym. As usual, it recommends types for the battle and doesn't say too much about the battle itself, so we use our Golbat since it's a flying type Pokemon for the fighting type gym. I've noticed lately I tend to use Golbat a lot in my playthroughs, but to be fair, the guy did literally tell us to catch a Zubat this time, so I guess it's fair. After defeating Maylene, we help Dawn against Team Galactic, get the Fly HM, shop till we drop in the department store. Then before leaving, we have a whole section on slot machines. The funny part about this is I'm leaving for Las Vegas soon, and I'm pretty sure the day this video goes out, I will literally be in Las Vegas, but I would much rather gamble in this video game than use real money anyway. Then for the next few routes, we see some Pokemon like Girafarig, which still has its old Gen 2 art in the guidebook, since at the time that this guide came out in the early Generation 4, they didn't update all the Generation 2's Pokemon art styles to the modern style yet. Although I say modern style, but most of these designs have been around since like 2004. There's a few small sections before we reach Pastoria City, but then the guide calls me out by saying, "Our tubers, losers." We can ignore that for now and go right to Pastoria City, get Defog in the Great March as well as catch a Wooper named Twitch, follow me on Twitch by the way, link in the description, and get ready to fight Crasher Wake's gym. Wake employs water types, and the guide suggests electric types and grass types, perfect for us since we have Luxio and Grotle to defeat him in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. Before leaving Pastoria, I just wanted to show you this part which says stuck in a puddle, just wiggle it. If you get stuck in the mud in the Great Marsh, just hit the D-pad a few times and jimmy yourself out of this annoying mess. The page after that then shows daily events, which is pretty cool. And now we can either go back to Fantina's gym or go into Celestic Town, so I just go to Celestic Town first, see Cynthia's grandma and Cyrus. Then Hearthome is where the badge is, so we go over there to fight Fantina, but Golbat evolves into Crobat first, which I didn't know it could do before the National Dex, but that's pretty nice. We can do Fantina huge damage with dark moves, and good thing half of our team has Bite or some other good dark type move, so even though we're a little under-leveled, we still get through her ghost type Pokemon pretty easily for our 4th gym badge, or was that 5th gym badge? That's actually our 5th gym badge. The Wooper we caught back in the Great Marsh had the EXP share this whole time, so it evolves into Quagsire shortly after the gym, and since we decided that the Sailor's life is for us, we can go into Conalave City. When we cross the bridge in the city, we're met by our rival Nintend, who fights us again. The guide also doesn't say much about the fight here besides outlining just his team. Then we learn the secrets of the library and go over to Iron Island. It is optional in the game, unlike it is in Platinum version, but we need some more EXP, so I figured we'd go there since the guide has a few pages on it too. We meet Riley here, Grotle evolves into Torterra. Then after clearing out Team Galactic here, Riley gives us an egg that I never bothered to hatch before returning to Conalave City to fight Byron in his gym. The guide suggests fire types, again, something it suggests a lot throughout this game, but if you know anything about Diamond and Pearl, aside from Chimchar, there's literally one other fire type Pokemon you can get before the 8th gym, which is Ponyta, so it's pretty difficult to have fire type moves, let alone fire type Pokemon. Instead of that, we just use ground type moves from Torterra, learn the hard way that Bronzor is immune to ground moves because of its levitate ability, but also use water moves from Quagsire to get through Byron for our 6th gym badge. After the Conalave City gym, we have Professor Rowan's story time where he tells us something about evolution. He then asks us to check out the 3 lakes in Sinnoh, and when we leave the library, we shake, rattle, and roll because of an earthquake that hits. This earthquake was caused by Team Galactic doing some explosions, so we have to hurry to Lake Valor before it's too late. Lake Valor has special significance in the water-abundant Sinnoh region because it is where the legendary Pokemon Azelf lives. Sinnoh isn't really that water-abundant, at least not compared to Hoenn, but we don't need to beat that dead horse anymore, so let's just go in there and fight Team Galactic. My team isn't even full of 6 Pokemon yet, but it's a pretty generic Sinnoh team so far by the way, with our starter Pokemon, Luxray, Crobat, Quagsire, and then this Bidoof just for HMs. It turns out we are too late, and this lake isn't really a lake anymore since there's just no water left from the explosions, so we fight Team Galactic Commander Saturn again. It again suggests fire type moves for Bronzor, but we still don't have any, so after we humiliate Saturn, we can verify at Verity to check on the professor's assistant. We arrive just in a nick of time to assist the assistant. Mars is a fierce combatant, with a mix of Pokemon that might not present a problem to a less prepared trainer, but not to one with Electric, Ice, Psychic, or Rock type moves to take out her Golbat, Fighting type moves for her Bronzor, and Fire type moves to put her Bronzor and her plans to rest. Yeah, it mentioned Bronzor twice there, but probably meant Purugly the second time because it just didn't mention Purugly. With Mars out of the way, we still haven't put the kibosh on Team Galactic's plans yet, so let's accelerate to Acuity. We can't really accelerate there though, since we have a long trip up north through the snow in order to get there. We get stuck in the snow and become a mountain climber along these routes. Then we don't break through to the other side when we see Team Galactic. Even though we're supposed to be saving the Sinnoh region and the world right now from Team Galactic, we still have to go to Snowpoint City first and get our 7th gym badge. In Snowpoint City, we have cool things like the house of an old man who teaches you trendy sayings to improve our vocabulary. It also shows the Haunter train in the map, but doesn't say anything about it in the actual walkthrough. But there isn't really much else to do here besides battle the gym leader, whose name just escapes me. Here the guide says, when you enter the Snowpoint City gym, you'll have to work your way around the gym, sliding down and crushing snowballs until you finally reach Candace at the top. 6 trainers will block your path to this cute but clever gym leader. When you finally approach her on the dais, you'll find the 3 Fs will serve you best: fire, flying, and fighting types. I don't fully understand the flying type suggestion since this is an ice type gym, but I guess flying does at least hit her Medicham, which is a fighting type Pokemon. I even caught a Medicham nearby to get a fighting type to have at least 2 of the 3 Fs, and it serves us pretty well in the gym against her ice type Pokemon. We also went to Crobat on her Medicham because it is a flying type, I guess, but she has Ice Punch, so flying types really weren't great against her. Now that we have the 7th gym badge, we can go back to Lake Acuity, tell the grunts to step aside, then start ribbing your rival. I don't know what that means, and I'm not even going to try to understand what that means. But basically our rival couldn't stop Jupiter at the lake, so she laughs at us then spoils her plans by saying she's going back to Veilstone City, so we have to backtrack all the way over there to stop Team Galactic. Even though the Galactic buildings are in Veilstone, we don't have to flip back for this part, which is pretty nice. Back in Veilstone, we learned the key to infiltration is a key, which is needed to open up the Galactic Veilstone building. Once we open it up, we need to find a new key, take a quick nap, then fight Cyrus again. Cyrus may look tough, but all of his Pokemon are vulnerable to Rock-type moves. We don't really have Rock-type moves at this point in the game, but we still get through Cyrus with the help of Luxray and Medicham. After Cyrus, we have another battle against Saturn, which again suggests Fire-type moves for the Bronzor if only it was that easy. Then the chase continues. We have to free the Lake Trio by heading up to Mount Coronet. Cyrus is up to no good. Now that he's gathered the power of the 3 legendary Pokemon, he's got plans on Mount Coronet. Don't let him get away. The funny thing about this part of Mount Coronet is it says we need 5 field moves including Rock Climb, but doesn't exactly list out the 5 field moves. It does show them on the previous page though. I was just confused when I first noticed it. Getting through this part of Mount Coronet was easy enough with a few grunt battles along the way, leading us to the time where we fight Mars and Jupiter in a double battle. We should be used to this pair and their Pokemon by now, so we take care of them pretty easily. After that, we fight Cyrus, and the guide says Cyrus may be angry, but that doesn't change the weaknesses of his Pokemon, even if they have leveled up. Which is true despite being a little underleveled for us, we still take care of him and free the Lake Trio, then fight Dialga. To capture this mighty Pokemon, you need to start out strong with fighting or ground type moves, causing 2 times damage and reducing its HP by a lot. Then, chip away at it with normal, water, electric, or flying type moves, which only do half damage. Grass type moves are also good for hurting Dialga without completely knocking it out so you can capture it. After that we can get the shiny, but not the shiny Pokemon, just the adamant orb behind it where Dialga was, then go back to the lakes to catch Uxie, Azelf, and Mesprit. The 3 legendary Pokemon have returned to the Great Lakes of Sinnoh. Now is your time to track them down and hopefully catch them all. We also just added Dialga to the team over Medicham because Dialga's just cooler. First up is Uxie at Lake Acuity. The guide says to hit it with Bug, Ghost, or Dark type moves first to get big damage off, then weaker moves and throw Pokeballs at it once it's weakened. It pretty much says the same thing for the other 2 of the Lake Trio as well, although Uxie was really stubborn. It gets to really low HP, I put it to sleep with Yawns from Quagsire, and threw so many Ultra Balls and even regular Pokeballs once I ran out of Ultra Balls, but we ran out of those as well. I just ended up using the Master Ball to catch it instead, since it's all we have left and the guide did tell us to catch it, so I guess it's fine. Next we have Azelf at Lake Valor, but this time the guide warns us about Nasty Plot, which can boost Azelf's special attack by 2 stages, enough to a point where it might knock out our Pokemon. I also wanted to note for how the Lake Trio, the guide shows their full movesets and ability, but doesn't do that for any other important battle in the game. Some guides detail the full moveset for each important trainers like gym leaders or rivals, while I've seen other guides that just show the full team for every single trainer in the game. Azelf was much more willing to join the team and only took 2 Ultra Balls, which was nice. Last up is Mesprit in Lake Verity, but there's a catch. Mesprit is a roaming Pokemon, so we need a special Pokétch app to track it down. After trying to track it down for a while, it just flees and makes me regret using my Master Ball. The guide does suggest using moves like Mean Look or Block to trap Mesprit, so instead I just add Azelf to the team and venture off to Route 222. Route 222 is a straight shot, but goes from shore to Shining Shore, leading us to Sunyshore City. The guide calls it a port town, even though there's no boats here or even a port that I can see, unless you count this small beach area. As soon as we walk in there, we're met by Flint, a member of the Elite Four, who is also friends with Volkner, the gym leader of Sunyshore City. It also turns out that the blackout that prevented us from coming here earlier on in the game was caused by an abuse of power in the gym using too much electricity and causing a blackout. There's a few ribbons we can get here as well. Then we can go to the Vista Lighthouse to see a sad Volkner and encourage him to return to the gym so we can fight him and get our 8th and final gym badge. Volkner has an electric type team, sort of, so the guide suggests ground type moves. We have Torterra and Quagsire, which are great here, then Luxray for his Octillery. We don't really have a fighting type move anymore to hit Ambipom since I got rid of Medicham, so we just use Dialga instead, and with our 8th gym badge in hand, we can go to the shore and meet Jasmine, who tells us don't go chasing HM07 waterfalls, then gives us the HM07-4 waterfall, allowing us to finally access the Victory Road. The guide has a full map for Victory Road, making it easier to find our way through, then take some time to talk about surprises and secrets of Pokemon. First, we have Pokemon of a different color, which are just shiny Pokemon. It doesn't call them shiny Pokemon since they didn't really have an official name back in 2007. Then it talks about Pokerus, which can help increase your Pokemon stats. I like that they threw this part in the middle of the walkthrough, since some players might have encountered a shiny Pokemon or Pokerus by now, and some guides just don't mention either of those things at all. Then finally, the Pokemon League. This is it. The last stretch, the final showdown. This is where great trainers are made. You've wanted this opportunity pretty badly, and now you must earn the right to call yourself the best by challenging the Elite Four and then the champion. We have one last rival fight before the Elite Four, and even though we are quite underleveled, we match up pretty nicely and exploit our rival's weaknesses to defeat him. Then we use the power of preparation to stock up on healing items for the Elite Four. First up is Aaron. Aaron will send out mostly Bug-type Pokemon, with one Poison and Dark-type in the mix. Hit the Bug types Dustox, Heracross, Vespiquen, and Beautifly with Fire and Flying-type moves. Drapion, as a different type, will have a different weakness, so hit it with Ground-type moves to finish it off. For ensured victory, it's best to use your Pokemon that know moves like Flamethrower, Drill Peck, and Earthquake. We of course still don't have any Fire-type moves, but we have Crobat with Flying-type moves, which is the next best thing. His Drapion was a little annoying though, since it was not a Bug-type Pokemon and isn't weak to Flying-type, but the guide did suggest Ground-type moves for it, which we do have. Second up is Bertha. Bertha has a strong collection of Pokemon, and the only weakness that her Quagsire and Whiscash have is Grass-type moves. Not only that, but these moves will deal 4 times damage. Pull out the Grass, Water, Fighting, and Ground-type moves for Sudowoodo and Golem, while trying Grass, Water, and Ice on Hippowdon. If you need power against Bertha, then learn moves like Solar Beam and Surf to finish off her Pokemon. We are still quite a bit underleveled and still rely a lot on potions, but Surf on her ground types and Grass moves on her Quagsire get us through. Next up is a familiar face in Flint. Though he's labeled as a fire type user, the group of Pokemon that Flint uses are actually quite diverse. Fortunately, all of them are vulnerable to ground type moves, which isn't true, so make frequent use of moves like Earthquake and Magnitude. Lopunny is also weak to fighting type moves, and against Drifloon, you have a choice of Electric, Ice, Rock, Ghost, or Dark type moves. I think it's funny how Flint only has 2 fire type Pokemon, being the only 2 fire types obtainable before the post game. He was a bit harder than the previous 2 members, but thanks to having like 30 revives, we still defeat him. Fourth up is Lucian, and the guide says all of Lucian's Pokemon are Psychic type, which makes them all strong opponents. But they have different weak points, so you'll have to show a variety in your attacks. Clear out Mr. Mime and Alakazam with Bug, Ghost, and Dark type moves. Then, keep the Ghost type moves and pull out Flying type moves as well to use on Medicham. You'll have to switch gears with Bronzong, who is really only vulnerable to Fire type moves. Finally, send Girafarig packing with Bug or Dark type moves. You too hit them all hard and fast, so use the most devastating moves possible when battling Lucian. We have Dark moves on a few of our Pokemon and even the Black Glasses to boost our Dark type attacks, so we give it to Luxray, which was very valuable in this matchup. That was still a tough fight because of our level disadvantage and where we're at, so it's no surprise that we can't battle Cynthia like this. We have to grind up the team a little bit more and make our way all the way back to Cynthia. Cynthia doesn't specialize in one type of Pokemon, and as such, there's no one surefire type that will take out her entire team. Her Spiritomb has no weaknesses in fact. You'll need to pull out your strongest, most powerful moves and try to deal as much damage as possible. Gastrodon will be especially weak to Grass type moves, while you should fight Lucaria with Fire, Ground, or Fighting type moves. Roserade and Garchomp are vulnerable to Ice type moves, and to bring down the mighty Milotic, use Grass or Electric type moves. Cynthia has a scary team, but we have the types to use against her, and rely heavily on Luxray again. Then it gets to a point where all she has is her Roserade, so we finish it off with our starter Pokemon Torterra with an Earthquake just as we started, to defeat Cynthia and beat Pokemon Diamond and Pearl how Nintendo intended. As the game loads up, we see Professor Juniper and have the typical intro for any other Pokemon game. I decide to pick the girl character since I don't think I've ever picked the girl character in all of the times that I played Black and White. I also just named my character Girl since according to the guide, that's her name apparently. This takes us into the actual game where we meet Sharon and Bianca in our room and get to pick our starter Pokemon. The guide doesn't really say too much about the starters outside of their types and abilities, but earlier on in the guide it does mention how you can build a team around each starter to cover their weaknesses and give some example Pokemon that you can use. it doesn't really give too much information about them still and doesn't really say which one is the best or which one is the worst, so I just picked Tepig. I like all of these starters a lot. I didn't really have much of a reason to choose Tepig, but after I pick it we have to battle Bianca and her Snivy, and the guide tells me that there's no difference in power between our Pokemon, so don't worry, just fight. Just fight is exactly what I end up doing to defeat her. Then we fight Charon and his Oshawott and go all out like the guide says. The next thing we have to do is get the X Transceiver, which I think is supposed to be called the Cross Transceiver since the guide specifically says Cross Transceiver in parentheses next to X Transceiver. The next objective tells us to watch TV when we head downstairs, and all it tells us is that Mold Breaker is a good ability. I'm not really sure why we had to do this or what the point was, but I do all of the other small things we have to do in Nuvema Town, and name Tepig subscribe. The guide also outlines return events in each area that we have to do later on in the game, like get some TMs from Professor Juniper depending on how many Pokemon we've seen in our Pokedex. It writes "seen" in all caps like that, which I thought was kind of funny, but it probably does that just because that's how it's written in the Pokedex in all caps. This then brings us to Route 1, where we take our first steps into the Pokemon world with our friends, get 5 Pokeballs, and then use those Pokeballs to catch as many Pokemon as possible since the guide told me to. I caught 2 Lillipups and 2 Patrats since 1 Pokeball missed, and end up giving them random names since I don't think I'll be using them too much. Having repeat Pokemon might seem a little weird too, but since this is supposed to emulate my first time ever playing Pokemon, it kind of does make sense, especially since when I first played the Red version as a kid, I did have 2 Starmies on my team for some reason. Next, we go to Akumulla Town and meet Team Plasma, and have a quick battle with the mysterious trainer known as N. The guide says, quote, "If you battle calmly, you should win this battle." I'm not really sure what that means or how we can battle calmly, but I end up winning anyway. It then wants us to go into this one house and talk to this pianist and a drummer, which apparently add those instruments to the soundtrack in the background of the game. I never knew about this, and it might be hard to hear in the background, but it does change the music a little bit. I noticed a few other instances like this later on in the guide too, where it tells me things about this game that I didn't even know, and I've played through Black and White so many times before. This leads us into Route 2, where we get the running shoes, level up our Tepig a little bit, and have a battle against Bianca where I was able to dispatch her rather quickly. Now we're in Striaton City, the home of the first gym badge. We can't enter the gym yet, and have to visit the trainer school first in order to be able to challenge the gym, but before we go to the trainer school, the guide highly recommends that we go to the Dream Yard first in order to get a new Pokemon that will help us later on. The guide then wants us to skip 4 pages ahead to detail the Dream Yard a bit more, where we get the Grass-type Pokemon Pansage since our starter Pokemon was the Fire-type Tepig. I named Pansage Sprout, then flip back to page 69 to battle our childhood friend Charon. I'm not sure why the guide didn't just stick the Dream Yard pages here instead, because I think it would have made more sense, but it's common for guides like this to require us to flip back and forth a little bit. I defeated Charon in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, and now we can finally challenge the first gym leader. The guide doesn't really say too much about the gym, other than which of the 3 gym leaders you'll be facing, since the gym leader you face depends on which starter you picked, and what type their Pokemon are weak against. It recommends that we save our new Pokemon that we just got in the Dream Yard against the gym leader's ace Pokemon, in this case the Water-type Panpour, since our new Pokemon can type Trumpet since it's a Grass type. I do this and end up getting the first badge rather quickly. After this we have a few small things to do for Fennel involving getting the Seager and the Dream Mist, save this Musharna from Team Plasma, and then get the Pal Pad and have a brief explanation of Pokemon Black and White's online feature, which unfortunately had their official server shut down back in 2014. The guide also makes this note about how we have to use Cut in the Dream Yard, and says only 2 of the 3 starter Pokemon can use Cut. It says if you started with Tepig, like we did, that we should catch a Patrat and teach it Cut, so I also did that as well, not like it really makes that much of a difference. Now we have to travel through Route 3, with the first thing we pass by being the daycare. The guide suggests that we leave a Pokemon here, so I left one of the random Route 1 Pokemon I caught here, and we can also put a second Pokemon here if we wanted to later on after we get the bike. After that I hammer away at another Charon fight. There's a lot of random rival battles in this game by the way, and help this girl who was bothered by Team Plasma in the Wellspring Cave. I also had no idea this cave was called the Wellspring Cave until just now. Roggenrola can be found in this cave too, so I caught one and named it Geo since Roggenrola happens to be one of the recommended Pokemon to use if you started with a Tepig like we did, along with Pansage which we already have. This brings us to Nasreen City, and on the way Tepig evolves into Pignite, which is very useful since it now gets the fighting typing. There's a few small things we can do here, like see our Pokemon's friendship level if we want to, and get a charcoal item, but the main draw to this city is Lenora and her fighting type Pokemon gym in the museum. I head towards the gym / museum first, battle end, and the guide actually recommends specific types for this battle, and I have 2 of the 3 recommended types so far. The only types that I don't have are Flying or Psychic, which it recommends for his Fighting type Pokemon, but maybe later on we can find another Flying type that we can use Fly on, or possibly a cool Psychic type. After defeating Endo, I go inside the gym, solve the bookshelf puzzle, and face Lenora, and lose on my first try because Retaliate on her Watchog is just too strong. I did a Nuzlocke of this game just a couple of months ago, and I remember beating her on my first try, and I didn't even start with Tepig, which is arguably the best starter for her, so I'm kind of surprised that I lost on the first try. I try again though, and I lost again because I kept getting hit by Hypnosis. Thankfully, Charon gave us some Chesto Berries right before the battle, but that still wasn't enough. And then I go in for a third attempt, and this time I save my Fighting type Pignite for a little bit later in the fight, since the guide recommends I use Fighting types against her Watchog for this gym. I get lucky with Arm Thrust on her Watchog and get a lot of hits each time I go for it, finally getting the second gym badge. After I get the badge, we're alerted that Team Plasma stole the Dragon Skull from the museum in the gym, and we're tasked with tracking it down and bringing it back. We have to go to the Pinwheel Forest now, and on the way we also meet Bianca, who gives us the Dowsing Machine, or Dowsing Machine because it's just spelled M-C-H-N, which is basically just this game's item finder with a different name. Right before we enter the Pinwheel Forest, I noticed something about a Smashing Rock challenge in the guide. Turns out that there's this one rock you can smash if you have a Fighting type Pokemon on your team. You don't even need to know Rock Smash, and get a star piece which can be sold for a lot of money. I end up doing this, so now we can sell that to buy some more Great Balls, which I used to catch a random Pidove that I caught on my way and named it right, since I noticed a couple of times in the guide where it suggested that I used the Flying type Pokemon before. I then clear out Team Plasma from the forest and retrieve the stolen Dragon Skull pretty quickly, then go across the Sky Arrow Bridge where I pick up the Quick Claw along the way, and into Castelia City, which is so big that it takes up 2 full pages in the guide where it shows the map. There's a ton we can do here, like pick up a Leaf Stone for our Pansage, which I'll use later on since according to volume 2 of the guide, Pansage learns a couple of decent moves pretty soon. This is also the first time that I'm actually using volume 2 of the guide, so I guess it wasn't a complete waste of a purchase. Then we register Zora in our Pokedex by reading this book, visit the Game Freak office in Castelia, get the TM for Flash, get a bonus EXP share from this random janitor in this one building, help this guy form a dance group, strangely enough, and finally head into the gym where we meet Charon and Berg. We have to run around and stop Team Plasma after this before we can actually challenge Berg though, since they stole Bianca's Muna, I don't know how to say that. After rescuing it, we can finally head into Berg's Bug-type gym and hammer away for the 3rd gym badge. I use Subscribe on his Venipede since it's a Fire type like the guide recommends, then I switch in Geo on his Dwebble since the guide recommends I use Rock type moves against it since it's weak to Rock. I gave Geo the EXP share we just got as well, so it's leveling up pretty quickly, and now all we have to dispatch is Berg's Levany. The guide says how if you don't have any of the recommended types for this gym, you could always use Flash, which is an effective tactic, apparently, to lower their accuracy. I didn't really need to do this, but I did it anyway since I thought it would be pretty funny, so I taught Flash to Sprout before finishing off Berg's team with Pignite, giving us the 3rd gym badge in the Unova region. Now we have to head north to Nimbasa City through the Desert Resort. On the way we meet our rivals in Juniper for another fight, and we can skip the Desert Resort for now since the guide says we have to return back here later to do most of the events here. It still details all the events on this page anyway, but we'll just flip back later on. Now as soon as we get to Nimbasa City, we have to help this old man who is being harassed by Team Plasma, and we get a bike out of it for helping him. Bianca then comes out of nowhere and tells us about the musicals in this town, which we'll have to visit sometime soon, and I also get the Versus Recorder, which is a pretty useless item for us right now since we're not going to be doing any online battles. There's a few small things we can do in Nimbasa City, like dress up our Pignite as a beach tennis player, but the first important thing we have to do here is go to the amusement park and meet N, where he tells us that he's actually the king of Team Plasma, and then he challenges us to a battle. I have all of the types needed to cover his team since the trio of Pignite, Bulldor, and Simisage, the latter 2 recently evolved, are just too strong. Now we can finally challenge Elisa and her electric type Pokemon gym. I think this is one of the most annoying gyms in all of Pokemon since she spams Volt Switch and her Pokemon have the ability Static to paralyze us. I luckily have Geo here, which is a rock type Pokemon with a ground type move as well, just like the guide suggests that I use, and I'm able to type trump all 3 of her Pokemon for the victory. I had to rely on Subscribe the Pignite a little bit to heal since the paralyzes were getting pretty annoying, but now we can head west onto Route 5 and progress in the story. Before we do that though, the next page after that details Anvil Town, a totally optional town that we have access to from the trains in Nimbasa. I go there even though we don't really have to, and there really isn't anything for us to do yet. Headed back towards Route 5, we have another fight against Charon, we meet the champion Alder, and we gain access to the Driftvale drawbridge so we can head to Driftvale City. There's also this random page about Pokemon that can learn field moves, basically detailing which Pokemon are the best HM slaves in the game. Not sure why it's randomly stuck here this late in the guide, but I guess it's still good to know. There's a few things to explore once we get to Driftvale though, like the market where you can buy a dozen Moo Milks, and then we have to head south into the cold storage to clear out Team Plasma since they're hiding out down there. The guide suggests that I battle all of the trainers here and catch some Pokemon since there's some rare ones here, so I caught a Vanillite that I'll probably never use and name it Ben. After doing all of that and clearing out Team Plasma, I head back to Driftvale to fight Clay for the 5th gym badge. In this section about the gym fight here, I noticed that it has big green text detailing which types inflict the greatest damage to Clay's ground-type Pokemon. Something that the guide didn't do for any other gym up until now. I also noticed that there's a recommended level for Clay's gym fight too, something that the guide actually did have for every other gym up to this point, and I'm only now noticing it once we got here. The recommended level here is level 34, which is quite higher than Clay's Pokemon, but since I have a team that matches up so well against his Pokemon, and I was able to get through every other gym despite being slightly lower than the recommended level, I head into the gym fight anyway. Pignite does great against his lead Krokorok, then our recently evolved Sprout takes care of the rest of his team with Seed Bomb. The guide does recommend specific moves here as well, like Grass Knot and Scald, both of which would have been pretty good for this fight, but the guide never specifically mentioned how to get these moves, and now that I think about it, the guide doesn't specifically outline where many of the items are, aside from just giving you a list for what items are found in each area. Other guides that we've looked at for Pokemon games would go out of their way to make sure you pick up some useful items like some of these good TMs, but not this one for some reason. As I exit the gym, I head to the next route where we meet Bianca for another quick fight, and she gives us the HM for Fly that we can use later on. This same route has some funguses that you can catch that are disguised as Pokeballs, but the guide makes no mention of those either for some reason. On the same route though, I catch a Deerling and show it to the researchers since the guide said to. We don't get anything out of showing them a Deerling, but now we can go through the Chargestone Cave in order to get to the next town. I ran into a wild Pokemon every 2 steps going through the cave, but on the way we're also given a lucky egg from Professor Juniper and have a fight against N right at the exit, where his team matches up terribly against a Pignite as it's all weak to fire and fighting, and the guide recommends that I use fighting or fire types against his entire team. This brings us into Mistralton City, home of the 6th gym leader Skyla. We meet Professor Juniper's father here, Cedric Juniper, and then Skyla tells us how she's going into the top of the Celestial Tower up north, so we have to go follow her and meet her at the top of the tower. There isn't really anything much to detail in the actual tower itself besides the fact that I leveled up a lot of my Pokemon, but on the way to the tower, I stopped by one of the houses and noticed there was an in-game trade here for an Emolga if I traded them a Boldore. Now I didn't want to trade the Boldore that I had on my team already, so I went back and caught another Boldore in the Chargestone Cave to trade for this Emolga. The excerpt that I read about Skyla's gym here recommended that we use Electric-type Pokemon, so this will certainly do. After that, I level up the Emolga and meet Skyla at the top of the tower, then go back to her gym and meet her for the battle. The recommended level here is level 38, and my Emolga meets that level finally, so I use it in order to get a pretty quick victory and the 6th gym badge. As I head out of the gym, we meet N, who tells us about his plan to find a legendary dragon-type Pokemon, and then we have to go into Twist Mountain to go to the next town. Twist Mountain is one of my least favorite areas in all of Pokemon since I hate caves and there's so many trainers here. It also happens to be the place where I lost my first ever Nuzlocke back in like 2011. But we do get the HM for Surf from Alder here, and we do have another Charon fight which I dispatch rather quickly yet again. The next page randomly showcases Route 17, 18, and the P2 Laboratory, which are optional areas located near Novemba Town, nowhere near where we are right now. I'm not sure why they just stuck this in here since we're supposed to be in Icarus City, but then the page after that shows the Mistralton Cave, which is another random optional area we don't have to be right now. The page after that finally shows Icarus City, where we can get a second EXP share here from the Pokemon Fan Club, and take this quiz where I know that the answer was attack since it asked me which type is boosted by the protein item, but there's so many options that it gives here that I couldn't find the right one, so I answered incorrectly and still get a Paralyzed Heal as a prize out of it. If I answered correctly, I would have got an antidote instead. Now with all of those minor things out of the way, we can take on Bryson, the Ice-type gym leader. The recommended level here is level 42, and luckily our Subscribe, which recently evolved into Emboar, meets that level, as well as 2 of the recommended types for this gym being Fire and Fighting against Bryson's Ice-type Pokemon. Emboar does well to start off the battle, but gets confused and faints from a Swagger from Beartic. So I go into the rock type Pokemon Geo to clean up the rest of his team since the guide says that rock moves are also very good here. And with that, we got the 7th gym badge, meaning we are so close to beating Pokemon Black and White as Nintended, as there's not much of the game left. As I exit the gym, we're greeted by our friends as well as the Shadow Triad from Team Plasma, who tell us that we have to go to the Dragon Spiral Tower. Right before that though, there's a page about a few of the in-game trades in the Unova region randomly placed here for some reason. This seems like something that would be best placed right before the actual walkthrough portion of the guide or right at the end of the guide, but I guess if you really wanted to randomly get an in-game trade like for this Rotom, you can go do that now if you wanted to. I know there's quite a few out of place pages I've mentioned in the guide so far, but kinda weird how we have so many so close together now. As I go into the Dragon Spiral Tower, I noticed the guide mention how it's said to be the oldest structure in all of the Unova region. I like these little facts that the guide throws in here and there every now and then because I haven't really noticed that in other guides we've looked at so far. I head up the tower and through a couple of the puzzles, and for one of the puzzles the guide says, quote, "Don't get frustrated, just think about which direction you're going and you can reach the stairs to the 4th floor." I thought that was a little bit funny to put in there, and I also think it's a little weird how the guide doesn't show direct paths or anything like that for these puzzles, but goes out of its way to show where each trainer is located and what their names are, but not what's on their team, when that really isn't that important. I make it to the top of the tower anyway, where we learn more about Team Plasma and N's plan to use the legendary Dragon-type Pokemon in these games, and eventually N gets Zekrom, parentheses, Reshiram as the guide puts it, since it depends on which version of the game you're playing. Now we have to backtrack in the Unova region and go back about 50 pages in the guide as well to go to the Desert Resort to fight Team Plasma there again, and on the way we also get a fossil and learn about one of Alder's Pokemon that actually died from an illness in the past. This is one of the very few instances in Pokemon where a very specific trainer's Pokemon is said to be dead, and it happens to be the champion of the Unova region. After hammering away at Team Plasma in the desert though, we can now head onto Route 9 where Shopping Mall 9 is located. This is one of my favorite big stores in all of Pokemon, so to say, although for some reason the guide makes no mention about how you can change your Rotom's form here by going to the back room of the mall. I don't end up buying anything at the mall here though, so I just head out and go to Opelucid City. This is a unique city in Pokemon Black and White, since each version has a slightly different aesthetic to it, so the guide actually has 2 different sections about Opelucid City for each version, even though the majority of the events here are the exact same. The biggest difference is that the gym leader in Pokemon Black version is Drayden, while in White version it's Iris, but they have the exact same team in each version of the game, and the description the guide has for both of the fights is nearly identical. A little while ago I also started up leveling up Ben the Vanillite we caught by giving the XP share, and since I have the lucky egg it actually leveled up quite a bit. It should come in handy here though, since it's an ice type Pokemon, which is the recommended type for Iris's gym or Drayden's if you're playing Black version. I end up leveling it up to level 46, which was the recommended level, and it also evolved in that time and learned the move Ice Beam, so I'm able to just use Ice Beam 3 or 4 times to get the victory against Iris. This gives us our 8th and final gym badge, putting us so close to beating the game. I have a pretty diverse team of Pokemon as well, which I notice at this point, many of which are also Pokemon I have never used personally while playing through Pokemon Black and White, like Emolga, Simisage, and Vanillite. I do some other minor things here like meet Thundurus, who caused a storm, and get the Master Ball from Juniper, but after that we can also head through the Victory Road into the Elite Four, which I think will match up pretty nicely against all the trainers there. The guide has a chart that shows how to get through Victory Road that was pretty easy to follow, and there really isn't anything too special to note in Victory Road besides the fact that there were a lot of trainer battles. I eventually make it all the way to the top and into the actual Victory Road area and level up some of my Pokemon in the process. I noticed that the recommended levels for each of the Elite Four members is 53, so I grind my entire team, besides the Pidove I've just been using for Fly, to about level 53. Typically I would only have 1 or 2 Pokemon at the recommended level for each gym fight, but since this is the Elite Four and it's the final dance so to say, I thought it made sense to have my entire team of 5 Pokemon to at least around 53. I read through some of the descriptions as well for some of the Elite Four fights and noticed that it seems like flying type moves and dark type moves are especially good here, so I expect Emolga and Simisage to do well here since they both have flying and dark type moves. Before heading into any of the Elite Four battles, I stock up on healing items and notice this part of the guide that mentions how Caitlyn, the Psychic type Elite Four trainer, also appears in Pokemon Heart Gold and Pokemon Soul Silver before she became the Elite Four member in the Unova region. This is another little cool Pokemon fact that a lot of people didn't know that the guide likes to throw in every now and then. The guide then lists the 4 Elite Four members in order from left to right, as you can battle them in any order you want in this game, so I battle them in the same order that the guide has them listed. First is Chantel, the Ghost-type Pokemon trainer. The guide recommends Dark-type moves, so I lead with Simisage as it's my only Pokemon with a Dark-type move in Bite, but it falls pretty quickly to her Kofagrigus. For the Elite Four members, the guide also lists what other types are super effective against Pokemon they have on their team though, making it pretty helpful since I was able to use Emolga on her Jellicent and Geo on her Chandelure to knock them out for super effective damage. This was still a pretty difficult fight though, especially compared to the gym leaders in Unova, which are much easier compared to gym leaders in other Pokemon games. I'm able to get through her though thanks to just using Brute Force with my other Pokemon, and now I have to go take on Grimsley and his Dark-type Pokemon. The battle goes on much smoother than the last one because his Pokemon are all weak to Fighting type. Thankfully I have Emboar, although I did have to revive my Emboar again for this fight. Now whenever I use healing items in battle like this in videos, whether it's a Nuzlocke or not, people tend to get annoyed by it for some reason. Not sure why people would expect me to just not use healing items in battle, especially when the guide specifically suggests it. But so far the revive item has definitely been the MVP of this Elite Four run. After laying waste to Grimsley's team, we have to battle the Psychic type trainer Caitlyn next. I have the least amount of coverage options for her, but surprisingly I have an easier time against her than I do with Chantel. At one point her Gothitelle was left on 1 HP before knocking out my Pokemon, so I went into Right just to quick attack it for a guaranteed knockout. Since Right was so low leveled, since I really only use it for Fly up until this point, it gained 5 levels from that and actually evolved from it, which also meant that as of now, all 6 of our team members have contributed to an Elite Four knockout. After we defeated Caitlyn, we now have to take on Marshall, the Fighting type trainer and the final member of the Elite Four. Emolga really shines here with acrobatics, although I did have to revive it again before I'm able to finish off his team. This was probably the easiest of the 4 because Emolga was just so strong here, but now we can finally head into the Champions Room to face Alder. However, it turns out that N just defeated him moments before we were able to find him. This leads us into N's castle, which appears out of nowhere, with a bunch of Team Plasma members around, including the 7 Sages. Luckily, the gym leaders of Unova all come out to help us against the 7 Sages, except for Chili, Cress, and Silent from the first gym. The guide even references this and says that Bianca went to go get those gym leaders, but they didn't make it back in time to help. I then make my way all the way through the castle to the top where we learn more about N and how Ghetsis raised him, and how Team Plasma's plan to liberate Pokemon was just a front, while their real goal was to take over the Pokemon world. Like, who would have guessed that? Even N was fooled by this, causing him to feel betrayed by Team Plasma and Ghetsis. But right before we're about to battle N, we get the chance to capture Zekrom and add it right to our party. So I just immediately throw the Master Ball at it and replace Red in our team with it since it lets us add it to our team right now. Now we can finally battle N, who has a pretty diverse team, although we can hit all of his team for their weaknesses. I lead with our newly caught Zekrom and then shuffle in new Pokemon after each knockout and spam heals. And luckily I defeat N a little bit easier than I was able to defeat some other Elite Four members. After our battle, Ghetsis then appears again, the man pulling Team Plasma's strings as the guide puts it, where we learn a little bit more about his plan and his history with Team Plasma, and the guide also randomly notes how N and Ghetsis have the same last name being Harmonia. Kind of ironic how a man who just tried to take over the world has the last name that sounds so much like the word harmony, but he then challenges us to a battle as well. Ghetsis has arguably one of the strongest teams for any boss fight in any Pokemon game, with Pokemon like Bisharp and his illegal level 54 Hydreigon, as Hydreigon isn't supposed to evolve until a later level. This battle was certainly a challenge, but luckily I was able to finish off most of his Pokemon with Simisage, interestingly enough, giving us the victory. Shortly after the battle, the credits roll, and with that, we beat Pokemon Black and White as Nintendo intended, or as Nintended. The game loads up with Professor Sycamore explaining some things and telling us to pick between Callum and Serena to play as. The guide doesn't show any of this part yet again, and unfortunately doesn't show the character's name, so I can't just name ourselves Hero like we've done in the past before, so I just name our character C. The guide starts off right in Vanderbilt town, and the very first step for this section has to be one of the funniest things I've read in any guide so far, mainly because of how this phrase aged. The part I'm referring to is the part that says a state-of-the-art Wii U system is hooked up, and you can turn on the TV to see a movie, a game show, or something else. Since this guide was only written about a year or so into the Wii U's life cycle, and now in 2021 we know that the Wii U's life cycle severely lacked the life part, I kind of laughed out loud when I first read this. From here we can then go downstairs to see our mom, and go and sprint back upstairs as the guide says to get dressed, since this is the first game where we can do that in. then explore the house, and then finally go outside to meet our new neighbors, Serena and Shauna. The guide has a tip where if you press B, you can move faster. I'm not sure why they didn't just call this running or sprinting, especially when they just used the word sprint to tell me to go back upstairs. So I guess in this game you don't actually run, you just move faster. From here we can go through Route 1 and into Aquacorde Town to meet our new friends and pick our starter Pokemon. Our new friends insist on picking our own nickname for us for them to call us, so I just picked Nintended because that's what seemed appropriate. And then on the starter selection window, it doesn't give us much information about which starters to pick besides their types and their abilities and what they look like. It doesn't even showcase anywhere in the guide what these abilities do, and it gives no other information whatsoever on the starters, even though it says each of them have their own strengths and weaknesses and then goes on to not showcase any of those. So I just pick Fennekin, name it Subscribe, since when I name my starter Subscribe, a lot more people subscribe, which is cool. And then we are given a letter that we have to deliver back to our mother in our hometown, and on the way, Shauna challenged us to our very first Pokemon battle. The guide says to just use the move that is the same type as our starter, so I lay waste to her Chespin by type trumping it with Ember. After delivering the letter, we can head into Route 2 where we learn how to battle and catch wild Pokemon, so I caught a Zigzagoon which I named Ziggy and a Fletchling which I named Sanders for two of the most basic names I could have possibly thought of. This then brings us into the Santaloon Forest where we see all of our new friends running around and going through the forest with us. The guide suggests we catch some Pokemon here and mentions how good Pikachu is being an electric type Pokemon, so I caught one and named it Twitch, and my Twitch channel is also linked in the description, which you should totally follow me on, by the way. Then on Route 3, I caught a Bunnelby and made it into Santaloon City. The first thing we do here is heal up our Pokemon at the state-of-the-art Pokemon Center, since apparently this is one of Santaloon City's main attractions, even though pretty much every city in every Pokemon region has one too. We can then pop by the boutique and buy a new hat to personalize our character a bit, get a free Great Ball, and then trade our Bunnelby to Cliff over here for his Farfetch'd, since the guide said it was quite rare. We then stop by the trainer school and meet the roller skater girl in front of the gym, who rewards us with some roller skates of our own after we defeat her in a battle. The guide then suggests to visit Route 22 to train up a little bit before the gym, so I go and do that since there's a couple of trainers there. The tip for this gym fight says to bring potions, use electric, flying, and rock Pokemon, and then specifically suggests to use a Pikachu if you have one. We luckily do have a Pikachu, but I wonder why it made no direct suggestion of using Quacklin, the Farfetch we just traded for, which is a flying type, when the guide did tell us to trade for it. The guide then showcases all of Gym Leader Viola's Pokemon, their levels, and all of their weaknesses, and is pretty similar to how they handled the gym battle sections for the 5th generation guides. In the tips section, it again recommends Pikachu, so I just use it and hammer away against Viola's team with Thundershock for the victory, giving us our very first gym badge in the Kalos region. As we exit the gym and proceed up north, we're also given the EXP share, which is very useful in this generation, and to be honest, a little bit broken, since it allows our entire team to gain EXP after every battle, even if they weren't in that battle. We can now head through Route 4, explore the Geometric Gardens, meet Cinna and Dexio, and finally make it into Lumio City. Due to an odd and convenient blackout, we can't explore the full city right now, but we can meet Professor Sycamore at his Pokemon lab. He challenges us to a battle using a team of the 3 Kalos starter Pokemon, and after defeating him, we can pick between one of his 3 Pokemon to add to our own team. The guide suggests to pick one of the Pokemon that's a different type from our starter Pokemon, so I picked the water type Pokemon Squirtle and name it Dawn. We are also given a Mega Stone from the professor and are tasked to find out more about Mega Evolution in Camphor Town. As we exit the lab, we meet the mysterious Lysander, who definitely isn't up to anything suspicious, and then we meet our friends at Cafe Soleil. In the cafe, we see Lysander yet again talking to Diantha, a famous star in the Kalos region. Lysander talks about his dream of a beautiful, unchanging world, which again is not suspicious at all, and then the guide wants me to visit the nearby salon and get a haircut, so I do that. Lumio City is a huge city, and the guide showcases a lot that we can do here, like visit Cafe Lana, where a lot of double battles are held, and the Vertal Avenue, which has a few different shops, but our next real big task is to head over to Route 5. Tierno calls us on the Holocaster to hurry up, and we meet Mr. Bonding, who teaches us about O powers that can give us an advantage in battle. There's even a page here on style, and apparently the more style you have in Lumio City, the cooler things you can do and the cheaper things become, like taxis become cheaper, which is kind of interesting. Once we finally make it into Route 5 though, we meet Corinna, a gym leader, as well as her Lucario. After chatting with her, we can then hit up the nearby skate park for a bit, have a random double battle, which the guide suggests we can practice double battles in a Lumio City restaurant if we really needed a refresher. Although losing a double battle against a Plusle and Minun should be pretty hard, and then we can ultimately do a dance with Tierno, which is just a battle against his Corphish. This then leads us into one of Kalos region's oldest townships, Camphor Town. We meet Cassius here, who works with the Kalos PC network, chat with some of the locals, check out the nearby hotel. The Kalos region seems to have a lot of hotels, and also the castle, although the man in the castle has no idea what Mega Evolution is when we ask about it, and the whole reason why Sycamore told us to come here was to find out more about Mega Evolution. We can then proceed towards Route 7, where most of this route is blocked off by a sleeping Snorlax, so we have to take a detour and explore the berry fields. This was a cool thing that they had in the Kalos region to allow you to plant a lot of berries in one central location together, and we can even make mulch to help our berries grow faster and water them with this cool Lotad pail. With all of that berry planting out of the way though, we can now go to the Parfume Palace on Route 6, where we can find the item needed to make the Snorlax wake up and move, being the Pokeflute. On Route 6, the guide says how there's many trainers itching to battle, or perhaps they're just itching from their allergies, but to enter the palace we have to pay 1,000 Pokédollars. Shauna gets annoyed by this and says that by doing something like this, the rich only get richer, so welcome to capitalism, Shauna. But since we need the Pokeflute here, I guess it's worth it. In here, we have to help this guy find his lost Furfrou and watch this infamously awkward fireworks scene with Shauna before we can finally get the Pokeflute and go back to the Snorlax to wake it up. The guide suggests we try to catch it, so I do it and name it Tubbs because, I mean, it's kinda tubby. And farther along the route, we have a multi-battle with our friends, and of course our partner is Serena, who has a fletchling, which is terrible for this fight, but luckily we're able to hammer away and win anyway, and then we have to cut this tree using the cut HM that can be found in the Parfume Palace we were just at, although the guide made no mention about picking up this HM while we were there, so I have to backtrack and go and find it. This allows us to go into the connecting cave, which we don't have full access to yet since we need the strength HM. We can, however, make it across into the coastal route of Route 8, where we meet Cinna and Dexio again, who power up our Pokedex. Then we meet Serena, who tells us about fossils, and I know YouTube comments love fossils for some reason. And finally, we make it into Ambret Town. At this point in the guide, I noticed some instances where we have to flip back and forth later on, like how right before the pages on Ambret Town that we're at right now, it shows some information about Route 8 that we have to revisit later on after we visit the Glittering Cave. In Ambret Town, though, we can get the TM for Rock Smash, trade a Pokeball for a Dive Ball, visit the Fossil Lab where they tell us that they don't know too much about Mega Evolution, but say that we could visit the nearby Glittering Cave to find some fossils, and meet Mr. Bonding again, who always ends up right where we are somehow. We then have to visit the aquarium to get the old rod, since the guide says we can't complete the Kalos Coastal Pokedex without it, and also pick up the Rocky Helmet, which is a cool item that we could perhaps give to our Snorlax. In order to make it into the Glittering Cave and do some more research on Mega Evolution for Professor Sycamore, we have to get through Route 9. This route is pretty cool because we can ride a Rhyhorn here and use it to smash some rocks in our way. I remember when X and Y were first coming out, this was one of the cool new features they hyped up, was being able to ride Pokemon, although it's unfortunately limited to some very select areas like this one small route. Once in the Glittering Cave, the guide alludes to the idea that someone in here might know about Mega Evolution. As we traverse through the cave, we meet Team Flare though, who are searching for some rare fossils here, get some help defeating them from our friend Serena, and then find a lost Fossil Lab assistant who gives us a fossil as a thanks for saving him from Team Flare. I picked the Jaw fossil since it sounded much cooler than the Sail fossil, and once I turned into a Tyrant, I added to the team and named it Jaw. In order to exit the cave here though, I use an escape rope since the guide said to use an escape rope even though this cave really wasn't that big. From here we can head back into Route 8 and fish for a love disc, then smash some rocks to find some rare items, and use the dowsing machine a little bit to find even more items like the guide says. I continue along and make it into Silage City, home of the 3rd gym. The first thing we do here is trade that love disc we just caught for a Steelix in the Pokemon Center, then get a bicycle, explore the city for a little bit, get the Strength HM, and then get ready to take on Grant in the Silage City gym with his Rock-type Pokemon. The guide recommends that we bring a lot of potions and healing items, and luckily I have a ton of soda that I just bought since the guide said to buy them not too long ago, and it also says to use Fighting, Ground, or Steel-type Pokemon in this gym. Luckily we just traded for a Steelix, which is quite convenient since it has 2 of those 3 types. And the guide says how Grant's 2 Pokemon have so many weaknesses that we shouldn't have trouble taking on this King of the Hill. That line would have been really funny if Grant's name was Hank instead, and even though Steelix ends up falling here, we continue to hammer away with our other Pokemon like our new Tyrant and our recently evolved 2 starter Pokemon to get the 3rd gym badge. We can now use the Strength HM out of battle, buy some additional items at the Pokemart, and head north into Route 10. This route is famous for its mind-boggling array of stones, and Team Flare make a stylish appearance here, so I take them out with style as the guide said. I of course don't forget to douse for some items, as the guide keeps telling me to do that ever since we got the dowsing machine, before making it into Geosenge Town. Here we can get a TM for payback, meet Mr. Bonding again, and see Team Flare who are up to something around here. As I try to exit the town and make it to Route 11, we're stopped by Corinna, who challenges us to a quick battle with her 2 Lucarios. Luckily we have Subscribe, a fire type, to type trump both of her Lucarios, allowing us to proceed into Route 11. On Route 11 there's a few small things we can do here, like get TM69 for rock polish, nice, and then head into the Reflection Cave. This is a cool cave since there's a lot of reflections on the wall and trainers can see you even when they're not facing you. There isn't really much else to detail here aside from the fact that we get the TM for Flash from Tierno, and as we make it to the exit of the cave we are led into Shaller City. The first thing we do here is see our good friend Mr. Bonding again, just standing in the corner of the Pokemon Center. Then we get some Stardust items by showing this person our Farfetch, which loves us apparently. We eventually meet Tierno and Trevor, who tell us about the Tower of Mastery, which kind of reminds me of the school from Soul Eater, and here we can find out the secrets of Mega Evolution. I don't know why Professor Sycamore didn't just tell us about this place from the start instead of sending us to all of these other places that knew nothing about Mega Evolution, but inside we meet the Mega Evolution Guru, who is Corinna's grandfather, who probably should visit the Lumio City hair salon as well, and then we have to battle Serena to show that we have what it takes to be able to Mega Evolve our Pokemon. After defeating her, we rest our party and then prepare for Corinna's fighting type gym. The battle tips for this gym are to bring a lot of recovery items and use Flying, Psychic, and Fairy type moves. For Corinna's Pokemon list, it shows her Mienfoo, her Machoke, and Hawlucha. For some reason, there's no picture for the Hawlucha. This is the first time I've noticed the guide do something like this, and I thought maybe it's because it's a new Pokemon and they didn't have the picture ready, but it did show other pictured Pokemon, like the 2 fossil Pokemon that the first gym leader had. However, this gym goes by pretty smoothly since I have Braixen, a Fire and Psychic type Pokemon, and Farfetch'd, a Flying type Pokemon, to type trump her whole team for the victory. I did actually end up losing the first attempt though, because I let Hawlucha set up and crit me, which was kind of unfortunate, but at least we got it on the second attempt. The funny thing about this is I remember the battles against Corinna being particularly difficult, but more so the first battle against the Lucarios, which I remember failing in a Nuzlocke a long time ago. After defeating Corinna in her gym though, we have to return to the Tower of Mastery, make it to the top, battle Corinna again in a Mega Lucario 1v1 that we win, because we only use Power Up Punch as the guide said, and she gives us the Lucario to keep, which is nice, and we can also Mega Evolve it. I name it Romulus, and then we head over towards Route 12 where Serena gives us the Surf HM. This will be great for Dawn the Wartortle, which we can also Mega Evolve once it evolves into Blastoise. And if you actually don't have a water type on your team by now, there's even an NPC on this route that gives you a Lapras that you could use for Surf. This allows us to surf across the water into the Ba de Mer Ranch, where we get the TM for Attract and get to ride this Skiddo around the farm to collect some items. With all of that out of the way, we can proceed across into Coumarine City. This city is split into 2 different parts that are connected via a monorail, and there really isn't too much to showcase in the first part. All we can do here is get the good route from this fisherman, meet the game director in the hotel, which the guide makes fun of by saying you'd probably expect to see Mr. Bonding here, but he's not here. I then enter the monorail station where we meet Sycamore and Diantha, where we get the HM for Fly, and make it to the other side of the city. Here we can visit the Pokemon Center since there wasn't one on the other side of the town to see Mr. Bonding again and battle Serena in front of the gym. Her Pokemon are a lower level than Corinna's Ace, and so are the next gym leader's Pokemon even, which I thought was a bit odd. After defeating Serena though, we can finally head into the gym and fight Ramos with his Grass-type Pokemon team. The guide really details this gym a lot, although it hasn't really done that for any of the previous gyms, and says to bring a lot of Super Potions and use Fire, Ice, Poison, Flying, or Bug-type Pokemon. While traveling through the gym and battling all of the junior trainers, Subscribe evolves into Delphox, which is perfect for this battle. I also decided to evolve Pikachu into Raichu here since I realized I had a Thunderstone in my bag, and when I hovered over it, it said I could use it for Pikachu, so I did. The guide also recommends to use the HM move Fly in this fight, so I taught it to Farfetch'd, and also noticed that Ramos's Go-Goat isn't pictured here for some reason either. After defeating Ramos and exiting the gym, we get a holo clip from Lysander who wants us to use our Mega Evolution skills to help him, again definitely not sus at all, and proceed into Route 13 where Senna and Dexia upgrade our decks. On Route 13 we have to brave the Badlands to get across into the power plant and battle this Grunt who drops his plant pass. This allows us to enter the Kalos power plant, and something isn't wrong here since Lumio City is still without power in many parts of it. Team Flare is definitely up to something here, and we find a small room where the power plant's employees are being held hostage. One of them even tries to sell us water for 300 Pokédollars, although they normally sell for 200, and he told us that, so that's quite the deal. We continue across the power plant, clearing out the Team Flare grunts and their admins, where we finally evolve our Wartortle into Blastoise too, and eventually meet the Defenders of Kalos, who are masked and look a lot like they belong in Persona 5. This then loops us back around into Lumio City from the other side, and since we restored the power plant, we have more power in Lumio so we can explore it freely. And on this side, we meet Shauna and see the city's iconic Prism Tower get lit up again. The guide then says to check out the Lysander Cafe where some Team Flare grunts are hanging out by, which definitely isn't sus at all. And the next few pages of the guide showcase all of the new things we can do in Lumio City, but the main thing to do now is challenge the gym leader Clemont and his electric type Pokemon team. The tips here are to use items that heal status conditions like the Lumio Skeletts, so of course I tracked down some Lumio Skeletts thanks to the help of the guide and buy a couple of them. And the guide also says to use ground type Pokemon for his electric type Pokemon, or ice and rock type Pokemon for his Emolga since it's part flying type. The funny thing about this gym is in order to get to the top and challenge Clemont, we have to answer some questions in a Who's That Pokemon style like we would see in the original Pokemon anime. Since we're supposed to be playing through Pokemon X and Y like it's our first time and following the guide as closely as possible, I only get the correct answers for Pokemon that we've actually seen a lot, like Pikachu, since the guide didn't tell us what the correct answers for all of these questions were. I eventually make it to the top, and Clemont just challenges us without me actually talking to him, so I had to heal up in the middle of the battle. I end up doing so we can heal up our Tyrant and Mega Lucario since they both have moves that the guide recommended, and after healing them up, Tyrant and Lucario lay waste to Clemont's intrepid team in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. As we leave the gym, we get a call from Professor Sycamore telling us to meet him at the Lysander Cafe. Once we get there, we're told a story about an ancient Kalos king who ruled there 3,000 years ago. We're then given the King's Rock before Lysander exits. From here, we can now head to Route 14 and into Lavarae City. On Route 14, we have a quick battle against Serena and are shown this scary house. There's really not much for us to do in the scary house, so I just go up into Lavarae City, which the guide says may not be an ideal vacation spot, not really sure what that means. And after meeting Mr. Bonding again, there's some small things we can do here before challenging the gym leader. The gym leader, Valerie, focuses on Fairy-type Pokemon, the new type introduced in Pokemon X and Y. There's even a page in this section of the guide that explains Fairy types more since it's the first time in a very long time that Pokemon have added a brand new type to the game, and since then they have not added a new type yet. For the gym battle, the guide suggests we bring healing items again, and also says that we use Fire, Poison, and Steel-type Pokemon. We have a Fire type in Delphox and a Steel type in Lucario, although Lucario unfortunately has no Steel type moves. The gym also has this cool aesthetic of being a house and reminds me of one of those old Nickelodeon game shows. The tip the guide has for getting through the gym is to keep right if you get stuck, although the final warp panel that leads into Valerie is on the left side. I lead with Delphox to dispatch her lead Mawile with a fire-type move, and then on her Sylveon, which the guide has no picture for again, I stay in and knock it out with a few Psyshocks. Last up is her Mr. Mime, which does get up a light screen, but since we have plot armor, Delphox gets a critical hit and knocks out anyway, giving us our 6th gym badge. At this point, I also realized that the gap between the first 3 badges in this game is way more than the gap between these last 3 badges we just got, but for now we have to visit the nearby Pokeball factory. This area is pretty straightforward with some Team Flare fights, and we also have to fight a couple of Team Flare admins who have to be some of the most forgetful admins in all of Pokemon. We are aided by Serena for this last Team Flare fight, and as a thank you from the Pokeball factory president for saving the factory, he gives us a big nugget and a Master Ball. Now we can head into Route 15, a leaf-colored route where trainers can pop out from the leaves to challenge us to a battle. There's quite a few things we can do in and around this route, although the guide says they are all optional and we don't really need to do them. So I just skip most of them and head into Dendemil Town. Right before we get into this town, Lysander calls us and tells us some deep stuff like how certain Pokemon and people are chosen for greatness. This is a bit too deep for this type of game since I just wanted to battle with some cool Pokemon like Blastoise and Tyrantrum with my handy dandy Pokemon X and Y official strategy guide. So I just head into the snowy city of Dendemil Town. Here we can chat with Sycamore and Dexia, who tell us a bit about the Kalos legends, most notably Xerneas since I am playing Pokemon X version. We can buy some milk from this random girl standing outside, doesn't always seem like a good idea to me, and meet our good friend Mr. Bonding, and eventually make it into the Frost Cavern. Team Flare is here again and trying to do something evil, so it's up to us to stop them, of course, with the help of our friend Trevor. It turns out that they wanted to use this Abomasnow to help with their Mega Evolution experiments or whatever, although that really isn't too clear exactly what they needed it for, and after rescuing the Abomasnow, it gives us the Abomasnowite, which might have been what Team Flare was after. This allows us to make it into Route 17, where we can ride a Mamoswine across the snow and all the way into Anastar City. We're greeted by Cinna here, who gives us some repeat balls, marvel at this memory girl's skills who doesn't really tell us anything useful, and meet Mr. You know what, I'm not going to say it again, then get this random TM from the Hex Maniac. Another optional thing we can do here is give this man a level 5 or lower Pokemon because he is lonely after his wife passed away. I fly to an early round as the guide suggests to catch a Bunnelby for him since I didn't have a low level Pokemon in my PC, and if you didn't know, this guy also ends up passing away too after you become the champion, and you can return here and pick up that Pokemon. Rather morbid thing to have in a Pokemon game, especially in a relatively newer one. This is something I would expect from, say, Red and Blue or something like that. But our next task is to battle Serena in front of the next gym. The guide says how this is the most challenging rival fight yet, but since I am a little bit overpowered thanks to the EXP share and have a Mega Lucario on my team, it really wasn't that much of a challenge. I'm noticing that some of my Pokemon, especially my Delphox, which is holding the Lucky Egg, is quite overleveled by this point. What was rather challenging though was making my way through this gym. Although the guide did have a nice map to guide us through it, the battle itself was a little difficult. For Olympia's Psychic type team, the guide does what it always does and just recommends moves super effective to Psychic types and to bring healing items. Interestingly though, it says to only bring Super Potions when we have access to Hyper Potions now, so I just bought more Super Potions. I also noticed that the guide rarely recommends that we ever use or catch specific Pokemon, aside from that Pikachu is suggested from the start in the forest. Not every guide does this, but the 5th generation guides did tell us to catch a new Pokemon for pretty much every gym, which I did. Now the only dark moves I have for Olympia's Psychic team are Crunch on Tyrantrum and Bite on Mega Blastoise, so this gym was a bit annoying, especially with her Pokemon setting up Reflex. And although the guide has no picture for her Meowstic, I was still able to win and get the 7th gym badge, mainly because Tyrantrum is a pretty strong Pokemon. Once we leave the gym, we see Serena and get a holo clip from Lysander and Team Flare. The guide says how in a sickening revelation that nobody definitely saw coming, you find out that somebody very familiar to you is actually behind the threatening group, being Team Flare. What's worse is they plan on using something they call the ultimate weapon to wipe out everyone in the Kalos region who isn't with them. Not good. This is not good indeed, since killing everybody in the entire Kalos region is not Good. We have to return to Lumio City now to Team Flare's hideout under Cafe Lysander. I have no idea how Team Flare managed to have a giant 3-floor underground base under the largest city in the Kalos region, which probably has a lot of other underground infrastructure going on with it that this would probably get in the way of. Once in the cafe though, we battle a couple of grunts and then open a secret door reminiscent to the secret door in the Rocket hideout in the Celadon City game corner. And once inside, we have to test our skills against the head of Team Flare, Lysander. His team is kind of weak for being the head of the evil team this late in the game. And after we defeat him, we have to explore the rest of the lab, defeat other Team Flare admins, and stop them from firing off the ultimate weapon. We eventually find the elevator key and take the elevator to where we see Lysander and a man locked behind some bars. This mysterious tall man is known as AZ, and he tells us about the destructive events that happened in the Kalos region 3,000 years ago with the ultimate weapon. This story and the whole X and Y story in general is definitely a story, and in order to free AZ and stop the weapon from firing, we have to defeat Zerosic, the only somewhat memorable member of Team Flare, and press a button to stop the weapon, although none of the buttons actually stop it. I also thought I'd mention that I bought this coat sometime recently. I don't remember exactly when I bought it, but I remember being in one of the snowy towns, I saw a boutique and thought, hey, having a jacket would make sense, although now we're not in the snow anymore, so I don't know why I'm still wearing it. With the weapon almost ready to fire, we have to head back to Geosenge Town where the weapon is hidden. I also want to mention here that the guide hasn't required us to flip back and forth between pages too much, at least not since the much earlier parts of this guide, and has the new sections about Geosenge Town on a much later page than the page when we first accessed Geosenge Town, much like they've done with a lot of other previous areas like when we were just back in Lumio City, something that not a lot of guides do. I often complain a lot about these guides requiring us to flip back and forth a lot, like how in the Gold and Silver guide we access Goldenrod City pretty early on and then return to it much later in the game, and instead of having those pages where we return back to the city later in the guide, it requires us to flip all the way back. In Geosenge Town though, the ultimate weapon rises out of the ground and topples over many of the houses, somehow not really destroying them, just toppling them over, and we also uncover another hidden Team Flare base known as the Team Flare secret headquarters. As we enter, we have to dispatch Lysander again, then race to find the legendary Pokemon that Team Flare is holding to power up their ultimate weapon. We have a lot of Team Flare fights along the way that Serena assists us with, and the guide doesn't even name a couple of the admins here and just refers to them as male admin or female admin. I have no idea if they have actual names or not, but we eventually progress forward and meet Shauna, who helps us open a sealed door with a device that the gym leader Clement gave to her that leads into the room where Xerneas is now being held. The guide says how we can use our Master Ball if we still have it here to catch Xerneas, so I do, and I end up adding it to our party. I'll show my party on screen here though if you guys were wondering what my full party was, since I really haven't been explaining what Pokemon I've been using too much. And I decide to replace the Tyrantrum for Xerneas for now, since we're going to have to fight Lysander soon, and the guide says that Xerneas is good against 3 of his 4 Pokemon since they're weak to Fairy. Lysander's team page doesn't picture his Gyarados this time, although it pictured it previously. Probably since this time he Mega Evolves his Gyarados now, and I guess the guy didn't have PNGs for Mega Pokemon either. We end up defeating Lysander though in his crazy outfit, and Lysander has a bit of a breakdown where we learn more about his crazy plan and just how insane it was. I still think it's pretty weird how Team Flare's goal was to straight up kill a ton of people, compared to a lot of other evil teams' plans like Team Rocket, who really just wanted a lot of money and rare items. Now that I think about it, all of the evil teams, with the exception of maybe Team Rocket, had these really insane goals that didn't make a lot of sense, but with Team Flare's plan squashed now and the ultimate weapon imploding on itself and AZ thanking us for helping him, the Kalos region is now saved, except for I guess Geosenge Town, since there's still this huge crater in the middle of it and a lot of the houses are still toppled over. From here, we have to go back to Anastar City, through Route 18 and into Kuriway Town. All we really have to do here is battle Professor Sycamore and his team of the 3 fully evolved Kanto starters. After dispatching him, we can head into Route 19, step into some soggy bottoms, come full circle with Shauna in a battle, rematch Tierno and fight Trevor, who the guide describes as a relentless rival. He is arguably the least important rival of the bunch in this game and was definitely the least threatening. And with all those battles out of the way, we can make our way into Snowbell City, the home of the 8th and final gym badge in the Kalos region. The first thing we have to do here is, you know what? Then we can teach our Blastoise an ultimate move, which I do since an ultimate move just sounds too good to pass up, then search for Wolfric in the Winding Woods. The guide has a full map to make going through here easy, and at the end we reach the Pokemon village where Wolfric is. He then returns to his gym, and the guide mentions how rare Pokemon can be found here, especially later on. Now that we can challenge Wolfric in his gym, I look at the guide to see that it of course recommends to use Hyper Potions and moves super effective to his Ice-type Pokemon, much like every other gym battle has. He has a team of Abomasnow, Cryogonal, and Avalugg, with the Avalugg not being pictured of course like a lot of new Pokemon in this guide. I lead with our starter, Subscribe the Delphox, to type trump our Ice-type foes with Fire-type moves for the victory, giving us our 8th and final gym badge. We also get Ice Beam, a pretty good TM, and now all that's left to do is go through Victory Road, challenge the Elite Four, and become the champion of the Kalos region to beat Pokemon X and Y as Nintendo intended. I begin to head through Route 21 into the Victory Road, which the guide has a map for us to follow so we can get through it quickly. Towards the end of Victory Road, we have one last battle against our rival Serena, and I get through her with no problem, just like every other Serena fight. I never really thought about this before, but after playing through Pokemon X and Y again, I think that Serena might be the easiest rival in all of the main series Pokemon games. But with this victory, we can now head into the Pokemon League. The first thing we do here is catch our breath in the Pokemon Center by healing and buying some items for the upcoming battles. The guide then gives us some techniques to follow in order to defeat the Elite Four, which include examining our party with an expert eye, something that it also said in the Black and White 2 guide, giving our team some held items, buying some medicine, deciding on which order to battle the Elite Four members in, and to use extra rare candies if we have any laying around, which I happen to have. All of these tips are very similar to what the Generation 5 guides had, and the order that I decided to battle the Elite Four in happens to be the same order that the guide puts them in. First up is Malva and her Fire-type team, which Mega Blastoise helps us get through incredibly easy. If you look at her team, you'll also notice her Talonflame just has no picture, but Pyroar does. Next up is Cybold and his Water-type Pokemon, which the guide says to use Electric and Grass-type moves against, so Raichu with the move Grass Knot should be perfect here. Raichu does end up falling to his Starmie after getting a couple of KOs on his Pokemon, but Delphox also has the move Grass Knot and was able to clean up for the victory. Third is Wickstorm and his Steel-type Pokemon team, and the guide makes note about how a lot of his Pokemon and Malva's Pokemon are weak to the same types in Ground. I end up using Delphox to one-shot most of his team though, since Fire was also a recommended type. Then I send out Lucario to knock out his Probass with a 4x super effective fighting move for the win. I also notice that the order the guide lists the Pokemon isn't even the right order that the Elite Four members send their team out. I am unsure if they're always going to send out the same lead Pokemon every time or not, like in some previous Pokemon games, but it's still a little weird to just have them in a random order. Last up is Dranza and her Dragon-type team, and the guide directly suggests that we teach a Pokemon Ice Beam and use a strong Fairy-type Pokemon, and luckily I taught Ice Beam to Blastoise and have a strong Fairy-type Pokemon in Xerneas. I thought this battle would be much harder since Dragon-type Elite Four members tend to be a little bit difficult. I'm looking at you, Drake from Hoenn, but this one wasn't too bad. Granted, I did have a Xerneas, so that's probably why. All that's left for us now is the champion, Diantha. She has a diverse team that doesn't focus on a single type, so I do as the guide says and switch out my Pokemon to exploit her weaknesses. The guide goes on to explain her Pokemon's weaknesses, then spends about half of the section about this fight talking about her Gardevoir. It says how her Gardevoir has Captivate, Hypnosis, Imprison, and Future Sight. This is an odd moveset, and once I battle her Gardevoir, I see that it Mega Evolves and goes for Thunderbolt. I'm not sure why the guide made no mention of her Gardevoir Mega Evolving, and why it has the complete wrong moveset as it didn't even mention Thunderbolts, since it should really have Moonblast, Shadow Ball, Psychic, and Thunderbolt according to Bulbapedia. But after shuffling in some of my Pokemon against her Mega Gardevoir, which was really the only threatening Pokemon on her team for us, I'm able to take it out with Romulus, making us the champion of the Kalos region, meaning that we beat Pokemon X as Nintendo intended. Starting out, I pick our character, name ourselves C, and then the guide tells us how to delete our save data if we really wanted to. Newer Pokemon games require you to do this instead of some of the older Pokemon games where you can just select a new game at the menu and then save over it, and it's kind of nice to know how to do it even if it's this early on. It then says nothing about the weird Aether Foundation cutscene with Lily and Nebby and all that, then shows us at our home with Professor Kukui. He tells us to go to Kahuna Hala for our starter Pokemon, but before that we have to grab our bag and hit the road. Now, you're ready for action. Here I noticed it had a little excerpt for Professor Kukui explaining more about him as a character, and it does this for each time a new character is introduced. This makes more sense than just having them all at the beginning of the guide. And on our way to get our starter, we get tantalized on Route 1 by Kukui, meet Lily, and Nebby of course, can't forget about that little guy, and save Nebby from some Spearows, although we all know that Tapu Koko is the real one who saved the day. We can finally pick our starter Pokemon after nearly 30 minutes of gameplay, well really 2 minutes of gameplay and 28 minutes of dialogue and mashing A, and the guide details a bit about the 3 starter options. It has their weaknesses, says which points of the game they're best at, and specifically says that Litten is a good choice if you want an easier start to your adventure, so I pick Litten and name it subscribe because, well, chances are if you're watching this you probably aren't subscribed. And I also want to note that under Popplio's section, it mentions how we won't encounter many water types in Alola, an island-based region with a lot of water around it, which I found kind of weird and I never really realized that, but there really aren't that many water types early on in this game. After receiving a Pokédex and Trainer Passport, the guide then explains the Pokédex's basic functions and tells us to check out our lower screen, not to be confused with the touchscreen. Hala's grandson Hal then arrives and challenges us to our very first Pokemon battle, and the most important thing it says about Hal here is that there's always a bit more room in his stomach for another Malasada or two, and this is the most memorable thing about Hal to me. He really likes Malasadas. The next page then has some battling basics since it is during our very first battle against Hal, and I like how the guide flows so far. Instead of having things like this at the very start of the guide, it includes it in places to be first introduced to it, in this case battling, making it much better for a newer player since I'm sure most people don't want to read 40 pages about how to click a super effective move at the start of the guide. On Route 1, we learn how to catch Pokemon and get our very first encounter, a Shaman Sky. Oh, just kidding, it's always piggyback here. The guide does detail some suggestions for a team and conveniently uses Litten as the starter example, so I follow suit and catch a Caterpie that I named Weevil, and a Pichu that I named Minnie. We have a few more trainer battles on this route and can then return to Iki Town for a special showdown against Hal. We hammer away against Hal, and look, the guide actually says to use your best moves to hammer Hal once again. The guide details his teams and type effectiveness, and I was tempted to honor battle his Pichu since we also just caught a Pichu, but apparently the Nintended way isn't to honor battle people. So after dispatching Hal, we get a special Z-Ring that is made out of Tapu Koko droppings or something, and learn about the Island Challenge, a worse and more tedious version of the Gym Challenge from games past. Here we can now see Professor Kukui's lab, which is much more hippie than other labs since it's basically just his home. The guide then shows us about the Pokemon Center and then the Trainer School because knowledge is power. Here I caught an Alolan Meowth that I named Arlene, get a Quick Claw, and learn about held items in general, then use the Alolan Meowth we just caught against his Alolan Grimer because they're both dark types and the guide said to use dark types against other dark types because dark resists dark. While that is technically true, I don't think that's the best battle device because they will also resist us, but Caterpie evolves somewhere in here into Metapod, and then we battle Teacher Emily, the boss of this area, and while detailing her team, the guides suggest that we use Bug-type Pokemon, like Caterpie, for her Alolan Meowth, and since my Caterpie just evolved into Metapod, I send it out, and we have no bug moves yet. This would be a lot better if we did have a bug move, so I just used Litten to finish her off. After the battle, we meet Lima, or Ilma. I'm not really sure how to say this since the first letter looks like an L or maybe an I. It's shorter than the letter next to it, so maybe it's an I followed by an L. Either way, we have to tame this Tauros because apparently a new trainer like ourselves can do that and not the island Kahuna Hala, and make it into Hawali City, Alola's largest city. It's pretty much just one straight road. We explore a bit and have a passion for fashion with our brand new look, get a lens case, and hear about Team Skull, which the guide says, quote, "Here's hoping you never meet them," just for us to meet them and battle them about 5 minutes later. This lowly grunt Zubat is no match for my team, so I pound it out with powerful moves, and then battle Captain Lima after winning. The guide says how Lima uses potions, but doesn't say how his Smeargle has Water Gun, which I imagine means it also has some sort of fire move and grass move along with it to counter your starters. We're still able to win though and get to Route 2 where the game really starts to open up a bit more. Treading along to Route 2 with Rotom's guidance, we learn about Pokemon that ambush you in the grass, like this Makuhita the guide suggests we catch for the very first normal type trial, so I caught it and named it Manny. There's the cemetery here, which is optional, but there is this weird side quest here that requires us to catch a Drifloon and then show it to this lady in the Pokemon Center in Hawali City. I'm not going to show and go over every single little side quest in this game since there's quite a lot of them, but this one was a bit weird. Turns out this woman wants a cute Pokemon by her side to offset her beauty or something, and when she asks us to catch the Drifloon for her, she says how we can't resist fulfilling the wishes of an alluring lady like herself. What is this game rated again? She then reads the dex description of Drifloon after we show it to her and decides it isn't cute anymore because its dex description involves stealing children, and she doesn't like children, even though she tasked us, a literal child, to get a Pokemon for her in the first place. We did get $10,000 out of it, and whether it's hush money or not, I'll take it. Now we can visit the Berry Fields, one of the coolest places in the Alola region, where we lay waste to some more Team Skull grunts, get a berry, and get a revive from this Delibird. We shouldn't ask questions about it, I don't know what that's about, and then catch this Crabrawler hiding in some berries that I named Pearl. Since the guide said its fighting typing will pair nicely with Makuhita for the very first trial. Metapod evolved into Butterfree after soaking up some EXP share around here, and the pre-trial stuff here of finding 2 Yungoos and a Gumshoe goes pretty easily, or if you're playing Moon version, it's going to be 2 Alolan Rattatas and an Alolan Raticate. Although the grunts here have a Drowsy that I had to switch out Makuhita from the lead for and take it out with Linen. For the totem fight against Gumshoes, the guide suggests we give our fighting type Pokemon the Quick Claw and potentially use X speeds. I buy some X speeds and don't end up using them anyway. Since Makuhita does do a lot of damage with its type trumping fighting type moves, kind of ironic using that term here. But unfortunately the Quick Claw in Makuhita never activates, then we get flinched by a bite and just get oofed. Luckily we have Crabrawler in the back to finish off the fight with just a Brick Break, which also is a TM we conveniently get in this trial. These totem fights aren't as cool as regular gyms in my opinion, but we do get the Normalium Z for defeating it and learn a bit more about Z powers and totem Pokemon, both of which we'll be seeing a lot more in the future. Looking back at the time, I wasn't really a huge fan of Z moves since in competitive battles they were pretty stupid, but in hindsight the idea of unleashing a super powerful move once per game is kind of awesome. As for totems, they're really limited to just the story mode, and while I feel like they are cool, I do think they should have been fleshed out a bit more, and I think that was kind of realized in Sword and Shield with Gigantamaxes and Raids, which were basically the same thing as totem Pokemon. Route 3 connects up a lot of the areas, but we have to check out the Melee Meadow first and help Nebby because it got lost in the flowers. When we return Nebby to Lily, Hau pops out of nowhere to battle us, and the guide suggests we use Paralyze Heals to cure hampering conditions such as paralysis on our Pokemon. I've never seen it referred to as a hampering condition, which I guess it technically is, but Litten evolves after the battle, and now we can fight Hala, the kahuna of the very first island. The guide suggests flying type or flight type users, so I use Butterfree with the Sharp Beak and unleash flying type moves to make short work of his fighting type team. This then gives us a Tauros for our ride pager, and there's some extra stuff we can do around this island, like explore the mall a bit more, look at the battle buffet, or go to the 10 Carat Hill, but none of these areas are really necessary to beat the game. Instead, I just sail on over to Akala Island and meet Mallow and Olivia, get a rare candy from this lady, and see Hiya City. I don't think I'm saying any of these city names right, and look at that, this city is just another straight line again. Cinna and Dexia from Pokemon X and Y make their return here to teach us more about Zygarde, since unfortunately Zygarde got the short end of the stick in Generation 6. Or I guess you could say Zygarde got no stick at all in Generation 6. There isn't much else to do here in the city, so we just go on over to Route 4, explore every nook and cranny like the guide says to, So we can find items like the Adrenaline Orb, a new item in this generation, the Energy Root, and make it into Paniola Town. This is a neat little Western-inspired looking town, and when we enter it, we see Hau, who whisks us into battle again. Not sure if that's a Malasada pun or not, but since this is a battle against Hau after all, it goes by as smooth as butter. Under the battle against Hau, there is a tip though for the move Grass Knot, saying this tricky move does more damage the heavier the Pokemon is. Remember tricks like this when you're up against oversized foes, like your mom, although we don't even get Grass Knot until a bit later when we do Mallow's Trial. I thought it was weird to put that note there and not a bit later, but stretching north of Paniola Town, there is the ranch appropriately named Paniola Ranch. Here we can see Hapu and get Stoutland for our ride pager to sniff out some secret items, visit the daycare for the hidden power TMN to get an egg, and then meet Gladian. Gladian is affiliated with Team Skull and has weird Pokemon like this type Null, which can be whopped by fighting type Pokemon we used in Lima's trial. Our next task is to take on Lana's water type trial, but first I noticed the guide says how we can trade a Lillipup for a Bonsweet in the Pokemon Center, and since it's a grass type Pokemon, it's a good idea to have it for this water trial, so I do it. It's named Bouncy for some reason, and when we enter the Brooklet Hill, Lana teaches us how to ride on Lapras so we can basically surf, which we need to do for the trial, as we have to chase down some Wishy-Washis in the water till they reach the bottom of the hill. The guide warns us about rain and how rain boosts water type attacks like the Totem Wishy-Washi's water type attacks. Bonsweet evolves here to help out in the fight alongside with Pichu because the guide recommended that we used grass or electric types in this gym, but also suggested water type Pokemon with unusual moves for this fight. Whatever that means, it didn't tell me what an unusual move was, but I'm assuming it means like a water type that has Thunderbolt like Lantern or something. I just hammer away at the Totem Wishy-Washi with our team as the guide actually says to hammer it with grass and electric moves to inflict maximum damage. This is one of the harder trials in the game, at least from what I remember when I first played through this game in 2016, and it's definitely worth it since now we can fish. And we also have the Water EMZ for Crabrawler if I really want to give it to him. And we also need the Water EMZ to show to these Sudowoodos to scare them off. This takes us into Route 6, which is commonly known as Straight Street, apparently, although nearly every route in town in this game is just one straight street anyway. Team Skull Grunts show up again though, and we unleash our best moves to send them packing once again so we can circle back to Hiya City and visit the Game Freak offices. There isn't much of a point to do this outside of getting a free random lemonade, but the guy uses this as an excuse to tell us we can come back here later after we fill out the Pokedex to get the shiny charm. On the other exit from Route 6, we are led into Royal Avenue. If you're looking for big deals and bigger battles, then you've come to the right place. There's a few shops here and a battling game called the Battle Royal, which is a 4-person free-for-all Pokemon battle. A mysterious man called Masked Royale shows up, wonder who this guy could be, and joins us in a battle royal alongside with Hau and Gladian. They all just targeted me right off the bat, and I lost, and the battle ended once my Pokemon fainted. The guy then takes this weird shot at Kiawe, because when it talked about Masked Royal, it called him a famous celebrity, and then when it talked about Kiawe when he appeared later, it just called him a minor celebrity for some reason. Up north from here though, we can hit Route 7 and the Wella Volcano Park, where the minor celebrity Kiawe's trial is. This mountain sizzles with excitement, and we have to spot the differences between each of these dances so we can battle the Totem Salazzle. The guide gives us the answers, although it's very obvious to see what the differences between each dance are, and I actually ended up losing my first battle against a Salazzle since I didn't really have the best coverage moves for it. I then stock up on more antidotes as the guide recommended because we do get toxic in this totem fight, and also caught a water type Pokemon in Dewpider that I named Gwen, because the guide recommended we catch a water type in Brooklet Hill for Kiawe, and Crabrawler isn't enough because it's not a water type even though it's a crab. Pichu evolved here though into Pikachu, and the egg hatched into an Eevee around here, and surprisingly Dewpider, with only Bubble Beam as its only water type move, was able to come in and take out the Totem Salazzle on our second attempt. We can now use Charizard to glide around with our ride pager, and the guide shows some Pokepelago stuff here, because this is the point of the game you can first access it, and then on Route 8 we meet another character from a previous Pokemon game, Colress. This is related to Zygarde somehow, but now we can just focus on the last trial on the island before the final Kahuna battle here. This is in the lush jungle, and we have to find some ingredients for Lana that the guide outlines in this map, and once we bring them all to her— wait a second, what's going on here, Mallow? A totem Lurantis then randomly appears, and this trial is really easy if you have a fire-type Pokemon, since the Lurantis calls for a Castiform, hell yeah, then goes for Sunny Day, and if you have a fire-type Pokemon on your team, you just get your fire-type attacks boosted and do massive damage. This gives us another Z Crystal, and just one more trainer stands in our way so we can complete this island. The guide then says to return to Hiya City and meet Lily at the Dimensional Research Lab. Here we can meet Professor Burnett, and sorry ladies, Professor Kukui is spoken for as this is his wife. Turns out Professor Burnett was also in Pokemon Dream Radar, that weird download-only game for the 5th generation that allowed us to catch some weird Pokemon like legendary Pokemon that most people probably forgot about, and even though I downloaded this and played it, I don't remember anything about it. The next new area we go to is the Diglett's Tunnel, not to be confused with the Diglett's Cave, although these Diglets are a bit different than the ones we're used to from the Kanto region. We encounter Team Skull here and lay waste to their team in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail with the help of How, and the guide suggests we use spread moves for it. We don't really have many spread moves on our team, but I noticed that the guide always recommends Air Cutter as the spread move, because it's been like 4 times now that the guide has directly recommended we use the move Air Cutter, but unfortunately we don't have any Pokemon with that move. Once on the other side of the tunnel, we make it into Coney City, and Kahuna Olivia really runs this city. The guide says how she has a jewelry shop here, and there's quite a few other shops to explore too. This one person in the back gives us a Pika Inium Z, which is convenient since we have a Pikachu on our team now too. This was always one of my favorite cities in Alola since it has a lot of cool shops without being the main shopping town of the region, sort of like how Slateport City is in the Hoenn region, where it has this outdoor market, but it's still not the main shopping hub of the region. It also has the first contest hall, and contests are amazing, and look out for a Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl contest video sometime soon. This island though has a bit more to explore, like Memorial Hill, Akala Outskirts, and the Ruins of Life, which sounds quite dramatic. While traveling through here, Meowth evolves into Alolan Persian, and the Skull Grunt tussles with some Aether Foundation people, then we light them up in a battle with fighting type moves, really making Crabrawler the MVP so far. And this guide is slowly showing its weird lingo with things like light them up and tussles. We continue going up north and run into Plumeria, the big sister of Team Skull, and thanks to recent internet meme culture, that term is a lot more weird now than it was in 2016. This sassy Team Skull admin helps run Team Skull and keep the grunts in order, and in the battle against her, Dewpider evolves into Araquanid. After defeating her, we can proceed to fight the Island Kahuna Olivia and her Rock-type Pokemon team. The guide really suggests Alolan Dugtrio here since it does match up well against her team, but I don't have one and I didn't read this part of the battle until after I already battled Plumeria, and by then it was too late to go back and catch a Diglett since the battle with Olivia just starts right up. Luckily we still have Pokemon of other types like it recommends, like fighting and grass type Pokemon, and just keep hammering away through her annoying thunder waving nose pass to get the victory off the backs of mostly Bouncy and Crabrawler. This gives us the Rockinium Z and tells us more about this mysterious Aether Foundation that we've been seeing all around Alola. This now allows us to access the Hano Grand Resort, the grandest resort in all of Alola that attracts wealthy and famous vacationers from regions near and far. This would have been a bit cooler if they stuck random cameos from other famous trainers like Diantha or even Steven, just having them chilling around the hotel. But as far as I know, you can't run into any actual famous trainers from previous games here. The reason why we are here in the first place though is to meet Faba, who invites us into the Aether Paradise. The guy suggests we hang back into the Grand Resort and explore a bit, but I accidentally say yes to Faba and go with him right away, so we'll come back here in a few minutes. The Aether Paradise is a large man-made island in the middle of Alola that could arguably be considered Alola's 5th island. There's a lot to do here when it comes to unwrapping more about the story and the lore of this game, but first we have to get this stick because Farfetch needs this stick to survive. I don't know why this random Aether employee is giving it to us here. And Farfetch are unfortunately leaving Alola because they can't find sticks. How sad. We then meet Wick, the vice chief of the Aether Foundation, who takes us on a bit of a tour, and once it's done, I trek back to the Hano Grand Hotel so we can explore a bit since the guide does have 3 pages dedicated to just extra bits around this area. There's this one lady who gives us this cool, refreshing soda pop, then asks if we would rather have the one she already opened, and I'm sure some sick freaks out there would prefer that, but the strangest thing we can do here is become a Pyukumuku chucker. This hotel has an issue with Pyukumukus washing up to the shore and scaring guests, so this guy needs us to pick them up and then throw them back in the ocean for him. We unfortunately don't get to see the animation of the Pyukumukus being thrown, but we do get $20,000 out of it, which is a fair deal. This guide has made me realize just how many side quests there are, although there isn't really a clear way to see them all in-game, and this Pyukumuku chucking was technically the 49th side quest so far. Future is here too, not to be confused with the rapper, who gives us the metronome for beating him in battle. Kind of ironic because isn't a metronome something that they use in music production too? Now we can go back to the Aether Paradise, meet Lucamine and the president of the Aether Foundation. Our conversation is cut short by a sudden tremor and blinding flashing of light, which turns out to be an ultra wormhole that summoned an ultra beast called Nihilego. It battles us but flees after a couple of turns, confusing us all. Wick then escorts us out and gives us the Psychic TM and randomly some Malasadas that I'm sure Hal would love. And now with 2 islands down, we have 2 to go, with our next stop being Ula Ula Island. The guy notes how our island challenge continues, but there is the small matter of ultra wormholes, which seem like they'll be a pretty big deal kind of soon. The first city we visit on this new island though is Mali City, which Rotom says reminds him a bit of the Johto region, and Hao challenges us to another battle. He continues to be one of the easiest rivals in all of Pokemon, but he does have a Leafeon now if you chose Popplio as your starter, which I thought was pretty neat. Steenie then evolves into Serena after the fight, and now we have to go to the Mali Garden to meet Professor Kukui, who is drinking some tea there. The guide says to catch some Pokemon along the way here, although the only Pokemon I ran into were Poliwags and Arachnids, which I already have Arachnids, so I just caught a Poliwag and then talked to Kukui, who is shocked by our Ultra Beast encounter, then tells us we have to catch a bus to take us to the next island challenge. As we leave Kukui, we meet a familiar face, Samson Oak, Professor Oak's cousin, who is kind of just here for no real reason in the game. He doesn't serve much of a purpose in the game at all and is really just here to tell us that we have to go to the library next. Before that though, I make a stop at my favorite restaurant in Alola, the Sushi High Roller restaurant. Here I got the samurai meal, of course, and was surprised to see that there actually was this little animation showing us getting the food and eating the food. If only we had an animation for that Pyukumuku chucking thing in the water too. We get 4 heart scales from the restaurant too, and then meet Lily and Hapu in the library. There's a few things to explore before going upstairs in the library though, like getting the fly TM and the strange souvenir, and giving your Furfrou a haircut if you happen to have one, but you can't even catch one in Alola and have to trade it over. When I return to the library, we learn a bit more about Solgaleo and Lunala, the main legendary Pokemon of the Alola region. Acerola shows up too, and the guide tells us about her backstory that I didn't know about before reading this guide. Acerola is the last living member of her family, which is a family that once ruled Alola, and she now lives in a special home for children and Pokemon who have no one else to care for them. She knows a lot about the Alolan history though, and helps Lily unravel some secrets of the past. From here we can explore the Outer Cape, an optional area with a recycling plant. Here we interrupt these people and get caught in some family drama, but at least we get the Twisted Spoon out of it. Kind of weird how these random guys give us a Twisted Spoon and a recycling plant, but they battle us too, and the guide says to mash his Alolan muck in short order, so we do so. The next place we have to go to is Route 10, which has Pokemon that swoop out of the trees to get us, and at the end we see Team Skull, who are trying to steal the bus stop sign. Why? We eradicate their Raticate, nice play on words there guide, then meet Professor Kukui again, who tells us to take the bus, and when we arrive at our destination, he tells us about his dream of having a real Pokemon League in Alola because Alola doesn't have one right now. When we exit the bus, we arrive in Mount Hokulani, the second highest peak in all of Alola. We can now challenge some trials soon, but first we have to get past Moline, or Molane, I don't know how to say his name, and his Steel-type team. We use our Fire starter Pokemon as the guide recommended to lay waste to his team. At this point, I noticed that the images of Pokemon on the guide too, that they use to demonstrate people's teams, looks a bit stretched out. It's hard to explain, but in some instances, like in this instance for Molane's team, the Pokemon just look wide. We can enter the Hokulani Observatory now and see Molane's cousin, Sophocles, the electric-type trial captain. He is also the genius behind the Festival Plaza, although if you've ever dealt with the Festival Plaza trying to do a Wi-Fi battle or trade and notice its tendency to just not work, then you might not think of him as a genius. For this trial, the lights go out for one of Sophocles' experiments gone wrong, probably the Festival Plaza, and we have to guess what each sound is until we eventually find a totem Vikavolt that appears. The guide says that the totem is easy prey, especially if we have fire types on our team, but then says not to waste time curing any paralysis the Vikavolt can cause to our Pokemon, although earlier it's said to bring Paralyze heals for it. I just used Torracat here and learned that Vikavolt has an Aqua Berry to reduce damage from the first fire move we go for, and the guy didn't seem to mention that. After burning this totem Pokemon to a crisp, we get the Electrium Z from Sophocles as well as the Stellium Z from Molayne. Back in Mali City, we're prepared to meet your boy Guzma, but I noticed the guide suggests we use Pelipper for this fight again, so I go back to the Hano Hotel and catch a Wingull, and finally I replaced Arachnid on the team with it. I battle Guzma and Wingull just falls to his Golisopod since it's a low level, but the rest of our squad can take care of him pretty nicely, especially Alolan Persian with Fake Out to deal with the emergency exit ability on Golisopod. Now we can focus on the next trial against Acerola, but on the way we meet another roadblock that can only be passed if we ride a Mudsdale that Hapu conveniently appears out of nowhere and gives us for our ride pager. This takes us to another meeting with Hau and Gladian, where Gladian tells us how Team Skull is after Lily's Nebby, and we have to try to keep Lily safe since Lily isn't a Pokemon trainer herself. We then travel through the Tapu Village to get to Route 15, the location of the Aether house that Acerola lives in. Acerola then comes out with a bombshell. Unfortunately, it isn't Lusamine, but the bombshell is that she is the next island trial captain. When we leave, we battle Team Skull and evolve our Torracat into Incineroar, and have to stop Team Skull from whatever they're planning on doing. First, we have to take a quick detour to the abandoned Thrifty Mega Mart to do Acerola's trial. The story behind this place is that it was built on a sacred land, and Tapu Bulu didn't like that, so he just destroyed it, and then Ghost-type Pokemon started inhabiting it. The guide suggests Alolan Meowth for this area since Dark-type Pokemon are good against Ghost-types, so I guess our Alolan Persian will do fine, since it evolved a while ago from a Meowth. This trial always gave me Yokai Watch vibes for some reason. In fact, this whole game in general seems to incorporate elements from Yokai Watch into it, from things like the Rotom Dex and the many side quests. I wonder if that's a coincidence or if the popularity of Yokai Watch from 2014 to 2015 or so influenced this at all. And it's a shame that Yokai Watch is basically just dead now. I do have this Yokai Watch strategy guide, so maybe one day we can do something with that. At the end of the store though lies a Totem Mimikyu, which is part Fairy type and Ghost type, so the guide recommends we don't use any Dark types for it, as Dark is weak to Fairy. It again suggests Alolan Dugtrio, so I just go back and finally catch one added to the team, since the guide really likes to suggest Pelipper along with Dugtrio for whatever reason. I reluctantly replaced Grabrawler on the team with it though, since it's starting to be a bit worse this late in the game. I don't know when or how it evolves, the guide hasn't said anything about that too. And when I send out the Diglett against the Mimikyu, it just gets one-shotted by Mimikyu. Incineroar with Darkest Lariat fares fairly decently against this trial though, and after some heals and revives, we take down the totem and get the Ghostinium Z. We then go back to Route 15 again and see that Team Skull is still up to no good, surprise, since they stole Pokemon from the Aether house. The children here are very upset, so we have to try to stop Team Skull, and when we leave, Grimsley from the Unova Region Elite 4 randomly appears to give us a Sharpedo for our ride pager that is basically just a faster Lapras. It would be really nice if one of the strongest trainers in the Pokemon world, who happens to be in Alola for some reason, could help us with this Team Skull stuff here, but no, maybe he's on vacation and staying at the Hano Grand Resort or something like that. On Route 17, we see some Team Skull grunts wandering about, as well as Nanu, who the guide notes isn't part of Team Skull, but Team Skull still listens to what he has to say. This leads us into Po Town, a town that Team Skull has overtook with graffiti, and the guide says how it isn't very inviting, which I'm sure you guys can see. In the back of the town lies the Shady House, which, like the name implies, is pretty shady with some shady characters. Normally, in order to get to a point in this house where you battle Guzma, you have to battle other trainers that tell you answers to some questions later on, but the guide just has all the answers to the questions for us here, so we can just go straight to this person, give them the answers, and then go fight Guzma. We did have to tell them no at the end because he is a no yes man. I don't know what that means. And then lets us pass. The guide says to keep our fire, ground, and rock Pokemon away from Guzma's Golisopod in this fight. And once we defeat Guzma, Diglett evolves and we find the Beginium Z from this chest that was next to Guzma. The stolen Pokemon he took then flees back to the Aether House. And Nanu and Acerola tell us to go back to the Aether House. And when we do, we learn that them stealing this Yungoos from the Aether House was just a distraction and that they're really after Nebby. Gladion comes in thinking that they took Lily and Nebby, but it turns out Lily is hiding with Nebby somewhere. We then have a fight against Gladion. I don't know why he fights us when we're trying to help him. And the guide asks us how this bully in Gladion even knows Lily. I'm sure we'll find out pretty soon. And after our battle, we go with Gladion to find Lily at the Aether Paradise. And while waiting to catch a boat, Nanu appears, revealing he is the island kahuna of this island and challenges us to a battle. Dark type Pokemon is it, the guide says, so we can use some fighting type moves against this Pokemon, or against this Krokorok we can use a flying type Pokemon, because the guide said it can dodge ground type moves, which isn't technically wrong, but isn't the most optimal idea here. I'm surprised it didn't directly recommend Pelipper again, but after defeating him and getting the Darkinium Z, and putting a little bit of spark back into Nanu's eyes, we go to the Aether Paradise because Gladion believes Lily could be hiding here, although his reasons for this are unclear as of right now. We have a battle against Faba first, and he only has one Hypno on his team, which is kind of weird. I mean, sure, creepy old guy has the creepy Pokemon, but he is no match for our well-trained team. 3 other Aether employees then ambush us and we have a battle against them. We have to pound their Alolan Muck. Then we learn that the Team Skull really wanted Cosmog because it might be an Ultra Beast. Wick from the Aether Foundation comes in, unaware of this whole situation, how the Aether Foundation has evil plans. I don't really know how can she be unaware when she's so high up in the Aether Foundation. And she helps us out by healing our Pokemon. Faba then comes back again and battles us another time with his unfortunate team of Psychic-type Pokemon, but having an Alolan Persian on this team makes this very doable, especially with the Darkinium Z that we can use now. We are eventually brought to Lucamine's mansion, but have to fight Guzma first in order to get in. Guzma's team has doubled in size since the Shady House battle against him, and the guide suggests we use a Quick Claw in this fight again, which I've had on my Incineroar for a while, by the way, so we can strike hard and first and not react to what Guzma is doing. I still lost this battle twice because his Golisopod is pretty annoying, but finally defeat him on the 3rd try and then enter Lucamine's mansion where Lily is. Lucamine also shows up and reveals that Lily and Gladion are her children, then she challenges us to a battle. Our team matches up pretty nicely against Lucamine, at least better than it did against Guzma, but she does some weird Ultra Space stuff before the battle actually starts. The guide doesn't really have anything too special written for this fight other than what Pokemon types hers are weak to, and to be careful of her team hitting us with status conditions. When we beat her, she then warps into Ultra Space and Guzma follows her in. We're then given a special flute and a Master Ball, which will come in handy later, and then we sort of just put a bookmark on this whole Ultra Space thing again. On to the 4th island now, I guess, Pony Island. We first arrive in the Seafolk Village, which has a ton of extra side tasks to do here, as you can see, before we head into the Pony Wilds. The Pony Wilds is full of powerful Pokemon and tenacious trainers, but before we actually go there, we have to stop by the Seafolk Village, where there is another trade that gets you a Steenie for a Granbull. Weird how they have this trade here, since there was a Bonsweet trade earlier in this game that we got, which just evolves into Steenie and then Serena. We'll return to the Seafolk Village soon, but for now we have to travel through the Pony Wilds and find the ancient Pony Path. There are ruins here that people are apparently living in somehow, and Hapu comes to see us again to give us a Machamp for our ride pager, which basically allows us to use Strength. The interesting thing about the Machamp ride pager though is, unlike other ride Pokemon, riding on Machamp doesn't lower your encounter rates. Now that we have Machamp, we can go into the Ruins of Hope to push these rocks around. Hapu comes in here and relax, you won't be battling her yet, the guide says. She just tells us we need to find the 2nd flute, which is on Exeggutor Island. Back in the Seafolk Village, there is this amazing boat called the SS Magikarp to take us to this Exeggutor Island, named so because of all the Exeggutors on it. And when we get the flute and take it back to the Seafolk Village, we are attacked by Team Skull Grunts. The 2nd grunt is backed by his whole crew of homeboys, which is the guide's way of saying he just has 5 Pokemon. After defeating them, Plumera then comes and asks us to save Guzma from Ultra Space, and that's where we're headed. We must traverse through the vast Pony Canyon first to summon the legendary Pokemon to then summon the Ultra Wormhole. Kind of a little bit of a convoluted story towards the end here. But somewhere in there, Hapu reveals that she is the new kahuna of this island and challenges us to a battle. Her Flygon pours on the punishment, but thanks to mostly Serena and Incineroar, we make short work of her team and get the Groundinium Z. Continuing across, we meet this hippie named Mina who gives us the Ferinium Z right in front of this weird unguarded trial site. There's no captain here, but there is this totem Kommo at the end. And look, the guide suggests we use Pelipper again since this totem Pokemon is part fighting type, which is weak to flying. After that grueling battle, we can exit from the back to reach the Altar of Sun or Altar of Moon if you're playing Moon version. Here we have to play the two flutes alongside with Lily. And when we do so, Nebby transforms to Solgaleo, or Lunala in Moon version, and opens up a hole to Ultra Space we can go into. This place looks really bizarre, but we do see Guzma chilling over here, and then Lusamine who has gone mad with power. Lusamine is being mean to Lily, but at this point you can see just how much Lily has grown as a character, and I think the characters in general like this is where Sun and Moon really excel, since the characters in this game are memorable, diverse, and have a cool story except for Yu-Hao. You kinda just eat Malasadas all day and are very similar to Barry and Hop, who are rivals in other games, with their generic, excited, I want to be the champion attitude. Sorry, Hao. Lusamine then battles us in Ultra Space just as she morphs with Nihilego here and her hair turns black somehow. Not really much is explained here as to what's going on, but there was this pretty convincing theory about Ultra Beasts and the characters in this game, which said something along the lines of how each Ultra Beast represented one of the characters in Sun and Moon, since Pheromosa resembles Lusamine, Lily resembles Nihilego, and Guzma resembles Xurkitree, to name a few. Lusamine has a diverse team, and the guide shows us her weaknesses, but doesn't say anything about how her Pokemon boost their stats every turn, sort of like how Totem Pokemon did before. We're still able to defeat her in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, make her come to her senses and be a good mother again, then return to Alola to have a battle with Solgaleo. I just chucked the Master Ball like the guide suggested, exactly how I chuck a Pyukumuku, and I named the Solgaleo Nebby. That takes care of pretty much all these story elements so far, so now we can focus on challenging the Pokemon League and becoming the very first champion in the Alola region. We have to travel all the way up Mount Lanakila, the tallest peak in the Alola region. On the way we meet Gladian, who has a very weird way of saying thank you to us for bringing his family back together by challenging us to a battle. His type Null, since evolved to Silvally, one of the most underwhelming Pokemon ever, as it's literally just discount Arceus, or Arceus, I don't know how to say it. But after dispatching him, we climb to the top for another battle against Hao. He has Komala now, and the guide spends some time explaining Komala's comatose ability, and how his starter gets countered by our starter. After that, we can get swagger from Guzma's mom, very weird sentence there, and head into the Pokemon League where the guide notes how Kukui feels like a proud father. Since we don't ever really hear or see our father in this game, I wonder if the guide notes something about Kukui that we don't. The Elite Four is just the island kahunas, except for Hapu, who is replaced with Cahill that will battle at the end. First up, we have to fight Hala and his fighting type foes, and you guessed it, the guide suggests we use Pelipper here too. I use Solgaleo as well because it's a Solgaleo, then prepare to fight Olivia. We do as the guide says and exploit her many 4 times or 400% weaknesses, with Serena hitting Relicanth with Drop Kick, Dugtrio hitting Golem and Probopass, and Incineroar with Brick Break helping clear out the rest of her team too. Next up is Acerola and her Ghost type team, and the guy notes how Sableye is only weak to Fairy types, and if we don't have any Fairy moves, it says just to use a strong Z move, so use Incineroar to take it out with a strong Z move, and the rest of her Pokemon's weak to Dark, and we have a lot of Dark moves on the team like Darkest Lariat from Incineroar to take care of her. Fourth up is Cahill, a former Island Challenge champion that returned to Alola just to be a part of the Pokemon League. She specializes in Flight-type foes, and although I replaced Pikachu on the team for Solgaleo, Alolan Persian having Power Gem helped a bit here too, along with Solgaleo just being big and strong. All that leaves now is the champion. When Pokemon Sun and Moon first came out, I had no idea who the champion was gonna be. I suspected maybe it'd be Hao or Gladian getting to the Elite Four first, or possibly Hapu since she's the only kahuna not in the Pokemon League, but it turns out that the replacement champion is actually Professor Kukui. I think that makes this one of the coolest champion battles ever, even though he isn't technically champion. His team is diverse, but Dugtrio and Solgaleo match up very well against him, and the guide says how we can use a Stalwart to soak up damage and buy time if we needed to, but I decided to just finish him off with Nebby, the first Pokemon we ever encountered and the most recent Pokemon we added to the team, to become the first champion of the Alola region. That's not the end of the game just yet though, since we do have an encounter with Tapu Koko back home with Lily that we end up catching, and then Lily mentions how she is setting off to start her own Pokemon journey. And we never hear from her again after this, and I think some sort of update on how she's doing would be kinda cool. After that, the credits roll, and with that, we beat Pokemon Sun and Moon how Nintendo intended. Starting out, I pick our character, name ourselves C, see this long introduction scene, and then finally appear in our home in Postwick. The guide says how there's no time to waste sitting around, so I make haste, grab our bag, and head outside to meet our friend Hop. Once we meet him, he tells us to meet him in Wedgehurst, the next town up north, where we also meet his older brother Leon, who is the current champion of the region. After seeing them over there, we're then told to go meet them back at their house, where Leon lets us choose our starter Pokemon. The guide here actually details the starter options here, unlike many of the other newer guides, which just tell us to pick the starter we like to most. The Scorbunny and Sobble descriptions are pretty straightforward and tell us their strength and weaknesses, how Scorbunny is fast, and all that stuff, but the Grookey description mentions how you should focus on training it to use physical moves for a chunky damage dealing Pokemon that can take hits. It didn't use any funny words like chunky for the other two starter Pokemon, so I of course picked Grookey, name it subscribe, which you should totally do by the way, and look at these analytics whatever, and then have our first battle against Hop. He has a starter Pokemon weak to ours in the water type Pokemon Sobble, as well as his lead Pokemon Wooloo, which he's just always had. After laying waste to his Wooloo, I do as the guide says and use super effective moves on his Sobble for the victory. Hop then tells us about a Pokemon that might be in trouble in the nearby slumbering weald, so we have to head in there and eventually we meet this mysterious Pokemon. The guide just refers to these mysterious Pokemon as mysterious Pokemon, although earlier in the guide where it shows the full Pokedex, it directly names both of these Pokemon, of course being Zacian if you're playing Sword version and Zamazenta if you're playing Shield version, and then tells us to use damaging moves and then status moves on it, although neither of them work against this mysterious Pokemon. The Pokemon eventually flees, so we return back home to see our mom and get some Pokeballs and money. We then hit the road again as the guide says and have full access to Route 1 now, find some items around here, battle some Pokemon, and then make it back into Wedgehurst. I'm also now realizing that none of the towns or cities in this name have town or city at the end of them and are just referred to as one name. Apparently that's a thing that's more common in the UK compared to other regions of the world, and I just thought that was kind of interesting. But once we're in Wedgehurst, we have to visit the lab, as well as Sonia, who teaches us about the Rotom phone. We're then told to go visit Professor Magnolia's house up north. Hop shows us around the city a little bit and shows us how the Pokemon Center works. We enter our birthday and see our horoscope like the guide says, and I'm pretty sure that your horoscope is the same no matter what you put your birthday in. And then I get a new outfit and buy some berries, of course, since the guide suggested we did those things. Leon meets us as well and shows us how to catch a Pokemon. We have some trainer battles along the way and eventually make it to Professor Magnolia's home. With a little bit of gentle encouragement from the professor, as the guide says, Leon is willing to endorse us and Hop for the gym challenge if we can wow Leon in a Pokemon battle against Hop. Hop has the same team as before with the addition of a Rookidee, and the guide recommends specific types to take him out, although I haven't really had a chance to catch Pokemon yet, so I just hammer away with Grookey to defeat him and get Leon's endorsement along with Hop. As we're exiting, the guide suggests that we catch a Yamper as it evolves into Boltund, one of the guide's top recommendations for Pokemon to use in this game. I caught one and named it Bolt because I couldn't really think of any other name, and then head into the Wedgehurst station to start the next chapter of our journey. We're taken into the South Wild area from here and have to proceed to the next town on foot from here. In the station, the guide says that we can get a Pikachu or Eevee if we have save data from either of the previous Let's Go games on our Switch, but since of course this is technically supposed to be my first time ever playing Pokemon, I don't pick up the Pokemon since I shouldn't have save data of course, but I do get the 5 Pokédolls from the other trainer in here. In the wild area, the guide recommends we catch a Pokemon, so I caught a Growlithe as it was one of the first Pokemon I saw and named it Rover. The guide then details a lot about the wild area on the next few pages and tells us then to go up the stairs and into Mottostoke. There's quite a lot to do in this bustling city, but after a panoramic view of the city, we meet Sonia again, who tells us about Rotomi and League cards, and then she tells us that we can register for the Pokemon Gym Challenge in this town. The guide also says how this is our first chance to visit a hair salon if we want to rock a new hairdo, so I dye our hair blue and change the style up, and then visit the boutique next door to get a new hat. The guide then suggests to get some high-tech earbuds so we can turn off the music in the settings if we wanted to now, and I really don't understand why they didn't just make this a setting by default and made you get a key item for it. But after doing all of that, we can then take the lift up to the other part of town where we meet Leon again, and he tells us to meet him at the Mottostoke Stadium where we register for the gym challenge. Around here is when the guide also introduces the ball guy here, who is probably the most fan favorite character in this game because he gives you random Pokeballs, which is kinda neat. In the stadium though, we meet another challenger, which the guide describes as somebody who doesn't seem very friendly, and then we have to go check into the Budew drop-in for the night. In the inn, we learn about some of the lore of the Galar region and meet Team Yell, who challenges us to some Pokemon battles. After defeating Team Yell, we then meet Marnie, who Team Yell are huge fans of as they follow her around to root her on in her battles. We then have to go to sleep as the next day the gym challenge ceremony begins, where we see all of the gym leaders. After the ceremony, we help this young boy find his lost Minccino and get some throat spray as a reward, which is a rather odd reward, and then we head west to have another fight against Hop. The guide specifically suggests to use Yamper against his Rookidee, so I do, and Grookey took care of the rest of his team pretty easily. We can then go along Route 3, where the guide tells us about Brilliant Pokemon. I didn't know that this is what they were actually called, but they're basically those Pokemon you see in Sword and Shield that give off a colored aura. Farther along, we meet Sonia, who gives us an escape rope, which is a key item in this game, shake some berry trees for some berries of course, and catch a Gossifleur because the guide said to, and I named it Plant. We are then led into the Galar mine, and I follow the track to try to chase this Pokemon that's riding along them in a minecart, but never catch up to it unfortunately. But at the end we meet that not friendly trainer again named Bede, or BD, I'm not really sure how to say it, who the guide likes to poke fun of again by saying how he'll remind us every chance he gets that he was endorsed by Chairman Rose of the Pokemon League to take on the gym challenge. He then challenges us to a battle, and his team is 3 Psychic type Pokemon, so I do as the guide said and use a Dark type move in Bite from our Growlithe to defeat him, and Subscribe also ended up evolving into Thwackey right around this fight. As we exit, we make it into Route 4, explore the Golden Grass where we meet Milo, the gym leader of the next town. We then catch a Joltik because the guide suggested that we did. I noticed that the guide has recommended we catch pretty random but specific Pokemon, as there really isn't too much of a reason for us to have this Joltik when we already have a Yamper. And if the guide just wants us to have a Bug-type Pokemon, there's other new Bug-type Pokemon we could have caught a bit earlier on. I caught one of the Joltiks anyway and name it Tom after my favorite Spider-Man and head into the next town, which is Truffield. In this quiet little country town, we learn about the Geolith, a legend in the Galar region, and meet Hop in front of the stadium, who just finished battling Milo for himself. The guide then makes note about how you can catch a Crawdon up the river here, but we can't go up the river yet since we have a bike. Kind of weird when you think about how you need a bike to go up a river in this game. And then the guide says to enter the stadium to challenge Milo. In the stadium, we get some friend balls from the friendly ball guy, backtrack a little bit to catch a Galarian Meowth to trade for a regular Meowth from this girl standing over here, and get a quick refresher on Dynamaxing, then finally start the Turffield Gym mission. The mission requires us to herd some Wooloos, so I zigzag across to herd them all like the guide suggested, and then finally make it to the battle against Milo. The guide says how both of his Pokemon are Grass type and to exploit their weaknesses for super effective damage. Beneath the picture of his Pokemon, it even has icons to represent each type that they're weak to, so I led with our Fire-type Pokemon Growlithe to take out his lead Gossifleur, and then stay in on his Eldegoss and Dynamax like the guide says to take out his Dynamax Eldegoss in a few turns with some strong Fire-type attacks. You may notice that some of the gameplay here is also a bit laggy, and it's because for some reason when I record on my Switch onto my PC, it doesn't really like it so much. So if you see some laggy gameplay, it's most likely because of that, as it looked fine while I was actually playing the game. After that, we get the TM for Magical Leaf, and of course our very first gym badge in our quest across the Galar region. Milo then tells us that our next stop is Hulberry, which lies beyond Route 5. On this route, we track down the TM for Attract, and I also caught a Stuffle since the guide recommended fighting types a lot against Team Yell and against Hop. The daycare is on this route too, so we pick up a free Toxel and then save this doctor from Team Yell and get a bike as a reward. Not sure why a doctor is giving out bikes, but now that we have a fighting type Pokemon in Stuffle and a bug type Pokemon in Joltik, this battle against Team Yell goes by better, although Stuffle doesn't have any fighting moves just yet. Farther on the route, we have a rival fight against Hop, and the guide suggests fighting moves for his Wooloo, to use our starter against his starter, and to go for Thunder Wave on his flying type Pokemon Corvisquire to slow it down, then take it down with an electric type attack. I don't have Thunder Wave, but I do have Nuzzle on Yamper, so I go for that and then knock it out with Spark. It would have just been better to go for physical electric moves from the get-go, but with that fight out of the way, we can make it into Hulberry, where we meet Oleana and Chairman Rose again. Then the guide wants me to fish for a Basculin, so I do so and caught one, and I couldn't think of a nickname, so I just head over to the merchant stands as the guide said. I bought a Luck Incense because the guide said that it could be used to get even more money from each battle, which sounded pretty good. It then makes note of the herb shop here, which sells items similar to what you'd find in the regular Pokemart, but they're a bit cheaper, and our Pokemon's friendship go down if you use these healing items. The guide says how they taste awful, which is why it makes their friendship go down apparently. In the lighthouse in this town though, we meet up with Nessa, the water type gym leader. We follow her to the gym in order to challenge her, and get some lure balls from our friend the ball guy. The gym mission here involves us hitting switches to change the flow of water in the gym and eventually reach Nessa. The guide tells us exactly how to do this and which switches to press, which is pretty nice, and then goes on to explain Nessa's team and how to fight her. It tells us to make sure our team is packing some grass or electric type moves or you'll get soaked by Nessa's team. I start off with Yamper in this fight, then switch to Thwackey on her Dreadnought since the guide specifically suggested grass moves which were better for Dreadnought. After Dynamaxing, we take it out pretty easily, giving us our second gym badge in the Galar region. When we exit the gym, we meet Oleana again, who tells us to meet her at the nearby restaurant with Chairman Rose, and as a prize they give us the TM for Retaliate, which totally doesn't have any underlying meaning to it by the way, and then we're told to go through Galar Mine 2. Galar Mine was just so good, they had to make a Galar Mine 2 and didn't just name it something else. We meet Beat again in this Mine 2 and his pure Psychic type Pokemon team. I kept Tom on this team just because it is a bug type to type Trump Beat's Psychic Pokemon, but it falls pretty early on in this fight, so I just used Thwackey for the rest of the battle. Towards the end of the mine, we have a double battle against Team Yell, and the guide says how the only shared weakness for all of their Pokemon are Fairy types, but we don't have any Fairy type Pokemon unfortunately, and it says that if we don't have Fairy types, we shouldn't be afraid to switch Pokemon around, so I do just that to win the battle. The mine eventually leads us to Motostoke Outskirts, where we pick up an amulet coin and make it back into Motostoke. The guide doesn't make us flip all the way back when we first got to Motostoke for this section, and just has the new parts about Motostoke on the following sections, which is nice. A lot of older guides make you flip all the way back to a previous town when you revisit them, so let's say you're currently on page 80 but the town was on team 20 and you have to go back there. You'll have to go all the way back to page 20 to continue, which can be a bit annoying. We do have to check into the Budew drop in again in Motostoke though, where we meet Marnie. We battle her and all the guide really says about her team is that it isn't all dark types unlike Team Yell's Pokemon, and although her Morpeko is cute, its attack and speed are no joke. After the battle, Marnie rewards us with 2 whole burnt heals. I'm also noticing at this point of the game something I forgot when I first played through the game. A lot of times when you get items, you don't just get one of an item like you did in previous games. You usually get 2 or 3, which is a little bit odd. However, the guide did suggest that we carry some burn heals for the Motostoke gym as it's a fire type gym. The gym leader is Kabu, of course, and the mission requires us to catch or knock out a few fire-type Pokemon to get some points and then challenge the gym leader. It suggests to use quick balls to catch the Pokemon, as catching a Pokemon gives you more points than just knocking them out, but I checked the nearby mart and I couldn't buy any quick balls, so after just catching 3 random fire types with great balls, we get to challenge Kabu. The guide says how Kabu and his Pokemon are red hot, and to rely on water, ground, and rock type moves. We have Basculin to carry us through most of the fight, and the guide says how we can play more defensively to stall out his Dynamax Pokemon if needed. And this sort of happens since Basculin ends up falling in this battle, so our recently evolved Boltund dispatches his final Pokemon to secure our 3rd gym badge. I'm also noticing at this point that Basculin really isn't that strong, so maybe once we get an opportunity to go all the way back to catch that Crawdaunt the guy suggested, I might just go do that. We can now head to a new part of the wild area though, known as the North Wild area. Here we meet Bede again, who will show us some more attitude as the guide says, and tell us how he defeated Hop in a battle recently. There's some other small things the guide says we can do in the wild area, but for now I just go across and into Hammerlock. This is where Chairman Rose set up his power plant to power the region, and when we go into the gym, he explains a bit more about his power plant and how it works, and it totally doesn't seem sketchy or anything at all because he doesn't really directly tell us where the power even comes from. From here, there's also some minor things we can do, like get the Soothe Bell item, a Weather Rock, and meet Leon, who mentions how Hop took his loss to Bede pretty hard. After that, we can trade our Toxel for a Togepi, which really doesn't seem worth it, but the guide said to do it to help complete our Pokedex. And then we meet Raihan, the Dragon-type gym leader of this town, who we can face much later on. Up the stairs over here, we meet Sonia, who tells us more about the legends of the Galar region and how there were 2 young trainers who helped fight during the darkest day. Then we can go into Route 6 and catch a Yamask because the guide said to. This took me a little while since it just didn't want to stay in any of my Pokeballs, so I actually had to run away from one, buy some more Pokeballs, and fight another Galarian Yamask just to finally catch it. I didn't nickname it. I'm really struggling with nicknames for this game, by the way. Typically I have some sort of theme with my nicknames, but half of my Pokemon are nicknamed now and half just aren't. One thing I found interesting though is although it does tell us to catch a Galarian Yamask, it doesn't mention anything around here about how to evolve Yamask, because if you didn't know, Yamask has a really weird and specific evolution condition that involves standing under a very specific area in the wild area while your Yamask has depleted HP or something like that. I did check the back of the guide out of curiosity to see if it told us how to evolve Galarian Yamask, and it did, but I don't end up doing this because, to be fair, if I was playing this game normally for the first time, I probably wouldn't have checked the back of the guide for that. We are then met by Team Yell again though, who challenge us to a fight, and the guide mentions how fighting moves do 400% damage to Galarian Linoone. That isn't wrong, but seeing it set as 400% with the word percent written out and not just 4 times as it's typically written out is a little odd. After these fights against Team Yell, we meet Opal, a fairy-type gym leader in the region that we'll battle later on. We continue across the route and see Professor Careless, who is rather careless, and she is a professor that researches fossils. We eventually continue along and make it into Stow-on-Side and have another battle against Hop. I'm realizing there's also a lot more rival battles in this game than I remembered, but the guide tells us to use super effective moves of course for his Pokemon, and makes note on how his Cramorant can use a move that spits out a Pokemon to damage you, and can either lower your defense or paralyze it to boot. At this point of the guide, I also noticed that it seems like it's trying to throw in some British/UK slang, which is kind of funny, and after defeating Hop, we see Opal again, then collect a few things around the town like the HM for Fly, and trade a Maractus that I went back to Route 6 to catch in order to get this Impidimp. It's a Dark and Fairy type Pokemon, which are 2 types the guide has recommended quite a few times now, so I thought it was worth it. Dark types are good for Bede, and Fairy types are good for all the Team Yell grunts. Now we finally have the opportunity to challenge Alistair, the Ghost type gym leader of this town, since we're playing Shield version and he's a Shield exclusive gym leader. In Sword version, the gym leader here is a fighting type gym with Bea, but the gym mission is the exact same in both games, just with a slightly different coloration and aesthetic. The guide tells us exactly how to get across this gym challenge, And although Alistair might be a little creepy, the guide suggests we use ghost types and dark types for this gym, so our recently acquired Galarian Yamask and Impidimp should do good here. It even says how it's ironic how ghost types are super effective against his gym since he is also a ghost type trainer. I do start off the fight against Alistair with Thwackey though, since the guide shows how his lead Galarian Yamask is weak to grass as his part ground type, and then I use our Galarian Yamask for his Mimikyu, although the Mimikyu ends up knocking us out, so I go into Impidimp, which is nicknamed Peekers for some reason from the trade, and it takes out the Mimikyu, and then I go into our recently evolved Beware to Brutal Swing his Corsola as it's super effective, and against his Gigantamax Gengar, I struggle a bit since Gmax Gengar is really strong. I tried to Dynamax Impidimp for it, thinking this would be a good idea, but we just got one-shotted instead. We just have to stall out the Gigantamax turn, something that the guide tends to recommend for just about every single gym fight now, so I revive Bolt Hunt to knock it out with a strong jaw bite. Impidimp ends up evolving right after this fight, and we also get the TM for Hex and the 4th gym badge. The guide makes note about how we are now halfway through the gym challenge with this victory, and as we head out we meet Sonia but are interrupted by some loud noise in the distance. The loud noise is Bee trying to break down a wall because there's some sort of Galarian secret inside. Chairman Rose catches Bee doing this and disqualifies Bee from the gym challenge after we end up battling him. He took this really hard as Chairman Rose is the person that endorsed him for the challenge in the first place. I did use Dark type Pokemon against his team like the guide said though, and luckily I have a lot of Pokemon with Dark moves by now to take care of him pretty easily. The wall still ends up falling though, unleashing more secrets about Galar and the Darkest Day. Sonia then gives us 2 revives and tells us to head through the Glimwood Tangle to get to the next town. The guide tells us exactly how to go through the Glimwood Tangle and tells us to catch a Galarian Ponyta. It only appears in Pokemon Shield version, although I couldn't find one because they're actually pretty rare on this route. I remember in Pokemon Sword, the counterpart was Impidimp, and I spent quite a lot of time trying to find it when I first played through this game. I just forego the Ponyta anyway, and just continue along and arrive in Balonla. I have no idea how to say that name either. There's a few small things we can do here, like get the TM for Rest, give this man a letter that we picked up earlier in a previous town to get a Choice Scarf as a reward, get an Eviolite too, and eventually head into the gym where we see Marnie again. After some banter, as the guide puts it, she gives us her lead card and tells us she now looks up to us as one of her rivals. The ball guy gives us some love balls in here, and we trade our Galarian Yamask for a regular Yamask. This one we can evolve a little bit easier than the other one, however I don't even plan on using it much anymore since we're catching quite a few Pokemon in this run actually, more so than a lot of the previous Nintended videos, as my team gets shifted around pretty often. I then stock up on some healing items like the guide says and take on the next gym challenge. The gym challenge is just some battles, but the gym leader Opal and her fairy type team ask us some questions randomly. The guide shows the answers upside down here, and they're pretty straightforward except for the question about what Opal had for breakfast, which the guide makes note about, saying how there's no way we could have known that. She had an omelet apparently though, and after defeating the trainers we can finally battle Opal and her team. The guide basically calls Opal old by saying she's been a gym leader since before we were born, then tells us what types are good against her Pokemon of course. It also says to pay attention to if we're using special attacks or physical attacks here, since her Mawile has high physical defense and her Togekiss has high special defense. That's one of the few times I ever saw the guide specifically mention physical attacks versus special attacks. We eventually make it to her Gmax Alcremie, which was a bit challenging as the guide alluded to, mainly since I had no poison type moves or no steel type moves to type trumpet. But after paralyzing it as the guide suggested and stalling out all of its Gmax turns, I hammer away for the victory, giving us another gym badge. When we exit the gym, we see Opal again, who says she has some errands to run in Hammerlock and offers to take us with her. This is pretty convenient since we also have to go back there. On our revisited trip to Hammerlock, we see Bede, who Opal seems to like for some reason. Shortly after, we see Sonia and Leon, but are interrupted by another loud noise again. Sonia and Leon go to check it out on their own, allowing us to head east and meet up with Hop. Hop says how we need to go to Route 7, and when we go there we have to fight him again. He continues to experiment with his team and grew stronger from his fight against Bede, as the guide put it. I quickly knock out the Trevenant with super effective dark moves as the guide suggested because Trevenant is apparently a scary Pokemon, and then promptly take care of the rest of his team. On Route 7 it suggests we catch a Berserker, so I do. Then I go into Route 8 where the guide recommends we catch an Inkay because of its dark and fighting type moves which will help us soon. The next gym is a rock type gym if you're playing sword version, or an ice type gym if you're playing shield. So I guess the fighting moves do help, but Inkay is not even a fighting type Pokemon, so I don't really know what that'll exactly help with too much, because there's a lot of actual fighting type Pokemon we can have that'll help us with both of those gyms, like one that I'm going to catch pretty soon. And after climbing up some ladders and collecting some cool items like Brick Break, I caught a Phalanx and name it Omogus and teach it the Brick Break TM we just found as the guide suggested. I then decide to replace Phalanx with Beware on the team since they're both fighting type Pokemon anyway, and make it into Sirchester. There's a lot we can do here, like trade a Vanillish for a sock from this random guy. I didn't need to do this, but the guide said why not make this old man happy, which made me feel kind of bad, so I went with the trade. I even misread it the first time and accidentally thought that the trade was a throw for a sock as they're each version exclusives, but it turns out that you receive a throw if you're playing shield version, and you're supposed to give him a Vanillush. Other than that, there's Restaurant Bob's Your Uncle, fantastic name for a restaurant by the way, and this weird detective scene where we get a wide lens for it. This random guy is accusing people of eating all of the berries in the lobby, and drags all of them in his room to interrogate them for some reason, but it turns out it was actually a Pokemon that was eating the berries and not a person. In the hotel we also get the TM for Fake Tears and the Catching Charm item, and now we can finally take on the gym after getting some Moon Balls from the ball guy. Since we're on shield version of course, we have to battle the ice type gym leader known as Melanie. The gym puzzle is the same in either version and it's just a puzzle with pitfalls across, but luckily our handy dandy guide has a map for us to follow across. The first line in the guide for this fight says, like mother, like son. I'm not really sure what that means. I'm guessing what it means is Melanie and the sword exclusive gym leader are mother and son, although the guide didn't mention that before, so it makes it seem kind of odd when you just read it there. Our newly caught Phalanx can hit most of her team super effective, and it says how rock moves hit her Frostmoth for 400% damage. We don't have any rock moves, but this is the first time that the guide used the percent sign instead of writing out the word percent, and we're able to get through this gym easier than the last one since we match up much better. I also taught Rillaboom Brick Break to help a little bit as it knocks out her Ace Lapras in the very end of the fight. We now have 6 total gym badges, and the guide says how before we return to Hammerlock to get the final gym badge against Raihan, we have to face a mysterious 7th gym leader elsewhere. Sonia is waiting for us as we exit the stadium and tells us to meet her at Bob's Your Uncle restaurant. At the restaurant, we learn more about the legends of Galar again, since the restaurant has some antiques about it for some reason. As we exit, Hop challenges us to yet another Pokemon battle, and the guide notes about how Hop finally found a team he is comfortable with now. Phalanx helps a lot here for his Double and Snorlax, and against his unusual Pinch Urchin as the guide put it. I don't have any ground type moves, so I just use Grimmsnarl, which also evolved after this battle. We're then told to head into Route 9, and the guide says to catch a Delmise here, although I didn't realize that until now that I'm writing the script, so when I was playing the actual game, I forgot to catch one. We do get the bike upgrade though, so we can finally bike across water, get the TM for Rock Slide, and get to the entrance of Spikemuth where we meet Marnie again. She challenges us to a battle, and most of her team is weak to Fairy, so Grimmsnarl is really good here, but her Toxicroak gives me some trouble since I don't have any ground or Psychic-type moves on the entire team. I even tried to Aqua Jet it with Basculin, but it had dry skin and the guide didn't warn me about that. I imagine if you started with Inteleon, you'd probably encounter that a lot easier, but the guide does say multiple times how some of her Pokemon are 400% with the actual percent sign weak to certain types. That ends up helping us win the battle, and once we make it into Spikemuth, it's a pretty straightforward town as all there really is to do here is challenge the gym leader, which is Pierce and his dark type team. Pierce happens to be Marnie's older brother, so Team Yell is a big fan of him as well, and this is the only gym where you can't Dynamax, but since we have a Fairy type in Grimmsnarl to do 400% damage to most of his team, this gym goes by very smoothly. It does note how Skuntank is weak to only ground though since it's part poison type, and for some reason suggests we use Steelix for this fight. Steelix is a trait evolution, and we can't even catch it or Onix anywhere near this part of the game, so I don't really know why I suggested Steelix now of all Pokemon it could have possibly suggested. After getting the 7th gym badge, we leave Spikemuth and see Leon, who tells us about some problem happening in the Galar region where Pokemon are randomly Dynamaxing. He goes on to investigate this himself, allowing us to return to Hammerlock and challenge Raihan, the final gym leader. I'm sure the whole randomly Dynamaxing thing won't be a problem in the future, but the guy suggests that we caught an Ice-type Pokemon near Sirchester before challenging Raihan's Dragon-type gym, so I fly back over there just to pick up a Vanillish to use for this fight. The guide then says to head west to meet Leon and Sonia, but we really have to head east, and they tell us more about the lore behind the Galar region and how Dynamaxing is deeply connected with the region. With all of that out of the way, we can now challenge Raihan's gym, which is a series of double battles. First, we have 3 double battles in the gym mission, each with a different weather theme, and last up is Raihan with this half dragon team and half sandstorm team. The guide does explain how Sandstorm will do 1/16 damage each turn to non-rock, ground, or steel type Pokemon, but doesn't say how Sandstorm boosts special defense of rock types like Raihan's Gigalith. I do start the battle off with our newly acquired Vanillite and Rillaboom for his leads, and then Grimmsnarl comes in to finish off the rest of his dragon type Pokemon. His Duraludon was a bit annoying, but I was able to stall out its Dynamax turns and Dynamax our own Phalanx for the victory. When we leave the gym, we meet Sonia, who is a professor now, so she is Professor Sonia, and are told to go to the train station and venture across into Route 10 to get to Winden, the location of the Pokemon League. On Route 10, we're told to catch a Beartic, so I do so this time, and it's level 55, so I added to the team over Vanillite since it's now our highest level Pokemon. There's also quite a few trainer battles on this route, and Rillaboom levels up to 46 and tries to learn Woodhammer, so you know I have to teach it Woodhammer so we can continue to hammer away at our foes. When we arrive in Winden, we see Hop, and there's some small things we can do here like trade for a Duraludon, get the Rotom catalog, and get some Dream Balls for my friend the Ball Guy, but the key reason why we're here is to take on the Champions Cup. This is like a pre-Elite Four, so to say, and the guide has a full page telling us how to prepare for it. It says to use any extra candies we have, make sure everyone on our party is holding some sort of item, and to check for any last minute TMs to teach any of our Pokemon. It also says to buy healing items, which I do of course, and head in to fight our first opponent, Marnie. The guide says how Marnie's team hasn't changed much from the last time, and that Fairy-type moves are a fairly safe choice against her. Although her brother isn't keen on Dynamaxing, Marnie will Dynamax her Grimmsnarl. I do the same with our Grimmsnarl to Dynamax it, and end this fight with an honor battle in our favor, allowing us to progress in the cup since Grimmsnarl matched up really well against her team. Our next battle is against our friend Hop, and he has the same team as last time we battled him. Instead of suggesting super effective fighting moves for his first 2 normal types like the guide always had, it now suggests ghost types which are immune to normal type. Since Hop loves super effective moves, this was a bit weird, and this would technically work, but I don't have any ghost types, so I just use our fighting type Pokemon Phalanx. The rest of this fight reads pretty much exactly how every other fight against Hop reads, with it telling us to use super effective moves, and then explaining random things like how Corviknight has high defense and to focus it down with special attacking moves. The guide seems to really enjoy pointing out random Pokemon stats here and there when it's really not the most important thing. With this victory, we are now allowed to advance to the finals and get to meet Leon for dinner. When we go to the hotel to meet Leon, he never shows, but we do see the gym leader Pierce. He said that he heard that Leon was going to the top of Rose Tower, but Oleana appears and sends a Macrocosmos grunt after us to slow us down. The guide doesn't really do a good job of explaining who or what Macrocosmos is, but they're basically Chairman Rose's company and employees who, if you couldn't tell by now, are definitely up to something sketchy. The grunt has a Durant, which the guide says takes 4 times damage to fire moves, so I use Growlithe here against most of Macrocosmos' steel types from here until the top of the tower. Later on, we see a Ferroseed, which the guide says takes quadruple damage from fire moves. I like how the guide has a different way of saying 4 times super effective just about every way it comes up. With this grunt finally out of the way, we make it to the top of the Rose Rose Tower with our friend Hop and see what is holding Leon. Hop helped us with some double battles on the way, and of course he only used his normal type Pokemon for most of these steel type Pokemon, which wasn't really a great help, but after making it to the top, we're meted with a frustrated Oleana. She is not very pleased by our meddling and challenges us to a battle. The guide says how our team doesn't all share too many weaknesses like some of the previous Macrocosmos battles, then explains what moves are good against her Pokemon, how her Serena has immense attack and thighs, and how Milotic's strengths are its HP and special defense. Her ace Pokemon is Gigantamax Garbodor, and although we have nothing to Type Trumpet directly, I just use every member of our team for it to dispatch Oleana once and for all. We then see Leon speaking with Chairman Rose, and the guide lightens the whole situation by saying how they're just talking about the future of Galar, and we can now return to the Champion Cup for the finals. Kinda strange how everything just goes back to normal after that, but our first battle here is against Speed, who replaced Opal as the gym leader. The guide warns us about Gardevoir and its high special stats, and how there's a good chance it'll one-shot some of our Pokemon, which it definitely does because Gardevoir is pretty strong. I end up taking it out with Rillaboom and then Gigantamaxing to take care of the rest of his team. Next up is Nessa and her water type team. The guide recommends grass and electric types, so I lead with Boltund on our Golisopod. The guide says not to underestimate her Seeking, but I one-shot it anyway, and since we have Rillaboom, this fight went by much easier than the one against Speed. Our next foe is Alistair and his bulky Dusknoir lead. This is one of the few times I've seen a guide refer to a Pokemon as bulky, as that's usually just a fan-made term, so I use our Grimmsnarl to Type Trump his Ghost-type Pokemon with Dark-type moves. I'm able to handle his Gigantamax Gengar much easier now that we have Grimmsnarl, allowing us to move on to the fourth battle against Raihan. Raihan has managed to crush the opposition and faces us in the last match. The guy notes how his team changed a little bit, but his love for weather hasn't. He has a Torkoal now to set up the sun as opposed to earlier when he had a Gigalith for Sandstorm, so I take it out with Rock Slide from Baratic as the guide recommended. The guide then says how Goodra is tough and to use Fairy type, so I go to Grimmsnarl, which has kind of been the MVP of this run so far, and it also takes out everything else on his team except for his ace Pokemon, Duraludon. I go into Phalanx to Dynamax to match his Dynamax Duraludon, and take it out with a Max Knuckle. Now we have the champion match against Leon to prepare for. When we go out to fight Leon, we're interrupted by Chairman Rose. He's saying something about how he's going to save Galar and initiated the Darkest Day, and with a name like the Darkest Day, it doesn't really sound so pleasant or good for the region. We have to postpone our champion match for now to go and try and stop him by going all the way back to the Slumbering Weald. The first thing the guide suggests to do here amongst all of this chaos is to catch a Galarian Weezing, and when I try to, it just self-destructs on me. We eventually get to a point where we meet Hop and get the Rusted Sword and Rusted Shield that we need to take back to Leon and Hammerlock to help stop Chairman Rose. When we go over there, we meet Oleana, who begs us to save Chairman Rose because even she doesn't know what he's doing and thinks he's gone mad with power. We have to go under the stadium in Hammerlock to see that something has broken out of its shell, and it turns out to be the thing that was causing all of the power in the region, and are met by Rose shortly after, who challenges us to a battle. He has a steel type team, and the guide suggests we use fire moves since some of his Pokemon take 400% damage from fire, so our Growlithe continues to be great here against all of this Macrocosmos shenanigans. And since I know someone will ask this, I haven't evolved Growlithe yet, since the guide didn't mention how to evolve Growlithe and made no mention of evolutionary stones at this point in the guide. Since we're only supposed to use the knowledge we come across in this guide to beat the game as Nintendo intended, we're stuck with Growlithe for now, but it does really well against Chairman Rose. This battle theme is also really cool and intense, and although the story in Sword and Shield is a bit weird and doesn't make too much sense and not too much is explained, especially towards the end, the presentation for this final part of the game is really nice, largely thanks to the music. After we defeat him with our type trumping fire type moves, the guide mentions how Rose calms down a bit, but he expresses confidence that Leon will have the same ideals as him and follow through with his plan to initiate the Darkest Day once more. We then go to the roof where we see Leon trying to stop the mysterious Pokemon that broke out from the Power Cell and the Darkest Day. So sorry Rose, I guess you were wrong about Leon. The guide doesn't detail this part that much for some reason and sums it up in about half a page with very little pictures and doesn't even directly mention Eternatus. It says to use Ice type moves for this fight though, so I use Baratic, then doesn't really mention anything about this raid-like battle we have against Eteranus with Hop, Zacian, and Zamazenta. This is a pretty key point in the game, so it's weird to just omit it and not even show a picture of Eternatus. We end up defeating it and catching it anyway, and after a 3-day rest in the hotel, we can finally challenge Leon to become the champion of the Galar region. The guide tells us all of Leon's Pokemon's weaknesses, says how Seismitoad is 400% weak to grass, and to attack Aegislash when it's in its blade form for maximum damage. I use Grimacenarl for his lead Aegislash and Rillaboom for his Seismitoad to hammer away at it with Wood Hammer. We eventually make it to his Cinderace, which does give me a little bit of trouble, so I end up reviving some of my Pokemon and paralyzing it with Boltund to finally knock it out after a few revives. Last up is Leon's ace Pokemon, Charizard. The guide says how he will Gigantamax it the first turn, and he does, so I end up just stalling out the turns after paralyzing it too, because this Pokemon is pretty scary in its Gmax form. While the majority of Sword and Shield is easy, and it's definitely one of the biggest complaints people have about Sword and Shield, the fight against Leon is definitely the hardest in the whole game. It's fitting since it is the last fight after all, and once Charizard returns to normal, I Dynamax our Boltund to knock it out and defeat Leon. With that, we beat Pokemon Sword and Shield how Nintendo intended. The prologue begins on page 214 and caused some confusion for me. Basically, we have to follow the prologue, which takes us through Mesagoza, then the story section on a separate part of the guide, which is a general walkthrough, then another separate section outlining the gym leader battles, Team Star, and the Titan Pokemon, and finally another section that details each individual area a bit more. It doesn't help that these all spread across about 500 pages or so in the book, so we have to do a lot of flipping back and forth. First, the guide tells us to customize our trainer by choosing our love from among the seeds. Since we're playing Scarlet version, I of course give our characters scarlet hair, then the guide tells us how in Scarlet version we go to Orange Academy, and in Violet version we go to Grave Academy. The translations messed up the terminology pertaining to Violet version a lot more compared to Scarlet version, as sometimes it was Grave Academy or Grape Academy, and sometimes it was Violet version or Violet version. Aside from the broken English, because I translated this guide in the worst way possible by just holding my phone up to the guide and using Google Translate, the prologue is pretty straightforward. We meet our classmate, Nemo, then we get to choose a Pokemon to be our partner. Earlier on in the guide, it has 3 different sections for each starter leading up to the second gym with a slightly different route for each. To be honest, I kind of forgot about this when I started playing the game because they were within the first 20 pages of the guide, but I picked Quaxley simply because it's a duck. I name it Quasa because that's what the almighty beings at Google decided to translate Quaxley into. Normally I name my starter Pokemon Subscribe to remind people to subscribe as it helps the channel a ton, although a small amount of viewers get really upset when YouTubers remind viewers how liking and subscribing can help out their channel, so I'm just not going to do that, I guess. Little Cook Nemo also chooses his own Pokemon, and I didn't know that Nemo wanted to be a cook. It's fitting because she ends up with the Fire-type Pokemon Pogeta, and for some reason the translation for a lot of pronouns just defaulted most of them to him, even for the woman characters. Nemo does happen to choose the Bachmon, whose type is compatible with the main character's cancerous types. Whenever the translation says cancerous type, it just means super effective, which is another extreme example, but it kind of makes sense. Shortly after battling Chef Nemo, our mom gives us an allowance and a sandwich as well as 5 wound healers, which is another funny translation for an item in this guide. Chef Nemo then gives us some monster balls and shows us how to catch a Pokemon. We end up catching a Lechonk this way, so I of course crudely translate Lechonk into Jimben Gletton and nickname it that. After that we save Caradon, or if you're on Pokemon Payovlit, Miraidon. After saving Karada, we meet Pepper, the doctor's son, who battles us with his only Pokemon being the Fox Squirrel. Now it's time to leave for school and go through Rat Town, battle Chef Nemo again, and go to Table City. Then we finally finish the prologue and can move on to the actual gameplay. The first place we need to go to is Circle Town through South Area 2. The guide highlights some Pokemon we can catch in this area, including Casternuts, so of course I catch one added to the team, and even outlines every trainer, which is pretty convenient. It was a short trip to Circle Town, or Serukuru Town, which sounds a lot like Circle, but more Japanese. The guide outlines everything you can do here, which it does for every area, including this trade you can do with the Flabebe for a Snom. I tried to find a Flabebe, but couldn't, so I just gave up on it. And once our Pokemon got to level 14 or 15, I challenged Cade's team of Murray-type Pokemon. We have to flip over to the section on gym leaders now and see that Katie's team has a Bean Grasshopper on it. A regular Grasshopper isn't an issue, but a Bean Grasshopper? Those are trouble. At least our Quas has Wing Attack to take care of her bug types, and we can see which types are good against each Pokemon next to her team on the team list. It does tell us about her Sudowoodo, who terraces into bug type, but was still no match for our Quas. This gives us our first gym badge, a TM, and for some reason, there is a Bulge. Quasi evolves shortly after the fight, so we head on over to Area 3 where we learn about special terrorist Pokemon that emit milk like this Jigglypuff. I really wanted to try some Jigglypuff milk, but I accidentally knocked it out and couldn't catch it. There's also Nushi in this area, which has a secret spice that we should approach later. The secret spice is referring to the Cloth Titan, of course, which also has its own section we need to flip on over to. I'm not usually a fan of guides that make you flip back and forth, but with how open Scarlet and Violet is, it makes sense to have it done this way. And it's only extra annoying for me because I have to translate the pages every time. The guide suggests water and grass moves for Cloth, which we have on our Quas and Caster Nuts, and one of its moves got loosely translated to I'm excited, which gave me a laugh. After meeting Arvin, our Koraidon eats a sandwich and learns how to dash, making it to our next destination, Bull Town. Here we have to find 10 Kimawari to challenge the gym, which took me a couple of minutes to find. Then we fight Corsa's gym of grass types. The guide suggests fire and flying types and to use the clicky move, which I'm going to assume is just wing attack. This does well for his first two Pokemon. Then our Quas falls, leaving just our Gibblejeton, I still have no idea how to pronounce this thing, and our Nuts. We lose this fight, so I level up the team a bit more, decide to look for a fire type and even see a fire terror raid which I go in to try, and it ended up being a Flabébé after I spent about 20 minutes looking for one earlier. Since it has no fire moves, I go back to trade it for the Snomnate's Nuzlocke, level it up, and challenge the gym again. This time Snom takes care of his first two Pokemon pretty easily, then we use Quas to weaken Sudowoodo, and have to do some cheese strategy by reviving Quas so we can beat Brassius, or should I say Corsa, for our second gym badge. At this point I tried to reorganize the entire guide by saving a picture of each page after translating them, then rearranging them in the order that I'd see them in as we go through the game, and let's see if that works out. I had to sort about 300 pages, which took over 2 hours, mainly because, well, I don't know how to read Japanese, but I think in the long run it'll be worth it. Next, the guide wants us to take on the Sky Starfish, or the Bombardier Titan. To do that, we need to go through Area 1 first. The guide mentions how the Star Group is around here and also some wild terrorist Pokemon like Sanders. I like Sanders. On the area guide section for Bombardier, it says, let's fight the soybean Nushi Mandarin Duck, which sounds a lot like a dish you'd order at some sort of Asian restaurant. The guide suggests we use electric-type Pokemon here against the Mandarin Duck, although we don't have any, and it's a shame because Sanders would have been perfect here. I also forgot to heal, so the first fight didn't go so well against the soybean duck, so I heal and do much better on the second time. As for its moveset, it's hard to make out since I couldn't really take the best pictures of these crude translations, but for its moveset it looks like it just says, Tsubaki makes me depressed. But what doesn't make me depressed is seeing Lechonk evolve. After beating the Titan and meeting Arvin, the guide says, when you give Bavar's sandwich, Collidemon. Sometimes Arvin is referred to as Bavar, and Miraidon and Koraidon's names just keep getting more and more messed up the farther along we go. Our next point is to tackle the first Team Star base with Pina. And this is a rush. Let's open 30 stores in 10 minutes of the new time and bring out the POS. And then on the Team Star section, it calls him Akugumi. One cool thing about the Team Star section is it shows recommended Pokemon for the first part of the battle, and when one of the recommended Pokemon is called Bean Grasshopper, you know I have to go out of my way to catch one. For the actual fight against Giacomo, we have a low sweep on Quaxwell, which is just better than our Bean Grasshopper as it died almost instantly. I thought we were going to lose this, but Oink alone bails us out, so now we can check out the East First area. The bottom is connected to the East Baldea Sea, Eri, Starfire Box, and Team Medal's hideout are set up in most of Middle England. That's just another reason to never go to England, but along this route we have Team Shadal Morocco and her fire base. The guide shows how she looks in each version, which is almost exactly the same in both games, except for this one small detail on her hip, as well as some Pokemon that we can catch that are good here like Cam Came. I wonder where Cam came from, or what Cam came to, maybe. I couldn't find Cam, so I just settled for a Weasel, which when translated is still just Weasel, which surprised me. I decided to grind a bit before doing this because I was underleveled, and I later realized that while reorganizing the guide, I accidentally put Mela a little too early, so this being out of order is my fault and not the guide's fault. I did wind up catching a Charcadet though because they're cool, and the guide translated them to Glen Alma, so welcome to the Team Glen. I'd posit it's Snom for it because Snom hasn't been that good outside of that one gym battle. And as annoying as it was to find a Flabébé, I find another den with another Flabébé to taunt me even more. Weasel ends up evolving to Floatzel though, and along with our starter Pokemon being water type, we make Morocco's base go by in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. The next stop on our adventure is Hako City, a seaside town with an electric gym. I could have sworn that Hako was a type of fish or something, but I looked it up and apparently Hako is a company that makes equipment for electricians, which still is a fitting name for this city. There's a ton to do here like battle the streamer Nanjimo, which the guide should just ghost a Pokemon for. So since we can trade the Ocean Sea Urchin for a Pokemon that is literally named Ghost, I do that and Ghost evolves into a fatter Ghost. Nice. Before battling Iono, we encounter Chef Nemo again, who must be here to check out all the restaurants. She wants to battle us and ends up having a Pokemon named Principal on her team. The guide also calls Iono Yamo, then says, as is typical for Nanjamo, a popular video distributor, the battle court is displayed on digital signage. I guess I'm also a popular video distributor of sorts, distributing a video right now that you're watching. Fascinating. Now for the actual gym, we are a little bit over leveled, so Wigglytuff can take care of most of her team with Dig until her Terramis Magius, which Gengar just curses and eventually knocks out. I don't think I've ever used Curse to win a battle before, but there's a first for everything, I guess. Now the guide wants to do the Earthworms and fight the next Nushi Pokemon. We travel through East Area 3 to get there, and our Beam Grasshopper evolves and is slowly becoming one of our better Pokemon on the team. This takes us to the Submerged Steel Noshi, which doesn't sound nearly as appetizing as the Mandarin Soybean Duck Nushi before it. For the fight, the guide suggests Jimin type, but unfortunately I'm not part of a Korean boy band, so that won't work. We just slowly whittle away at the worm to defeat it with Bavar, who teaches our Miraidon how to do the big jump, which causes damage. Our next destination is Picket Town, a small town specializing in minerals, which I'm sure Hank Schrader would love. The guide tells us how we can give materials to people who are still alive for special tools like the chest plates to evolve Charcadet. I'm glad the guide told us this, otherwise I would have tried to give materials to people who weren't alive. There's not much else to do in this town since you really don't have to go here to beat the game at all, so we can continue to the Roasted Desert for Cascarrafa Town and fight the Earthquake Titan along the way. I misread the guide, which happens a lot when it's written in a language that you don't understand, and we actually aren't supposed to fight the Earthquake Titan yet, so after getting stomped by it I go right for Cascarrafa City, or Carafe City as the guide calls it. Here we can get tools at Delibird Pouch, get the Big Root item for Castor Nuts, don't you forget about Castor Nuts, as well as the leftovers before meeting Kofu, who heads to Marinade Town. Marinade Town is the town of notice, and let me tell you, I definitely noticed this town. Here we need to bid on some seaweed for Kofu, then fight against his water-type foes. If you concentrate on hitting the points, then victory is at hand. It suggests electric moves, but sadly we never caught Sanders' help with that, so we have to use our Nut, and the guide says how his Pokemon are weak to grass. Unfortunately, our Nut falls early, so we have to use some Gengar Curse Cheese for the second time in a row to get this gym badge. Next, we have to travel through the West 3rd area to Shambles Town, or Chample Town, a retro town with a normal type gym. It says how it has a nostalgic atmosphere, and among the main Amaya Tsunemaya restaurants, only 18 have grilled rice balls on their menu. I don't really know what that means, and I don't even know if I said that correctly. For the gym fight in this town, we have to battle Aoki, an extraordinary office worker. I got up the team a bit so Quasi evolves, and mainly use it along with our Bean Grasshopper against Aoki and his normal type Pokemon. The fight was pretty easy, and as we exit the gym we see Chef Nemo, who is probably checking out all the rice balls nearby, and fight her with her Loudbone Guild. The next place we need to go to is Mount Nape, which leads us to Fridge Town. Funny enough, the Fridge Gym isn't Grusha's gym, but it's Rhyme's ghost type gym. On the way I called a Frigiback named Servier because that's the very loose and inaccurate translation for it, and added to the team over Charcadet because I haven't really been using it. Rhyme, or Lime as the guide calls her sometimes, is a double battle gym which isn't too hard for our Gengar and Bean Grasshopper. I think I only took one hit in this entire fight against Rhyme, so now that we have her badge, we can head on over to Caliph City's Snake Roast and become the Earth Nushi. That was a weird way to put it, but it's just the giant Donphan Titan fight. It was much easier this time around that we battled it when we're actually supposed to, and then it says, that's how the soil grows. In the Roasted Desert, we can also fight Cigar Loco, which is the greatest name for Pokemon I've ever seen, and a snubber, but I hardly know her. With the giant Donphan out of the way, we can go to Big Cavity near South Area 6, where there is no luck. We continue along to Big Town, and at this point I realized I accidentally skipped the Poison Team Starbase, but we were supposed to do that quite a while ago. I went back and beat it very easily as the guy didn't really say all that much about it, so now we can go back to Big Town, which is a stylish town with an Esper type gym. Chef Nemo fights us again, and after that we can get ready to challenge the gym by pressing the emotional buttons. For the fight against Tulip, or just Rip as the guide calls her, Bug, Grasshopper, and Gengar take care of her team pretty easily. Either way we can make it to Grusha or Blue's gym next pretty easily. The guide recommends fire types, and we just got rid of our only fire type we had, but the gym battle was still pretty easy for us as fighting Pokemon are super effective against ice types. After Grusha we have Team Ruckbar's hideout with Ortiga and the Fairy group. The guide does still recommend specific Pokemon for this Team Star fight, and it recommends unevolved Pokemon that wouldn't even be good here, so I just don't even use them and use the team that I already have. This gives us another Dan badge, and the move Dazzling Gleam or Magical Shine. For some gym badges, usually the Team Star ones, just called them Dan badges. Now we have to take on the last Nushi in Oha Lake, where a huge dragon dog lurks. Here we talk to the fake dragon Nushi to make our face smaller, and see that Tatsugiri has an attack called What's Up Ryu. I don't even know what that move is really supposed to be, but after defeating it, Arctobox evolves to Excalibur, and then we have to take on the final Team Star base. It's Team Calf's hideout where we have to tell them about 30 Pokemon within 10 minutes. She has a Pokemon called Skull Dragon, which isn't exactly what you'd expect, as it's really just a poison frog Pokemon, and we had some trouble here too, and got to a point where I thought we'd lose, but Casternuts wins it for us to get our final gym badge, before we take on the Elite Four. The guide refers to the Elite Four as the 4 Heavenly Kings or Top Champions, which sounds really cool. First up of the 4 Heavenly Kings, we have White Lord's Chili. The guide says how chili is a convenient type of food, which I guess is true because you can get them at a Wendy's drive-thru. It also says how Chilean Pokemon can learn many grass moves, and I had no idea there were Pokemon from Chile. After Chili we have Poppy, or Bobby, a Steel type user. Her team wasn't too bad for us since we have a lot of fighting type moves. After that we fight Aoki of the 4 Heavenly Kings, and it's just ice type, so we use Excalibur. Aoki has an odd dolly and a Calamingo, which is a really cool sounding name for our Pokemon. Fourth up is Hisaku, who has this weird sideways text next to him saying, in between being able to see quickly, it was far beyond my imagination. We can use our Excalibur for him, but if you look at his team, his Excalibur was very poorly translated to the words sex, followed by a very bad word I don't think I can say on YouTube. I have no idea how that could have happened, but with that out of the way, we have to fight the top champion, Omadaka. Her Pokemon are weak to a variety of thieves. Our team matches up pretty well here, and once we defeat her, we can head on back to Table City to play Nemo with Nemo. We do as the guide says and exploit her weaknesses to complete the Champion's Road. After Chef Nemo, we fight Bavar with our 6 Beppas to clear the Legends route, then we fight Clavel's abnormal Pokemon and battle the Star Buttons who has a Sanders. Penny has all the evolutions except for Glaceon, and with that we clear out the Stardust Street missions. This unlocks the final Homeway missions where the guide keeps saying something about Button. I'm not sure if Button is supposed to be Arvin or Penny or a person even, or what they mean by it, but we keep going until the doctor's voice greets us, make it to the Cello Lab, and cooperate with Nemo to defeat Pokemon. This section says no Suga, however, strangely referencing another K-pop singer by accident, and eventually we get to a point where the doctor is acting weird. Here we finally meet What, and this picture was blurry, which messed up the translation even more, but it says, but it's not a box, but a robot that moves in a box. Then we fight the AI professor with a salmon tail on her team. After defeating her, the anti-drug program is activated, initiating the Koraidon fight where we have a Koraidon honor battle. I don't think it's possible to lose this fight, so we win, save the world or whatever, and beat Pokemon Scarlet and Violet how Nintendo intended. And that's every new Pokemon game how Nintendo intended. If you want to see a compilation on the remakes or the third version, so to say, let me know in the comments down below. And if you watched this far, let me know in the comments down below what your favorite ice cream flavor is. With all that out of the way, thank you so much for watching. Have a great rest of your day. I'll see y'all next time, and bye-bye.